We are live. We are live. We are live. Let me test the audio out on this. Mm, 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 mm. We are live. We are live. We are live. All right. So it looks like we got some breaking news that just came in about 30 minutes ago, or whatever. Uh, we also got other stuff coming in that we're gonna go over. So the breaking news that just came in right now is that the acting attorney general issues order rescinding the anti-weaponization fund. So this came up just now. Let me see if we can pull this up. Here we go. This just happened about. This is trending in the last 30 minutes or so, and so they're pulling the fund, and since they're pulling the fund, let's go over. Where is it? It's not trending on X yet, so that's why it's hard to pull it up. I was trying to pull it up on the screen, so I had to dig through it. Okay, here we go. The tweet is right here. How do I get this up? This is the tweet right here. He tweeted an hour ago, but the news is just now picking it up now. Just know how that go. They pick shit up late. But let's save that. See if I can pull this up. Tweet up. Pull it up right there. Okay. There you have it. That's it. That's the tweet. It's let's see if we can read this thing for what it is. It looks like that they are rescinding that slush fund that everyone was talking about. And this is the letter from the office of the attorney general. Department of Justice rescinds anti-weaponization order and addresses the May 19th release. The Department of Justice today announced that the acting attorney general rescinded the May 18th, 2026 order and established the anti-weaponization fund. Although the acting attorney general has repeatedly advised Congress through testimony, including under oath as well as in written responses, that the fund is not moving forward, and the department has repeatedly represented to district courts that the fund is not moving forward. Today's order officially rescinds the May 18th, 2026 order. Further, the May 19th, 2026 order regarding a mutual release of claims applies to its terms only retroactively. Additionally, the terms lawfare or weaponization in that order were already defined in the settlement agreement as the use of government power to target individuals, groups, and entities for improper and unlawful political, personal, or ideological reasons. Ideological reasons. God damn it. The acting attorney general stands by all of his July 15th, 2026 Senate Judiciary Committee testimony, including answers to questions asked by Senator Corn related to the scope and the application of the May 19th, 2026 order. A transcript of the acting attorney general's testimony is attached. He incorporates that testimony to by reference and restates that it is DOJ's interpretation that the order only has any effect, including on any release of claims on the named parties in the lawsuit referenced in the order. A lot of legal stuff there. So that was what went down there. Let's see what the base is saying. Are they upset about this? People in the Abbey wait. There's nothing in there about Trump and the entire family being exempt from the IRS audits. So part of that weaponization fund that was announced also was announced at the same time that Trump would not be audited by the IRS. So I wonder if that part is still going. Someone asked Gronk or Groik or whatever. So is he saying the slush fund and Trump IRS immunity are dead? No, he did not say the IRS. Well, he says yes. The attached August 2nd order rescinds the May 18th anti-weaponization fund. It never operated. No members, no funds, transfers, no claims, process of payment. Slush fund is dead in writing. The May 19th mutual release order is clarified in writing to apply only retroactively and solely to the named parties in the Trump versus IRS lawsuit, matching prior Senate testimony. So the fund has been rescinded, not the IRS immunity. So Trump is still immune. So that was probably the plan all along. Like, yeah, we're gonna throw in this other thing to distract everyone because everybody. The funniest thing about that whole conversation surrounding the slush fund was that everybody was talking about that part of it, and almost nobody, was talking about Trump's IRS immunity, which was crazy. It was like, Trump's getting immunity, and that is not even up for the conversation. Everyone was so focused on the slush fund. Man, I mean, they played this perfect. They played this perfectly. Wow. So all the people, Trump versus IRS, Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, and the Trump Organization. Just played them. Wow. And they don't care because they're like, shit, we still got our immunity. We don't give a fuck about the rest of that shit. Wow. That is crazy. And they just dropped this on a Sunday night, too. This is going to go right under the winds. Like, you think this is by design that they dropped this on a Sunday night? Like, literally at 10:09 p.m. on a Sunday? Come on now. They know exactly what they're doing. They planned this out perfectly. Half the country's in bed sleep. and in the morning when they wake up, this is not even going to be a topic. Like, it may be like a brush over or summary, but the whole Trump IRS thing is not going to be a topic at all. That's like dead in the water. Unbelievable. That's crazy how they played that off. But anyway, let's move on to our topic at hand. Today's topic. Find it. Oh, da da do do. No, that ain't it. All right. So we got a video from AT2 that we're gonna be watching. He's reacting to so apparently Brandon Tatum, Officer Tatum, threatened Don Lemon. Officer Tatum been on. We got a lot of Officer Tatum stuff coming up. This show is probably gonna be the Officer Tatum reaction show because we're going to, after we got this one, and then we're gonna watch Haley Stevens and the Young Turks, and then we're gonna get Officer Tatum, who did a Jubilee episode that was just dropped yesterday, and there's reaction online about that. We're gonna watch the whole thing, at least as much as I can stomach. Okay, but anyway, where was I? Yeah. So we're gonna start off with this Officer Tatum's first stop with the Jubilee. Then we're going to go. So this is AT2's video. He's doing Officer Tatum threatening Don
What's
Lemon.
up, everybody? It's your boy AT2.
Yeah,
Hit
yeah,
that like button, subscribe to the channel, and also make sure you guys sub to me on Substack. So as you guys know, Brandon Tatum is all like, yeah, I'm gonna expose you, Don Lemon. Why do all the black conservatives have that? Yeah, we're gonna Uncle Ruckus mother.
Yeah, this dude, he be cracking himself. What the fuck was that? He just started calling him. He said, "You Uncle Ruckus mother." Oh shit. Oh, shit.
Let's go ahead and get into this expose. Here we go, you guys.
Private. Now, Don Lemon know exactly what I'm talking about. I will give him a hint. He claims, oh, I'm not doing this for the money. And this is what stood out to me and why I lost respect for Don Lemon even more when we were at this conference, because he says, I'm not in it for the money. I'm not in it for the money. And the question that he asked of the YouTube staff regarding things that makes him money was off-putting to me, because he had made mention, I'm trying to not, forget these people. Let me tell you what it is. It was associated with memberships. He know what I'm talking about. It was associated with the membership program. I have a membership program. We were there to talk about the membership program. And let me tell you what lame stuff this fool did at the conference. That's why he's such a wankster, and these people are such liars that he looks uncomfortable talking about me. Huh? We at the conference, me and him supposed to be on a panel.
I'm a let.
What the fuck is he going on about? He ran off for like the first few seconds, hasn't said anything. Like, just get it out. He's talking about the membership program? What?
Let him finish the story, right? But the big thing is what he asked about with memberships. That's the big thing that's going to ruin Don Lemon, our perception about him, right? Is that he asked a question about memberships. Really? Let's let him finish.
Wait, so he's gonna ruin his career because he set up a membership program? Almost most big YouTubers that are running a business have membership programs set up. Almost everybody. Like, what is he saying?
Together to talk about memberships, to talk about to the crowd of YouTubers what we learn in order to be prolific and be able to do things for our audience that have them engage in our membership programs. They decided that I was one that did the membership program really well. Young Turks was there. Somebody representing Rashawn Ryan was there. Somebody representing Tucker Carlson was there. It was a whole bunch of people there. And so they wanted to know from me and Don Lemon what things that we've done to be successful in our membership program. They called me on the phone before I flew out there. They said, you and Don Lemon are going to be on a panel. Now, I don't like Don Lemon, but I don't care. I'm a grown man. I don't care about being on a panel with somebody. As long as the homeboy ain't trying to touch me, then I ain't got a problem. This is what he did. Don Lemon is sitting in front of me at this conference.
The fact that he thinks that Don Lemon is going to want to sleep with him or be with, like, what? Like, why would you even imply that? As a straight man, why would you even imply that, oh, yeah, as long as he don't touch me. You think that first of all, Don likes the white men. So you ain't got nothing to worry about. And second of all, like, ooh, check it, like, come on now, right? Let's continue.
I'm here. Don Lemon is sitting there.
Whoa, wait, hold up though, before we move forward. Yeah, Don likes the white man, but Brandon Tatum doesn't think he's black. He believes he's a white man, right? According to the way how Brandon Tatum acts. Maybe he thinks Don Lemon, maybe he does. Maybe he thinks he has a chance with Don Lemon. I don't know. Don't just say.
In front of me with his assistant, or whoever this lady is, with a mask on. She had a mask on. You like, what the man?
That might have been what's her name? I forgot her name, but she's Don's producer. Yeah, she wears a mask because I think she might be having some issues. But is he gonna make fun of her for wearing a mask? Come on now.
What do you got a mask? All right, so anyway.
So what?
Right.
Our segment is getting ready to come up. Don Lemon walks out of the room. YouTube had to put a random person on the panel because this fool didn't want to sit on the panel with me, claiming he don't even know who I am. So we do the YouTube thing. Unfortunately, this girl on the panel, and she don't add any input because she's not even supposed to be on the panel anyway. She was a random YouTube worker that they had to put on the panel to replace this nut job. And then because he's a wankster, he didn't know I was going to be in the second meeting with.
Okay, to stop this real quick. To be fair, I'm not really trying to defend Don, but I've watched his show and I forgot the staff member's name who is the person who he's talking about with the I know who he's talking about, I just forgot her name. Shit, I forgot her name. But anyway, she's the one that sets up the memberships on. She basically does all that stuff behind the scenes for Don. Don doesn't do none of that shit. He just he's just like the host. He does his he does his news, he does his reporting. He doesn't do the behind the scenes stuff. So if they had them on the panel to talk about memberships, yeah, she's likely going to be the one that is going to have more to say about it because she's the one that sets it up. I remember when Don brings his behind the scenes people on sometimes to talk, they literally was talking about how before they started setting up the memberships, how they was going to do it, and she was going to pretty much set it up and stuff like that. So she does a lot of the behind the scenes stuff. She's basically, I think she's the producer. I think she is the producer. She's like the producer, and she's, I can't believe why I can't remember her name, because he says it all the time on the show. I forgot her name, but that's probably why she was there, and probably why she was the one doing on the panel talking. Because Don probably doesn't even know about that stuff, because he literally does not know a lot of the stuff. He's just learning the YouTube curve. He was on CNN, so that's why he hired the people he hired to do the behind the scenes stuff. And she's literally the person who's probably set up the membership. Shit. So, yeah, her name is Nikki. That's her name. Nikki McCrone. She's the executive producer for the Don Lemon Show. So she does all the stuff. She does all the things. She does that stuff. That's probably who he's talking about with the mask, Nikki.
Which was a private meeting with only like 4 people in the meeting with some of the YouTube executives.
Oh, hold on. So that's what it really is. Oh, you're upset because he didn't want to go on panel with you. Yeah, he doesn't know who you are. Now, has he heard your name before? Probably, but him knowing how you work and how you run shit, I don't blame Don Lemon. I don't want to be on stage with this nobody. I don't give a damn about him. He has every right to say that, because this is what these people are used to in like these political spaces. We even seen this recently with the White House correspondent dinner. You see all these people, right, left, middle, whatever. They all secretly like each other. They all have meetings with each other, and they all, love each other. And it's all like, yeah, you can have a respect for someone, right?
You're right. We seen Kristen Walker kumbaya in it with Stephen Miller, of all people, who probably, if it was up to Stephen Miller, he probably would have her deported. Right? But she was in there kumbaya in it, having a ball. She was laughing up. I ain't never seen her laugh that much. She had a big old Kool-Aid smile on her face, right there hanging out with Stephen Miller. Crazy. All that just so she can make sure she can keep her job and get access. It's kind of sad, to be honest, how much people sell their soul for those jobs. All the ass you got to kiss just to work in certain administrations. Is it really worth it that much? Is the money that good? I don't know. I see people just people do anything for $1. They will sell their souls. They'll sell out there what they believe. They will sell everything out for the bottom line. And it makes no sense.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be all chummy and friends. Like, no, if you believe in harm, like as far as taking away funding for different programs or taking away health care or, subsidies that people need to survive, we can't be friends.
Yeah, that's true. But here's the problem. When people when people start getting those 6-7 figure salaries, they have no idea what it's like to lose their health care or to not be able to afford food. So they cannot relate. Even if they look like the people or came from the people, they know now they're in a different category. You almost got to you have to really, really be about something. And usually the people who built their own shit from the ground up and became wealthy will have a more appreciation to help people out compared to the people who have been elevated to a position where they get in a significant spot. Because at the end of the day, these people are going to be about their families, right? So yes, we can shit on Kristen Welker for kumbayaing it with Stephen Miller, but you can't really expect nothing less from her, right? She entered that field, she knew what she wanted, and she saw what happened to the others who did not play ball, like the Jim Acostas, the Don Lemons, the Joy Reeds. They all got thrown out. They all lost their 7-figure jobs. And Crystal Welker's like, shit, I got a prime time spot. I'm the voice of Meet the Press. It doesn't get any better for her at the arc of her career. She gets to interview the president, even though he humiliates her. But she's like, fuck it. I'm getting paid. I'm going to probably make even more money after this job is over, because when she gets to write her book, because she will get to write a book after this is all said and done, and she's going to have a lot to say. People are going to want to talk to her. How was it with the president behind the scenes, the camera off? What did he say? What did he do? All these different people she's been in the room with. Yeah, she's going to make a lot of money. And she's making money now. And she could do that job potentially, unless she gets fired or replaced, probably for another 20 years. So she's thinking about herself, her family, right? Which in one sense you can understand that. But and also, and to be fair, she's really she does come off, she never seemed like someone that was like tough anyway on camera. So there's no surprise that she would be caught in a moment kissing ass or hanging out with Stephen Miller. She's really not tough on camera. I mean, you see how the president just talks through her like she just like nothing. She doesn't really ask tough questions, at least to the people that supposed to be getting tough questions. She's kind of like whatever, right? She tries a little bit, but she doesn't seem like anyone. She's not like the other lady, the one who interviewed Trump years before he ran for office. I forgot her name. And she went right at him. She interviewed him a few times too. I think she did another interview with him later on, but I forgot her name. But I think she was with CBS, and she gave him a tough interview. I mean, very few people actually do it because they're afraid. But yeah, I mean, Crystal Walker is not really known to be tough anyway, so it's no shocker. And far as we know, she might even believe in the stuff that they're doing, right? She might be like, oh, she might be a huge fan, for all we know, but she has to hide it. She might be a low key conservative, right? It wouldn't be a surprise. But even then, it's like Can you at least pretend to do your job, lady? Like you're at an event, you don't have to be, you know. But anyway, I don't know.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to be fake with you. Am I going to come up to you and want to punch you in the face? No. But if you're a part of protecting, like Brandon Tatum, you're a part of protecting white people and not worried about Nolan Wells and his family and trying to find out what was done to Nolan and why he passed away. You're more worried and concerned about protecting the white people and, oh, you guys keep attacking. Like, yeah, I don't blame him for not wanting to be on panel with you. Now, that situation was before, but you know Brandon Tatum is known for being a COON. You know this. So, yeah, he has every right to not want to be on panel with you. So your little feelings are hurt because Don Lemon didn't play the game and was all like, oh, yeah, let's all be cool. Let's all be... No, screw that. No, I don't know you. I don't want to be on panel with you. Has every right to do that. Let's continue.
Go back in there. He comes in the room looking like a scarecrow. Because he see, you know, when you face the people that you talk trash about and you see them in person and you're a wankster, so you got butterflies in your stomach. That's what he had when he saw me. Now, I didn't say nothing disrespectful to him, even though I don't like him. But I just kept it kosher. Me and him didn't have a confrontation. But he said some things in there about his membership program, and I'm like, bro, that's a little, to me, you contradict yourself when you go, I'm not looking at the money, but you asking them questions about certain things that I think will enrich you in that area that I think is unnecessary, that I would never do. But I'll leave it at that. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm not trying to disparage nobody. I'm just saying, bro, don't get out here trying to say I'm making money off of this and I'm doing it for money. When one of the things that you said shocked me about, why would you say that, dude? That's kind of like grimy a little bit, in my opinion.
So that's the expose, you guys, that Don Lemon asked a question about the membership that makes it seem like, oh, he's all about money, which he should be, because what I'm just assuming, right, for those of you who don't know, YouTube gets 30% of our income when we have memberships or get super chats and stuff like that. That's why people push so heavy for the PayPals, the Cash Apps and all that stuff, because YouTube gets a chunk of our money that we make off of ad revenue, memberships, super chats, super stickers, and all that. So what he probably was asking for is like, hey, you know, is it possible we can get a bigger chunk? Because when you go to the other platforms like Patreon and other platforms that have memberships, you get more money from those. So he probably was all like, hey, you know, can y'all take a lesser percentage? And Don Lemon has over 1 million subscribers. He has every right to ask for, hey, you know, is it possible I can get a better percentage? Like you hear like Twitch and like the Kick platforms, they're able to negotiate the percentage that the platform takes versus the actual creator. So that's probably what he was asking for and asking about. I don't think that's anything wrong with that, because at the end of the day, you know, say you're charging $10 for your membership, but YouTube is taking 30%. Well, that means that, you know, you're making $7 from your membership, then, you know, instead of getting the whole 10. And so sometimes you're trying to adjust to, okay, well, how much would I get from this or that? And mind you, the 30% is just a rough guesstimate. Sometimes it's between 35 to 40%. They say it's 30, but it'd be like 35 to 40%. And maybe that depends on the state that you live in, right? But anyway, I don't see nothing wrong with that. I really don't. Unless Don Lemon, I can't even think of what Don Lemon would have asked for that would be such a shocker besides, hey, is it possible I can get a better percentage?
Well, according to Don Lemon, and this is what Don Lemon says, that because he had other people in the same space are mad at him. Well, not mad at him, but they've said that they can't believe Don's memberships are so low. That's what other people that Don has spoken to. Now, this is from Don Lemon's point of view. I know, you know, he said that he couldn't, other people like, I can't believe your memberships are so low. And that's why Don has this large Lemon Nation audience, because he has affordable or reasonable prices, because Don is looking at the landscape of the economy and he cares about his audience. Now, I think that might piss off some YouTubers around the space that also have memberships, because if people are all doing the same stuff, but you're not as big as a name as Don, so you may not have as big of an audience, and then you try to recruit that money in memberships, people are gonna be like, why would I pay for you when I could just go watch Don and become a lemon head at like half the rate if I want to be part of something? I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, but it just seems like there is some. I would bet that there are some people in the space that probably have resentment for Don, or some jealousy, or a little bit of like, hey, your memberships are way too low. You need to hire them. And I don't think Don is. When Don says he's not there for the money, that's what he's talking about, because he's literally, according to him, like I said, I don't know everybody's memberships, but according to him and what people have been coming up, some other people in the space who have started channels, who have memberships, they've said that his memberships are very low. So when he says it's not about the money for him, that's probably what he's talking about. Why it's not about the money for him, because his memberships are literally low.
As a full-time creator, I don't see anything wrong with that. This is my only income. So yeah, I would like a better percentage. Oh, but that makes him grimy, or, oh, he's money hungry and all this other stuff. Listen, I'm pretty sure you agreed with it, and now you're trying to use that to, disrespect Don Lemon and try to bring up that all he cares about is money. No, Negro, all you care about is money. And we see that every day that you try to diminish your own community, and the fact that you have to do videos saying like, I don't hate the Black community, knowing that you are Black and having to make those videos, it says a lot about you. Dang. But y'all, we're gonna go ahead and end it right here.
Yeah, that was actually a bunch of about nothing. So that was kind of a waste of time. All right, let's I want to do this Haley Stevens one real quick, and then I'm gonna go to got the Brandon Tatum Jubilee. That thing's like 2 hours long, so let's do the Haley Stevens first. I want to do that first, and then we're gonna go to Jubilee. So this is the Young Turks. Young Turks are responding to there's a Michigan Senate race going on, I believe, between Representative Haley Stevens and Dr. Abdul El Sayed. So Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian will discuss on the Young Turks about this. Their title says Haley Stevens is getting nervous. Getting nervous? The lady seems like a whack job, to be honest. I've seen some of her videos. She's kind of out to lunch, but I don't know much about her. But she does because she's a bit wacky. She's a bit wacky. But let's see what they say. Let's bring it on, baby.
Last night, Dr. Abdul El Sayed and Haley Stevens had a debate. It was a fiery one. The media characterized it in an interesting way, which we'll get to in a second. But this appears to be a race really between Israel and America. Who's going to win that Michigan Senate seat? So let's find out. Anna's got the facts.
Well, look, I want to provide evidence for why you framed it that way, Cenk. So why don't we immediately, right off the bat, before we even get into the debate itself, give you a little taste of who Haley Stevens is. Take a look.
In the United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel.
Oh, God. Another. Oh, she's one of those. Oh, she's one of those. Oh, God. What is. Are you running for elections in Michigan? Why the hell are you talking about fighting for the people in Israel? What is up with these politicians and their obsession with worshiping another country? Like, how about do your job for America? What the hell is all this about? It's crazy. Like everybody's running and rushing to bend the knee and lick the balls of Israel. Wow, Jesus.
I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will continue to exist for the Jewish people.
Oh, shit. Israel comes in her dreams? Wow. Well, so why not just go and move to Tel Aviv and run for office over there? Like, it's not, was she campaigning for the Michigan Senate race or to be the next prime minister of Israel? Because I couldn't really tell.
Israel comes to you in your dreams? I'd be a little concerned about that. Let's go to the final graphic here, graphic 9. Wow, she's taken quite a bit of money from Israel.
30 million? No wonder she sees Israel in her dreams. Shit. $30 billion? God damn. She see more than Israel in her dreams. She probably got a bobblehead of Netanyahu on her dresser. She probably got Israeli pajamas, flip flops. Holy shit! Because we seen these little things come out, these little APAC tracker things, and I don't think I've ever seen one this large. I know they had the one with the guy from New York when he was running against Bowman. He had a high one, but usually, even the more established Democrats that have been around a long time, they only get like, you see their numbers are like maybe 1 million, a couple million, but most people are like anywhere between 500,000 to 1 million to 2 million. This lady's at 30 freaking million as a representative. Like she's just taking that money. Yeah, with that kind of money, I don't know how she may not lose that seat. She may win that Senate seat. That's a lot of money, man. They must really hate that Abdul Saeed guy. Abdul El Sayed. I mean, with that kind of name, people are probably thinking, oh yeah, we got to make sure he don't get elected. You know how they do the whole fear-monger thing because of his last name?
Lobby, pro-Israel PACs, almost $30.5 million.
No, it's actually much bigger than that.
How is it much bigger than that?
No,
much
because
bigger.
when before this race, she'd already taken $20 million. Remember how she's the one who defeated Andy Levin. Andy Levin is a Zionist actually, but said, hey, I think the Palestinians should also get a state. And AIPAC was furious.
Is Israel not coming to his dreams?
Apparently it didn't. And he loves Israel, but he's like, but I love the Palestinians too. They should have a state. And AIPAC was furious. How dare you treat Palestinians as humans? So they gave Haley Stevens a ton of money to defeat a Jewish American congressman who dared to say that the Palestinians should be treated equally. So then in this race, the AIPAC has put in 30 million that is trackable, and there's another 30 million that is not trackable that is almost certainly the Israeli lobby. So that's 60 million in this race. She had 20 million earlier. She might have gotten an astounding, record-breaking $80 million from the Israeli lobby. To be fair, if somebody gave me $80 million, they might come to me in my dreams too.
There is no amount of money I could ever get from the Israel lobby to get me to support Israel, literally. I could be destitute, I wouldn't take the money. I just couldn't. Anyway, let's get back to the story, the topic at hand. So now the debate just took place between Dr. Abdullah Saeed and...
Well, we know Cenk would take the money. I mean, didn't they studios call... He took Polymarket's money, so for sure, Cenk Uygur would definitely take 30 million from AIPAC. I mean, yeah, we know he would. If it was called something like if they disguised it as something else, like if they funneled it through Polymarket, it's like, okay, Cenk, we're gonna give you this 30 million. You're gonna have to tell us that you see us in our dreams, and Cenk would be like, okay. Live from the Polymarket Studios. $30 million in my pocket. The Young Turks. So Cenk was actually, even though it's going to come off as him like being funny and facetious or like, just like being sarcasm. But no, he was serious. He was like wink, wink, nod, nod. But under the table, he had his legs crossed. Like, yeah, I'll definitely take that money.
And Haley Stevens. This is the Democratic primary for Michigan Senate seat. And according to the audience, it looks like El Said hammered Stevens. So according to local media to Detroit, which hosted the debate and then polled their audience after, who won the debate? Only 5% said that Haley Stevens did. 95% said that El Said did.
And so this is what's amazing. Look, this is a part of the story here, because without the media's help, Haley Stevens would have a 0% chance of winning, okay? But I read the New York Times description of the debate, and you could tell from even their description that it was like begrudgingly that clear that Abdullah El Said had crushed her. But instead of saying that, they said that Abdullah El Said was a smooth talker.
Ooh, smooth operator.
Okay, so you take his strength of being excellent at debating and being right about the issues, and you turn it into an insult, a smooth talker. And they said that he attacked not Israel, but the Jewish state.
Come on.
Framing it as like, oh, here's a smooth talker, anti-Semite attacking poor Haley Stevens, who's only gotten $30 to $80 million from the Israeli lobby. I mean, so the bias of national media is astounding and over the top.
I mean, in this case, it's local media. So
no, local media has them winning when they actually ask their readers. They're 95 to 5. But when you read the New York Times,
got it. You're juxtaposing the coverage. Got it.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so with that in mind, let's actually get into the substance of the debate. And since it was carried on local news, we are unable to show you clips. We're just going to have to give you summaries, and they're worthy of talking about. So we'll summarize their pitch to Michigan voters with one brief quote from their opening statements. So El Said, what did he say? The race is about you deserving a politics that's not bought off by the same corporations picking your pocket at every single turn. I'm looking forward to the conversation about how we get money out of politics.
Teach it.
Put money in your pockets.
Preach it.
And pass Medicare for all.
Here.
Yep.
So Stevens had a bit of a different opening statement. She said, Michigan deserves a senator who can win and who can deliver. I am the only one on this stage who has flipped a Republican seat, and I was named Michigan's most effective Democratic lawmaker in Congress because my only focus is you. So there's no specified policy proposal there, nothing about her values. It's more of the same corporate Democrat.
What values does she have? She had $30 billion in the bank. Well, more according to you guys. Well, she don't need no value. She's bought and paid for. Come on now. Her values is whatever Israel says in her dreams. That's her values. Okay. Are we really like missing the plot here, folks?
Nonsense about like, you have to vote for me because I'm the only one who can win.
Yeah, just like Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris. How many times have we heard this garbage when a populace is much more likely to win that race than an establishment clown who takes nothing but corporate PAC money and foreign government money? And she's like, oh, and other Democratic lawmakers in Congress like me more. Well, of course they do, because they're nearly as corrupt as you are. I mean, to be fair, you're probably the most corrupt in Congress. That's probably why you won the award. So
Stevens also resorted to personal attacks on El Said while claiming that she's the most electable candidate. Now, look, I'm biased because I'm known to maybe do personal attacks here and there, but there's also substance to my arguments. I don't just like use ad hominems and that's it, but sometimes you gotta call a moron a moron. But in this case, no substance, just personal attacks. So she says Abdul is running for celebrity. Republicans are propping up his campaign.
What?
Yeah, totally. I mean, there are Republicans lined up around the block to share their talking points about how much they want Abdul El Sayed to win the Democratic primary for the Michigan Senate seat.
If that was true, he would get $60 million in funding instead of you. Second of all, if you mean Republican voters are propping him up, well, that means he's more likely to win the general election.
Fair.
So which one is it?
So she says, This isn't about the DC or New York influencer crowd. This is about putting Michigan first, and I've got the receipts to do that, which is why Governor Whitmer, Gretchen Whitmer, and so many others are joining my campaign to win in November.
No, they're joining your campaign because they also got money from the Israeli lobby.
Remember when Gretchen Whitmer visited Trump in the White House soon after he got elected for his second term, and she was so terrified of being photographed in the meeting and like literally did this with a binder?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's who Gretchen Whitmer is. So I don't know if it's really.
And by the way, throughout this campaign, she was doing this until the Israeli lobby was like, hey, we need you to get out from, and she's like, I love Israel.
Give me another 10 mil.
I'll vote for Haley Stevens.
All right, so she also says, my opponent is on these big podcasts. He's running a podcast himself. These folks are making fun of the way I sound, but yet I sound like the people who need help.
Well, that's true. You do need help. You do sound like it.
Who are talking to me about what they need done. Sounds like she's a little jelly about the podcast crowd.
Can I just real quick there again? So she's trying to take every advantage that he has and turn it into a negative, just like the New York Times did. He's great at making a case for his voters. He's a smooth talker. In her case, she's like, oh, he does all these podcasts. Why does he do the podcasts? So he can actually convince people to vote for the Democratic Party, to vote for him, to win them over, right? She doesn't do any podcasts or interviews because she can't defend her positions. The minute they ask her, wait, it looks like you're totally bribed by a foreign government, she has no answer, so she hides in a cave, and she's like, oh yeah, he's doing all these podcasts, and he's like a celebrity. No, he's answering people's questions, and you aren't.
Does that mean that he'd have a better chance at winning a Senate seat?
Exactly. You know what? If you do a ton of interviews, that's called free media. That is worth millions of dollars. It's much better than the ads because you're inside the content. But Haley Stevens can't defend a single position she has. That's why she never does any interviews. Instead, she gets money from the Israeli lobby and runs all those ads.
She said,
right. It's what she has to get the Israel's in her dreams. So there you have it.
I know it's great to host rallies and have these
people.
Yeah, and have these fun events. But everywhere I have gone in Michigan, I have taken the time to visit a minority-owned.
No. Yeah.
Wait,
so,
what?
Okay.
Oh my gosh, she's one of those too now. Oh boy. So she got 30 million from AIPAC. She found time to go visit a minority business owner. Jesus. She's trying to hit all the buttons. I guess she's looking for the black vote in Detroit, or the Hispanic vote, or the other votes. This lady's weird. She's trying to play that card. One thing about Detroit, though, they sniff that shit out quick. And they don't play. They're a different breed. They're not like, see, the thing is, and no offense to the folks down in the South, who I think they mean well, but you know, they seem to always easily fooled by, you know, Democrats, or you know, just like the basic, like the whole catfish nuggets with Clyburn and stuff. The people up in the Detroit folks, like in them cities, they ain't easily fooled. They gon', you know, they may come around eventually, but they gonna let you know about it before they do. So she really went into those areas. Now, there was a video. I did see a video of her going into one spot. It wasn't like a minority spot. It was just some random diner. And I think it was a black dude who did approach her. Yeah, she kind of like brushed him off. Yeah, that wasn't a good look for her. Let me see if they cover it, though.
If you didn't see our earlier coverage of this, AIPAC doesn't run ads saying, if you love Israel, vote for Haley Stevens, because then she'd get like 2% of the vote, right? Instead, they run ads saying, Abdullah Saeed is fill in the blank, sexist, racist, blah, 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 right? And one of the main ads that they're running is Barack Obama from 8 years ago on some random issue saying, hey, Haley Stevens did a good job on that, whether she did or didn't.
I've seen it. It's so funny.
Right.
Yeah.
So
And yeah, and that's the issue, and that doesn't work anymore, especially with like the black voters, because there are a percentage of black people who are not happy with Barack Obama as well. I mean, remember Obama did the whole tried to bring black men to heel in the 2024 election and told them basically get your butt in line and vote for Kamala Harris, and it kind of backfired. Also, remember Barack Obama was stomping for Hillary Clinton to try to tell black voters to get in line for her, and she didn't get the same numbers as Obama. Matter of fact, many of those Midwest black voters sat out completely in 2016, and also Hillary not going and talking to those people out in the Midwest cost her the election as well. But the Obama juice, the Obama lemonade, there's no more juice in that lemonade. That thing has been squeezed to death. Like, the Obama just doesn't have that same juice with black voters that he might have had back when he was running for president. Let's just be honest. Like, he may have it with black women still. And a lot of that's because of Michelle Obama. Michelle was the more popular Obama. Let's just be honest. Michelle Obama was the more popular Obama. And that might have been a big mistake with Obama. Instead of sending Obama, maybe Michelle should have went and spoke to those black men, and maybe they would have saw things differently. But I don't know. I'm just spitballing. But Michelle was always the more popular Obama of the two, and I think people forget that. But even I'm just talking about amongst the black people, black communities, many black communities that still support Obama is mostly because of Michelle. But running ads about Obama from 10 years ago because you was part of something that Obama was able to do, that's not going to work. Like, those, first of all, the voters today are not going to fall for it. They're going to look at you like, okay, lady, whatever. You're coming off as cringe. And you're so close to Obama. Where were you? How come you haven't been in the communities, right? Like, where are you at? And, yeah, they're going to see through that. That might have worked if you was, like, running for office in, like, South Carolina or something, or trying to get a nominee for Democrats in the South. Because black people fall for that shit down there. They like the tradition. They like you mentioned civil rights leaders. You mentioned, that's why they keep electing Clyburn. That's why, they gave the nod to Joe Biden because Clyburn gave the approval. The catfish and nuggets, they fall for that traditional civil rights stuff more so than the black people in the North or in the East Coast or the West Coast. They're not buying that shit. They're like, what are you going to do right now? Like, we don't want to hear about. That's why, if you notice, in these old school, very rare that you won't see any, like, all the, like, the old school black leaders that are in office. You don't see them much in, like, the Midwest. They get taken out eventually because if you don't deliver, you're out. Yeah, they're not going to hold on to you like they do in California with Maxine Waters or South Carolina with Jim Clyburn. They hold on to those leaders forever as a sentiment. They're going to get rid of your ass quick. Detroit ain't playing that. Michigan ain't playing around. They ain't going to play.
So, and they're running that in heavily black districts. Obama's on Haley Stevens' side. Obama's on Haley Stevens' side. And you know what?
Yeah, but it's not going to work. It won't work because the thing is that, like I said, Obama doesn't have the same juice. Like, he still has juice in certain parts of the black segments of the country. See, here's the problem politically. Like, the Democrats and the political spaces, they keep thinking that black people are all the same. And they're really starting to realize, I believe these last few elections, it should have woken up the political operatives, right? This is where they're failing in the Democrat Party. they keep thinking that all black people, all black voters, there might be some similarities amongst black voters, the ones who actually do show up to the ballot box. But if you're trying to get as many people to vote as possible, what you're going to find out is that a lot of black people do not think the same. And I think they've gotten used to this monolith voting block because of the black people who shows up to vote may have be on the same page. But, and can remember, in the primaries, black turnout is typically very low. It's just typically low in almost all the primaries. Black turnouts across the country is typically low, but what's happening now is with the emergence of the progressive movement, the DSA, these moderate Democrats are now really leaning heavily more than ever in like places like Michigan and these areas for black voters to show up. Like, we need you. You got to come through, or our candidate is going to be a far left person, and then we're going to get smoked in the general. So we need you guys now. We know we typically don't call on you until like every 4 years, but it's 2 years early. We need you to come now and save us so we don't have a left-leaning person going in the general to lose, right? So now they're desperate. So they're calling on them now to come out. They're calling on the black voters now to save the candidates in certain races, because they're afraid. Like, they don't want to see a trend of what happened in New York. Like, yeah, in New York it works because New York is blue, but Michigan, if you and like even Wisconsin may find out too if they end up nominating a far left candidate, that it may not work well out in the general election, because the middle of the country is they're much closer to the middle than they are left. So even if you get all the candidates to show up, now you're going to have to hope they come back out again and vote. And who knows if that happens, right? Because at that point, it's going to be about turnout. And who could turn out the numbers at the end of the day? Who's going to have the higher turnout? Will those people come back out again? You do all that work in the primary, spend all that money, all that resources to get out there, but then they don't come out and turn out for you in the general election because they get exhausted. So we'll see what happens with that.
What I secretly, I mean, we have no proof of this, and you can't see me in public, but I'm secretly meeting with minority-owned businesses. Okay, if you say so, but all of that is to say, please, black people, be tricked into voting for me.
I feel like she is real envious of how popular he is. Like, you're giving him grief over hosting rallies during a political campaign? Are you supposed to do that? And doing interviews? You're supposed to do that, right?
You're supposed to interact with the people. You're supposed to tell them what your positions are. And she's somehow trying to make it a negative. Look, if the money was reversed, he's now being outspent. It was 20 to 1. Now it's closer to 40 to 1. Jeez. Okay. Imagine if that was reversed. This election would be 90-10. It wouldn't even be close.
So, by the way, Stevens did keep bringing up the fact that she was endorsed by Gretchen Whitmer throughout the debate. And at one point, she did concede that El Sayed is a great guy and a great father.
Oh, okay.
Nice. But about 2 sentences later, she tried to insinuate that he has a record of, it's the favorite for the corporate Democrats, attacking women.
It's a 100% lie.
Yeah.
The AIPAC ran an ad like that, 4 different points, each one of them utterly debunked, but they don't care if it's true. Because politics isn't about what's true. Why do you think money in politics matters so much? Because it creates the ads that lie to the voters to try to get them to vote for the wrong person on purpose. And here's this person, and she is pretending to be aggrieved because Abdul El-Sayed called Fetterman an ogre. Way to go, brother. Totally right.
Based?
Yeah.
What, are we supposed to say he's a supermodel?
Right, no. and he's referring to his policies, et cetera. But I don't care either way. Yeah. She then pretends that he's calling her an ogre And she says, oh, I'm taking so much offense at these attacks. They're personal attacks. And then she's like, he's a sexist. He's a racist. He's a podcaster. He's a celebrity. Everything's a personal attack. What's wrong with his positions? Tell us why we need to go die for Israel in this war. Tell us why we need to give Israel another $300 billion. Tell us why we need to have the drug companies be so powerful that we can't even negotiate drug prices, that we killed off the free markets to help your donors. Right. Well, you can't make any of those cases. So that's why you pretend to be aggrieved, but you actually do the personal attacks. And she knows that the New York Times and Alden Ash and Jake Tapper, and this is literal, every time Abdul goes on CNN, they viciously attack him with nothing but smears. She knows the national media is going to be 100% on her side, and they're going to pick up the ball and run with that same exact talking points.
Yeah, it's a dirty game. Politics is a dirty game. So we're gonna cut that from. So basically, Stevens is a nut job, and she's got like a lot of money. She's pretending that she's reaching out to minority businesses. She says, "Hey, Obama endorsed me," when he didn't. So she's running a fraudulent campaign, but she has more money, 40 times more money than Al Saeed. So there you have it. Let's we're gonna move on now to the main event. To the main event. And that's Mr. Officer Tatum went up against 20. Okay, we gotta stop calling him Officer Tatum. He's not an officer. Brandon Tatum. Brandon Tatum took on, and this is gonna get wild. I debate if I even wanted to watch this, but you know, I debate if I even wanted to watch this, but I think I am. And so Brandon Tatum was one conservative versus 20 black liberals, featuring Brandon Tatum. Let me read the comments first so we can see what we're looking at. The race of the chair is so obnoxious, clearly unfair to the people sitting behind the. Jubilee got rid of the real fact checkers and started using AI ones. Be in the slop era. Oh, they're not using the SAN fact checkers no more? Oh, wow. These comments. One argument is teacher. Can't really tell what side the comments are on. It seems like everyone's pissed off at something. Okay, everyone's mad at the moderator. I want to watch. So Jubilee has some decent. I don't even know if I want to do this, to be honest. Really, do I really want to hear? We'll do like the first 10 minutes and then I'll move on. If it's stupid, I'll move on. I'm not gonna be here all night with this. We'll do the first few minutes, see how it starts. Because they said they got rid of the fact checkers, which could be bad because that means a lot of this shit is gonna be probably wrong. But anyway, let's get out. I want to watch that one video about Where the hell is the that? Oh, Ben Crump had an update. Ben Crump went on a interview. He went on a show on the platform. All right, so he do this real quick. All right, let's do this Tatum one real fast.
I feel like you want to be confrontational more than you want to get to the bottom of a conversation. If you're 25 and under, the leading cause of death for you is being murdered by another black person.
Think you full of shit. That is the whole thesis of Up From Slavery.
No, it's not.
Did you read the book?
I did not read the book.
There you go. Then you don't know what you're talking about.
Know
you are uneducated.
To say that Donald Trump is racist is the craziest thing I've heard.
Donald Trump.
Have you ever met Donald Trump?
Is systemic racism holding the black community back? Or has it become an excuse to avoid personal responsibility? Now, John was a little too white to handle this topic, so you got me. I'm Paris Rose from Jubilee Media, and this is Surrounded, where one brave soul faces a room full of disagreeers. Today, we're diving into policing in black communities, whether Republicans are better for the black community than Democrats, and the debate over systemic racism. I'm here with our featured guest.
Well, there's no evidence to suggest that Republicans are better for the black community when they're not even good for their own communities. I mean, just look at some of the lowest economic and educational states that are run by Republicans. Even currently, most of the governors that run the states where there's 53% of the black population live, all some of the worst states run. Right? We talk about Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, high black populations in those states. Republican governors, Republicans been in control of those states forever. So yeah, I mean, there's plenty of proof to state no. Well, let's see how they twist this, because we know Brandon Tatum is gonna Tatum.
Yes, former police officer and conservative commentator, Brandon Tatum. I'm so happy to see you today. How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm blessed. I'm happy.
All right, you ready to take everyone on?
Oh, we about to get busy in here. So.
Oh, I love to hear it. Are you guys ready? Yeah! They sound ready. All right, let's go.
Hi, I'm Officer Tatum, and I'm the host of The Officer Tatum Show, and I'm surrounded by black liberals.
Thank you.
My first surrounded claim is Trump and Republicans are better for the black community than Democrats.
If you'd like to be the first debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
Naima, nice to meet you.
Naima,
Yeah.
Nice to meet you as well.
Before I do my rebuttal, I would just like to know why you think that.
Well, there's a myriad of reasons. I think that conservative policies are more beneficial to the black community. It's more beneficial to America, which black people are part of America. And I think that policies like limiting immigration or illegal immigration, getting illegal immigrants out of this country, lowering taxes, all benefit black people as a whole.
All right, let's stop right there. He says that Republican policies benefit black people more. But let's stop there for a second. The illegal immigration thing, or he said immigration, illegal immigration. Let's go into that. So when we talk about immigration, right? I think that there is what is the problem with illegal immigration or immigration currently? What's the main issue? Because we see that a lot of the immigrants, or the ones who are in the country, they work in the fields. A lot of the jobs, they work in job sites that probably don't pay as much. So the question is going to be, will black people do those jobs? Because right now they've deported and they've shrunk. They've virtually shut the border down. But black unemployment has skyrocketed, right? So you would have thought that with Republicans handling immigration as they're doing right now, you would have thought that black unemployment would have went down. Like we would be like in the right around the same average as the rest of the country. But it went up. It was up as high as in the 7th percentile. It's come down a bit now. This year is in this anywhere between 5.9 and 6.3 ish. But the average unemployment rate is lower. I think it's like in the 3 percentile, 3 to 4. So black people number jumped up during Trump's mass immigration. So right there it proves that immigration is not really helping black people at all. Now, I'm not saying that having illegal immigration is great. I don't think it. The problem with that is I don't like that how employers deal with slave labor or cheap labor. But that's not directly affected black people, because unless there are black people out there that are gonna go and take those jobs and work for pennies on the dollar, then no, there's no connection. But what it is a connection is that when you take away all the farmers and all the pickers and the growers, that could cause food to go up. So now not only is the unemployment rate has skyrocketed for the black community, so has the prices for everyone else, which also affects the black community. So I would make the case that the current immigration crackdown is hurting the black community right now, just based off of the pure data and the amount of money that people are paying for food. So now maybe there's a different policy out there that might have worked differently, but does like, okay, so like if you're a wealthy black person, like an entertainer, an athlete, or someone who's a business person that's making like 7 figures, 6 figures a year, yeah, you might have an argument that, you know, Republican tax policies are better, you know, but that's after you already made it, right? So if you haven't made it yet, no, it's not better, because we see Republican policies in effect in any of the red states that are operating under Republican rulership, right? Just look at the towns. Go into any red town, any poor, low income, low wages, red area. Yeah, they may have lower taxes, but they don't make any money. So yeah, of course the taxes are going to be low when there's no money you can't get no more money out of the people there because they ain't making no money. You get what I'm saying? Like the money ain't there anyway. There's no companies, there's no jobs. So yeah, they have to have lower taxes because there's nothing in the towns. There's nothing in those rural areas to tax, to fix, to do anything. So yeah, then, you know, some of these towns are only operational. The only employer is the prison, the local prison, or the factory, or Tyson Foods, or whatever the heck it is. There's nothing to tax. So yeah, that's why their taxes are going to be low. But even now, in some of these areas, you see that even the cost of living is still rising, even though there's no jobs. And then they just cut benefits for people. They close down the Social Security offices and says, hey, you got to go online, or you got to travel 30 miles to go. You got your grandma's 80 years old. She's got to travel 30 miles to go report to Social Security, because we shut down the one near your house because of there's hardly no one that lives in town. There's like 30 people here, so we're just going to shut it down, make it inconvenient. I mean, you know, that's the shit that Republicans are doing. I don't know. I don't see that as a benefit. If anything, at best, is a wash, right? It's not a benefit, in my opinion. I don't see the benefit. Well, let's see what else you got.
Religious freedom, you name.
Okay, religious freedom is another one. You have religious freedom that's not a political. Politics and religion is separate. you have religious freedom as a Democrat or Republican. So I don't see why he's using that. Like, Republicans don't own they don't own religion. They like to think they do, but they don't own religion.
Naming every single policy that I can think about.
He said he didn't even, okay, he hasn't named, first of all, he hasn't named the policy. He says every single policy I could think about, but he hasn't named one. He just said religious freedom and immigration. Okay, so he named one, immigration. But he's not even correct on that fully. He might be partially correct, and it all depends on where you're at on the tax bracket. But for the vast majority of black people, no. That's not even a positive. And then he said religious freedom. You don't think there's religious Democrats that are black? Like, you don't own religion, buddy. So he hasn't named the policy, but she's going to interrupt him, of course, because he hasn't named the policy.
That Republicans have implemented, that they stand for, the values they stand for are all better off for black people than Democrats could ever.
The implemented, so you're saying gutting of the Civil Rights Act, making it harder to vote, is all beneficial to black people? Stopping wage growth is beneficial to black people? Giving tax cuts to billionaires is beneficial to black people? Cutting off social programs that for people who are barely getting by because of the cost of living and is beneficial to that benefits black people? I don't know how could he argue that? Taking away women's right to choose is beneficial to black people? This is all the stuff that the Republicans stand for. Not policing, not doing anything about gun violence that Republicans love to rave about as a big problem in the black community is beneficial to black people? I don't know, Mr. Tatum. I think I don't know. You haven't named it. You're not making sense. You're not making sense. The only thing you have that's beneficial to black people to a slight degree, and like I said, it depends on where you at on the economic totem pole, is possibly immigration. Possibly. And that's a twofold, because not under the current way that Trump is running it, it's a negative. It could be a positive if it was properly done, but it's a current negative because Trump doesn't know what the hell he's doing. But everything else, gutting, Republican policies have gotten rid of over 1 million black people out of the workforce since Trump took office. I'm just wondering, how is that a positive for black people? I hope these people I hope someone mentions this stuff. They probably won't, because the fact checkers are gone on Jubilee. Apparently, they got rid of them.
A dream of.
How have you okay, but first of all, religious freedom is not just a Republican policy.
Bingo. I'm glad she said that. Because I was saying the same shit. So there she goes. So she's awake. She woke up. So she ain't like, because that's what happens. Sometimes when you talk to these conservatives, they'll hit you with so many stuff at once that you kind of like, usually in these type of debates, everyone wants to get their thing on. So they'll completely dismiss what they said and jump into their point. So I'm glad she corrected that. So that's good.
I just want
the Republicans are far more believe in the freedom of religion than Democrats could ever dream of.
I don't want to harp on that. That's in the Constitution. That's just not
religion
true.
From
but
every single aspect of life.
What? He just made up another lie. He said Democrats want to remove religion from every aspect of life. That's a lie. That's a literal lie. Like, he just lied right there, because Democrats are more likely to accept different people's background and their religion. That's why you see the type of people that get elected on a Democratic ticket. The people, like different people that are Muslim, that are different backgrounds, they all represent and go to Congress. You see all these people are all on the Democrat side of the table. They all have different backgrounds. They all some wear the Ilhan Omars and the Rashida Tlaibs, and then you got people now running for office from different backgrounds, different religions. You couldn't run that in the Republican Party. The only thing the Republicans want is Christians. They don't want no one else. So what is he talking about? The Democrats don't want no form of religion. No, Republicans don't want nothing but Christians. That's all they want. Christians and some part of them want the Jews, which Democrats want the Jews too, but the establishment Democrats. But so Officer Tatum's already lying in this first 2 minutes of this clip. He's lying already. So we're not going to be here long.
I just want to focus on which one of Trump's policies specifically has been designed to help the Black community.
Well, First Step Act has been designed to.
The First Step Act. They love going to that shit. Let's talk about the First Step Act. The First Step Act. That's the one he pulled right out of his car, right? The First Step Act. Right? That's the one he loves going with. Right? So it's the First Step Act was a prison reform policy signed by law by President Trump. Now, he says the First Step Act. How does the First Step Act help the Black community? It doesn't. It doesn't help the Black community on the surface, because the Black community, that's like saying that, everybody in the Black community is federal prisoners. Like, all criminals. That's basically what he's saying. That's the best you got? That's why Black people should support Donald Trump and the Republicans, because of the First Step Act? First of all, that bill was originally introduced in Congress by Senator John Cornyn and Senator Sheldon Whitehouse. So that wasn't even a Trump policy. It was just something that Trump said, this sounds good, because he wanted to take credit for it. Okay? 2, let's talk about the main parts of that First Step Act, like the main thing. So sentencing reform, right? Reduces certain mandatory minimum sentences for nonviolent drug offenses and makes the Fair Sentencing Act of 2010 retroactive, right? So basically drug dealers, which could be anybody. It's not like a black policy. It was pretty much, it just helped anyone who was part of this federal sentence system. Most Black inmates are in state prisons, not in federal prisons anyway. Time credits allow eligible federal prisoners to earn up to 15 days of time credits per month for completing approval rehabilitative programs. Prison conditions bans the use of restraints on pregnant women in federal custody and mandates housing inmates closer to their primary families when possible. Okay, so how does that benefit the Black community? Rehabilitation focus Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Prisons to implement a risk and needs assessment system to place inmates in targeted reduction programs. I mean, these are things that just seems like common sense when handling prisoners. This is not like that's your gotcha. That ain't something that's like, I mean that ain't your gotcha. Okay? That ain't the gotcha that you think it is. And so, like, people who have violent crimes, like if murder, bank robbery, carjacking, kidnapping, assault, and intent to commit murder did not qualify. High-level drug offenses, meaning major drug trafficking, manufacturing, or distribution charges. So if any kingpins that were in the jail that were in federal prison they were not part of this First Step Act, especially if they were part of like a drug conspiracy or moving heavyweight. Weapons offenses. If you had a weapons charge, you did not qualify. If you were a pimp, essentially like human trafficker, you did not qualify. Immigration status carve outs. Prisoners subject to final order of removal cannot apply for time credit towards relief. So many people did not even benefit from this. It was mostly people who just probably got caught up. It was not a significant change, and like it didn't drastically help the black community. It helped a lot of different people on a case by case basis, but it wasn't the end all be all. Like that's what you got, right? Talking to me about some shit that no one cares about outside of people who might have family that might have been in jail, but the number wasn't that high, right? You know what I'm saying? The number wasn't that high to call it a net positive for black people. Like that's your forever win. Like I'm pretty sure black voters who never committed any crimes in their lives is really going to the ballot box like, yeah, man, I got to vote for Trump because he put the First Step Act. He signed the First Step Act. That has nothing to do with me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just think that it's all bullshit. And let's not forget that, like, yes, the black inmates that got caught up because, let's not forget that the reason why that black people would benefit the most, at least the black inmates, not black people, because we're not going to lump in black people with black inmates because we know that a lot of times black people are overly incarcerated and overly sentenced anyway. So the First Step Act kind of corrects a right and a wrong. So yes, Trump does get credit for signing this bill and for trying to, Trump gets some credit for this. For the sense that he was trying to correct the federal sentencing in these people's was getting sentenced. And so he gets some credit for it, right? As well as the members who were the Congress members who Sheldon Whitehouse and John Cornyn, who introduced the bill in the first place. And obviously this bill was meant to correct the mass incarceration from the 80s and 90s, those mandatory minimums where people were getting sentenced to like 3 to life or 10 to life. They were getting these crazy numbers for like small quantities of cocaine. So yes, it was a positive for whoever was involved in that. And many people who probably shouldn't have been in jail anyway. So they end up serving time and then they just get a reduction and they get let out. So, yeah. I mean, I guess in the technical sense, I guess Trump does get a win for that because he did sign the bill ultimately at the end of the day. But, how does that help today's black community? I don't know if that's a big victory for the black community. I think it's a big victory for individuals, but it's not a black community thing. Right? It's just not. That's a poor one to use. If that's the best he got, that's pretty sad. You got to have something better than that. Let's see if you got anything else.
Reverse the effects of over-policing from the past.
Okay. It did not reverse the effects of over-policing, though, because we still see over-policing. We still see it. And everything, let's not forget that every single thing that Trump signed with that First Step Act has virtually been reversed. When Trump signed that First Step Act, at least on the outside, I don't know what policies have been changed on the inside, but everything that he signed in 2018 has now virtually been reversed by how they're operating with the current civil rights division, canceling all the consent decrees in the police departments across the country, basically giving them a free reign, saying that they get full immunity, and they've been harassing people more than ever, more since the 90s, since the early 2000s. Like, they've gone full blown over policing all over again. So all the yes, they might have stopped crazy sentencing numbers, but they're ready to incarcerate everybody all over again. A whole new group of people, a whole new generation is ready to be incarcerated because they're giving police free reign to over police again. So no, they did not stop the over policing. That's still happening. We just see video after video, cops beating up black motorists that are doing nothing but recording their interaction, which is their right to record their interaction because they feel unsafe. We see cops shooting 1-year-old black kids because the parents were accused of stealing. We've seen black women getting shot in their cars as they're fleeing parking lots. So no, the police are more out of control than they ever were. They're more out of control than they ever been. And they're on camera doing it, so they don't care. So, yeah, they might have fixed the inmate thing. Yeah. The inmates, they get to go home after serving most of their time already. But they get to come back out and they're being policed again. They're being harassed again by law enforcement. Because the cops now know they have free reign. They can literally just shoot you and get away with it. They just don't care. So, this is what you got? This is the best you have? This is the best you have? Come on.
He has done that.
The First Step Act, yes, it was.
Okay.
To allow for people who were incarcerated with sentencing for drug dealing and less violent crimes for them to have some relief. My uncle got out on the First Step Act.
Okay.
Urban revitalization. Yeah. Injecting money into these inner city communities.
Injecting money to inner city community. Let's talk about that. That's a bunch of bullshit too, because the money that was injected let's talk about that. The inner cities. Let's go through this step by step. Urban revitalization. But like I said, all the stuff that Trump did in his first term for black people, he literally essentially reversed it all by his new policies. That's why they can only talk about Trump's first term. They won't talk about what Trump has done in his first 2 years since taking back office, which essentially reversed everything that he did. Any small positive he did, he just took it right back. Okay? So, this thing was about the opportunity zones, right? Which was part of his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. So once again, Brandon Tatum is going back to stuff from 10 years ago, right? That's what he's going back for. But like I said, all this shit has been gone. It's pretty much over. The policy was an initiative to allow investors to defer, reduce, and completely avoid paying capital gain taxes if they roll their investment profits into a designated economic distress percentage tracts. Over 8,700 zones were designated nationwide. So yeah, like if you were at the top of the food chain, you probably did well. But critics said that the urban planning researchers and progressive policy groups like the Urban Institute argued that the policy fell short of its humanitarian goals, subsidies for the wealthy. Critics note that the program offered immense tax loopholes for affluent investors without requiring them to prove that their developments created living wage jobs for existing low-income residents. So that's the first problem right there. So that policy was a loophole for rich people to come in to these urban areas and basically set up shop and steal and take. Yeah, a few black people might have benefited from it, but ultimately it was a loophole that allowed wealthy, affluent investors. So you already needed to have the money prior before you were able to come in. And they kind of just came in there and they started buying up shit. And they got tax cuts. So no, black people did not benefit. Maybe a few black people got some jobs out of that. But it didn't lead to more black ownership. It didn't lead to more black businesses. And then if it did lead to any, guess what happened? Trump 2.0 under the current business person who's running the business now, the Small Business Administration, that they want to shut down and close it down. They pretty much defunded it. I think the lady, the billionaire that used to own the Atlanta Dream, that was a senator in Atlanta. She was running I don't know if she's still running it, but she came in. Basically, she comes in. She was brought in to shut it down. And who you think is hurt the most when they shut down Small Business Owner Administration? Black people, because a lot of the black people get their loans from there. The ones who, when they do get the loans, it's very hard to get it, but when you do get it, that's where you're getting it from. And they pretty much stopped giving the loans out. So all this shit that you did in your first term pretty much got taken away. And then they said that the property values, the White House report that indicated that property values in these zones rose slightly, adding roughly $11 billion in wealth for localized homeowners within those communities. But who are the homeowners, right? I would bet it probably wasn't many that were black. Opponents urged that the funds injected federal capital to small business creation, which you guys already shut down. Accelerated gentrification, right? So what it did was, rather than helping current community members, a large share of the money flowed into high-end real estate, luxury apartments, and boutique hotels in tracts that were already starting to gentrify. So you look at like New York or many of these cities where who comes in and takes over the inner cities? The rich white people, the rich others. And they price out many of the people who live there. So all Trump did was help his rich buddies and all the rich people come in and buy shit up and kick out all the minorities that were living there or raise their rents up to so high. No, the black people did not benefit from Trump's, not as a whole. Like I said, were there some black people who probably benefit? Yeah. Like if you already had money already, yes, you probably definitely benefited from Trump's urban revitalization opportunity zones. Yes. But if you were a low income, you're paycheck to paycheck, you're not investment, you did not benefit one iota in Trump's opportunity zones. None whatsoever. All Trump did was provide loopholes for his buddies to come in and price out the original people that lived there. And that's what you're seeing right now. The gentrification is crazy. They did it with Harlem years ago. forced all the black people to move uptown to like Mount Vernon and Yonkers. They pretty much lost Harlem. Yeah, this is not a benefit to black people at all. Like I said, you're a black investor, you're a high money black person. Yes, you're doing great. If you're an athlete that invested, you're an entertainer that invested, you're a rapper. Yes, all those people, the ones that you see, you notice like the black rappers, the black entertainers, the black athletes that are all hanging out with Trump, that are like saying, "Oh, I support Trump." Yeah, they all benefited from this because they were allowed to invest. They got in, they hooked up with some investment people groups that took advantage of all this, and those people used them as the face of it so they could say, "Hey, look, we got some minority support here for the Opportunity Zone. Look at this." Right? That's what you see. And they got in on it on the ground up, and they're getting their dividends off these luxury apartments and these, high-end real estates and all that. Yeah. But the average working everyday black person, brown person, or whoever, even white person that lived in these communities did not benefit at all. They're paying more. So unless they end up getting a job at one of these hotels, yeah, they probably benefit a little bit. But yeah, it's so right now Brandon Tatum is 0 for 2 in my book.
Permanent funding for HBCUs, which Barack Obama never did.
Permanent funding for HBCUs. I like this one because we know that Donald Trump, permanent funding, right? We know that Trump did not even want to fund the bill of the HBCUs, but he was pressured to do it. Not pressured, but he signed it reluctantly because he initially wanted to take the money away. Right? Roland Martin did a whole breakdown on this, I think last year or a couple of years back. So let's look at this HBCUs. We already know Biden blew this out the water after he took office. Right? We know Biden did So Trump permanently authorized a vital stream of federal funding for HBCUs when he signed the Bipartisan Future Act back in 2019. So the law permanently amended the Higher Education Act, authorized $255 million in mandatory annual funding for HBCUs and other minority-serving institutes. $85 million per year is allocated strictly to HBCUs. So $85 million per year, right? So, but so he gave 85 million, but how much did Biden give? We know Biden did more. So Trump initially proposed board education cuts that directly threaten HBCUs. While he did sign the permanent STEM funding in 2019, his administration overall fiscal record shows a complicated push and pull relationship with HBCUs. So his early proposal, the initial fiscal year 2018 budget, Trump proposed cutting billions of dollars from the federal education budget. This includes sharp reductions to federal work-study programs, student loan subsidies, and Pell Grant reserves because a vast majority of HBCU students relied on federal aid. Higher education groups like the United Negro College Fund fiercely opposed these cuts, warning they would devastate minority student enrollment. So when Trump wanted to cut billions from the HBCU financial aid, and then 2017 Trump issued a controversial signing statement accompanying an omnibus spending bill. He hinted that a federal loan program dedicated exclusively to financing construction projects at HBCUs might be unconstitutional because on racial grounds. Following the backlash from black colleges, he backed off and affirmed his support for the program. So initially, he did not want to support it because he was claiming it was unconstitutional. Right? So then he turns around, and then he eventually comes around, and he, after backlash from Democrats, he said, okay, I'll sign the bill to get the funding. So that's how they got the $85 million. So now Trump's 2027 budget push, April 2026, Trump's latest White House budget blueprint proposes a 2.9% cut to the Department of Education, including wiping out $354 million in grants for minority serving institutions. Think about that. So Trump wants to wipe out 354 after he gave, during his term, he permitted $255 million in mandatory annual funding for HBCUs back in 2019. So he gave $255 million, but he wants to take away $354 this time around. So Trump is a net negative in HBCU funding. So Officer Tatum, you're 0 for 3, 0 for 4. Again, he wants to take $254 million away from the HBCUs. And they justify it by saying that the 2025 Justice Department determination that enrollment-based racial quotas for grants are unconstitutional. So this is Trump reversing what he already did. Targeting individual federal chartered HBCUs, in May 2025, Trump explicitly proposed a $65 million federal funding cut to Howard University. Cut. So Trump is cutting money from HBCUs. He's not funding, he's defunding HBCUs. So what the hell is Brandon Tatum talking about? Brandon Tatum is bringing up old shit, but he's not mentioning the new shit. Everything that Trump did that attempted to do or lightly did for black people in his first term, he has reversed it times 10 in this term. So is this Jubilee episode old? This can't be recent because unless Brandon Tatum is just completely hoping that his audience does not bring this up. Now let's see if anyone brings this up. Let's see if she knows about the new cuts.
Did Donald Trump implemented?
Okay.
I mean, I can go down a list,
Yeah,
and I think that lowering taxes and all the other benefits that America.
Dude, you have not named not one thing that everything you named already got reversed by Trump himself when he took back office. The little bit of breadcrumbs that Trump did give, he took them back and with a loan. It was, well, you know what Trump did? This is what Trump did to the black community, has done to the black community, is roughly, hey, I'm going to give you $50, but when I come back, I'm going to give you $50, give it to you. You don't have to give me nothing back. But 2 weeks later, he comes back and says, I want my $50 back plus another $300. That's exactly what Trump has basically done to the black community. But the only thing that people keep talking about is that time that Trump gave them $50. Right? So Tatum is the guy like, you remember when Trump gave you $50? Yeah, but Trump he just took $300 from me out of my pocket. Yeah, but you remember the time he gave you $50? That's proof right there that he's a good guy because he gave you $50. He took $300 from me. No. He gave you $50 3 years ago. This is what Brandon Tatum is doing. He's basically wanting to talk about then, but he's not talking about the now. So Brandon Tatum's like 0 for 4 already. Where the hell is the fact checkers at on this Jubilee? Not one time has the fact checker even popped up at all on this.
Americans get is also beneficial to black people.
So it's funny because I've watched some of your videos, I've heard these talking points before, and I actually looked into all of these, and there's not a ton of quantitative impact on how those have actually affected just the black community. But let's talk about the Republican Party and Trump and his policies as a whole. Do you think that Trump reposting a video in which one of his supporters screams white power was beneficial to the black community?
I'm not familiar with some videos.
Oh, here we go. See, I hate that she went off of that. Like, now she's getting into the social media stuff. And I think that's kind of, he letting him off the hook there because he should have gotten nailed to the cross on his, on some of the stuff he said. He brought up some stuff that was easily debunkable. The only one that she kind of called him out on was the religious thing. But the other stuff, she kind of just let him go off. And that kind of sucks because now it's making it seem like that he could be telling the truth because he told everything he said there was a lie. Like everything, like now I'm not gonna say like a total lie. Like he mentioned the old stuff. He hasn't mentioned anything currently, right? He's trying to live off of the past stuff, and he should have been corrected. She should have hit him with, no, this is what's happening right now. Boom, 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 everything. So basically, Trump's HBCU funding is reversed with. Like he took it back and he's taking more money back and he wants to cut everything. And this is Trump's current budget, not the shit that from 2017, right? Like she should have hit him. She should have pounded him with that and he would have had nothing to say. But, maybe she doesn't know. I don't know. But, and where the hell is the fact checker? They haven't come up once. So it makes it seem like he's telling the truth and everything when he, there's nuance and he's really not. So let's see what else you got. Now they're going into the social media stuff. I don't know if this is really productive about like his social media post or him. Yeah, it is problematic that the president is retweeting a white power goofball from like his Truth Social. But is that really the main topic here? I mean, we all know Trump is what he is, but we should have stuck to policy engagement instead of going off on this. You're kind of letting him off the hook here because he's gonna pretend he doesn't know nothing about it, even though those people are probably the same people that listen and watch his stuff. So you giving him an out because he's literally gonna say, I don't know about it, and you can't prove he doesn't know about it because you can't prove that he knows who it is, right? It's almost like a back and forth of a meaningless conversation here. Hopefully the red flags start coming up if someone replaces her because I think she ran out of. She doesn't have her talking point ready.
Video that he posted.
Well, I mean, you should be.
Let's talk about Democrat policy.
You should be.
Let's talk about Democrat policy.
No, no. Now you're obfuscating. You are the one who has.
All right, so now he wants to get into Democrat policies. See, this is why she should have been prepared to correct him on the stuff that he said that Trump was doing or didn't do. Because now the Democrat policies that he's going to mention, he has those ready, right? He's ready. Look, he's looking down at his paper now. He's got the talking points ready to go. And he's going to nail her ass now. Sadly, she's not going to be prepared. She's not going to be prepared.
It says right here.
I'm sorry. I do not want to be interrupted.
It says right here
I do not want to be
that
interrupted.
Trump and Republicans are better than the Democrat
exactly.
policies.
So the burden of proof is on
it's not.
you.
Not in a
yes.
trial.
No, this is how a debate works. You've made a claim that you have to substantiate, and you have yet to do that.
I am wrong.
Well, she's right there. He has not made a clear point that the Republican policies are better. He hasn't done it. Not the stuff that he mentioned. That's and those are not Republican policies. I mean, everything he mentioned, Trump is reversing all of it as we speak. So the Heritage Foundation is like, yeah, we know what you did back in 2017, but we're doing something different now. Heritage Foundation is Trump. It's a Trump policy. And the Heritage Foundation does not benefit black people or any people unless you're like Christian and white, rich.
So how are you correct in that Democrat policies are better than Republican
Well,
policies?
actually, do you want to know my personal belief is that the Democrats are fundamentally kind of apathetic to the needs of black people, while Republicans are openly antagonizing the black community.
Give me an example.
So, I mean,
what policy position is negative towards black people that Republicans implement?
Trump this year intentionally got rid of the disparate impact analysis. So what the disparate impact analysis does is that it analyzes laws that were made neutrally, policies that were intended to be neutral, to make sure that there were not any racial disparities as an effect of that policy, right? Accidentally. So Trump has removed the protection for the disparate impact analysis. So we don't know if the policies that we're enacting are disproportionately hurting the black community or not.
That doesn't make any sense.
It does make sense because, and she's right. She's right. And I think Tatum doesn't even know. He doesn't, he's going to go back to the, well, it ain't about being black, blah, blah, blah. He's going to go into that. Probably. I don't know. But she's right because they always keep a study to track how policies are being implemented and how it's, they always track it by race. Because you have to make sure that if you put up a policy that is fair to as everybody as possible. But if you put a policy up and there's only one group benefits, it's not fair. So they have trackers. The government tracks this stuff. The government did it. Now Trump said, we don't want the government tracking who's get more benefit, who's benefiting more from a policy. You want to blindly erase it. So that means if white people benefit for all the stuff, no one's there to track it or like say, no, it's not fair. Because they call that, they thinking that to give everyone an equal shot, that means because they believe that only white people should have all the positions. That's why they got rid of it. They don't want anyone else to get positions. They really believe that nobody else is qualified to do any of the jobs. Right? Like they would rather have an unqualified white person than a qualified minority. Or even a woman in many cases. So they think that people who are, if you're not white or male or Christian, you're literally not qualified to do anything. So this thing that she's talking about, she's correct. Tatum doesn't like it because obviously they don't want to track discrimination. They want to be blind. But the problem is the people who run these companies are never going to be blinded. Everyone has an agenda. Basically, just getting rid of government accountability for holding companies accountable for like being racist and shit. Or our government accountable for being racist.
It doesn't make any sense. I agree.
What
it's
you're
a bad
saying
idea.
does not make any sense because the policies that are implemented,
yes,
the majority of the ones that are in Congress are agreed upon by the House and the Senate.
Right.
Democrats and Republicans.
Yes.
And so with that being said, there's black people represented. There's all kinds of people represented in creating our laws and policies.
But that's the point.
So what are you saying that they're not considering whether or not it has a desperate effect on the black community?
He doesn't even know what this is. Like he's talking about the people who passed the bill. That's not what this is. That's not what she's talking about. Not what she's talking about. Oh, let's see if she explains it better.
When you create a policy, obviously you are creating it in good faith, but we do not know always how that policy is going to affect the population.
Give me an example of a policy.
Can I finish talking?
Give me an example of a policy.
But I'm trying to explain to you.
I'm running out of time.
You give me an example of a policy won't mean nothing if you don't know what this thing it was. You clearly didn't know what it was because you're bringing up something totally different. She's trying to tell you what this is.
So the point of the disparate analysis report is to check to make sure that the laws that we implement in good faith don't end up hurting the Black community by accident. Why would you get rid of that?
Why do you think he got rid of it?
Because he's
you?
racist.
I mean, pretty cut answer there. And Brandon gave up on the argument. He's like, it's a dumb reason to get rid of it. You know? It's a dumb reason to get rid of it. Because they don't want to track the stuff. They don't want to track the unfairness because of what they're getting ready to do, what they was getting ready to do.
To say that Donald Trump is racist is the craziest thing I've heard.
Donald Trump
have you ever met Donald Trump personally?
No.
You don't know him?
No, so
Why
you've
would you
met
say
Donald Trump.
I've met Donald Trump several times.
So you're basing whether or not he's racist just
you don't
on
have
your
any evidence. You're saying because he allegedly got rid of some desperate impact analysis.
Allegedly, he's the fucking president, you dope. Allegedly. It's like, how do you a political commentator that don't know and not pay attention to any political policies? I really wonder that. So these conservatives, they don't follow policies at all. They don't know anything that's going on outside of whatever is popular to talk about at the moment. These are the people that are political commentators. He's a conservative commentator. But you don't know what Trump has passed or not?
Somehow that has something to do with race, and it only affects Black people.
But your evidence is anecdotal. Oh, Trump was nice to me one time, therefore he's not a racist.
I have no evidence to believe that Trump is a racist.
Because you are
Where's the evidence that Trump is a
racist? Okay, I'll give you more evidence.
In
1973, his company was sued for violating the Fair Housing Act by openly discriminating against Black renters.
What was the findings of that?
He was actually forced to settle.
He was forced to settle?
Yes, he was.
All right, here's the fact check. Oh, finally the fact checkers arrived. Let's see what it says. In 1973, U.S. Department of Justice sued Fred Trump, Donald Trump, and Trump management, alleging violations of the Fair Housing Act in the operation of approximately 39 New York City apartment buildings. The government relied partly on tests in which Black applicants were told that no apartments were available, while white applicants were offered units. Pretty fucking racist right there. That's pretty clear cut right there. I mean, it don't get any more clear cut than that. That's racist.
He was forced to settle. No, he had.
There was no finding of fault.
Why would someone settle?
There was finding of fault. The fault was when Black applicants were told there were no apartments available, but the white people, they were available. Clear racism. Boom. I mean, it's pretty clear. It doesn't get any clearer than that. And this was 1973, right? So it's like, yeah, exactly. That was what was going on. But he's saying there's no fault. No, that's why they had to settle. And they had money, so they didn't care. They was like, okay, whatever. Right? That was kind of how business was done back then.
Finding
we're not guilty.
You can make it.
Why would someone settle if he wasn't doing it?
Was there?
As well as accounts from former employees describing racial coding of applicants, including C for colored, and Trump's denied discrimination. Retained attorney Roy Cohn and filed a $100 million counterclaim that was dismissed. The case was resolved in 1975 through a consent order without an adjudication or admission of liability. So Trump had enough money to be able to reach an agreement to where he could pay and not have to admit guilt. That's typically how it went. Like if you had money, you got lawyers, you're able to pay for these type of situations. But make no mistake about it, the Trumps were fucking guilty. They just had more money than the people that went after them. You know, it's no different than when somebody like a woman or someone files a suit for something, if you're a small person in a big cog, you can't win, even if you're right. And in 1973, you know how hard it would be for black people to win a lawsuit or get a judgment against Donald Trump. I would bet that was probably what ignited Trump to go so hard after the Central Park 5 years later. Right? I mean, let's see if she brings that up. But that's right after, right? Is it Central Park 5 79? Right? When was Central Park 5? Oh, 89. Okay, so that was like 10 years later. Yeah, so Trump was on a roll back then. Trump was on a roll. Let's see if she brings that up.
There a determination in court that he was at fault?
Also forced to.
No. Was there a determination in court that he was at fault?
No.
He settled, so they didn't have a determination in court.
No, they resolved the issue through a consent order without adjudication or admission of liability. But that doesn't mean that Trump was innocent. Clearly something happened. They just had money. This is a wasted topic here because, this is a waste. They need red flags to get up. We gotta get back to the meat and potatoes.
He got out of it by settling, which is what you do when you are guilty, but you don't want to go to court.
That's not the
yes,
way
that is exactly what the point of settling is. Yes,
no,
to
it's
settle
not.
out. Yes.
He had a dissent decree, which they agreed that he would implement certain things in his organization. There was no fault granted. They did not prove.
What were the things that he had to implement in his company?
Recruiting. It was a form of it was that
I think you're thinking about a different lawsuit against the Trump administration.
He had to make sure that they have job applications available to minorities.
No, this wasn't about jobs. This was about the Trump Corporation, the real estate. Yes, they violated the Fair Housing Act because
maybe we talking about something different.
Well, there were 2 times he was sued for racism.
I only know of one time.
Yeah, well, you should learn about the other one because it was bad too. Yes.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
I don't think you know
the
what you're
dissent
talking
decree.
Oh my God. Tatum is all over the place. He doesn't know about the lawsuits. He's telling her she don't know what she's talking about. Well, the fact checker already put it up here anyway. So she was right about the housing thing. They already put it up there. And we already know we knew about the Fred Trump. It was Fred Trump and the Trump organization, Trump management or whatever, the housing thing. So is Tatum denying that happened? Come on now. Come on, Tatum.
Which was established. There was no findings of Donald Trump being a racist, and his organization has been without fault.
No,
you cannot find a court document that says that Donald Trump officially discriminated against anybody.
He literally marked.
What's your next one?
He literally marked black applicants.
What's your next one? What's your next example of Trump being a racist?
When he reposted the Obamas as monkeys.
Now he did not. He already said that he did not post that. It was somebody on.
Oh God. Oh my God. He's still defending that shit. So we know about the Truth Social post that he shared, a 60-second video pushing 2020 election conspiracy theories. Briefly disfigured former President Obama and Michelle Obama as apes after initial White House attempts to dismiss criticism as fake outrage. Democrats, blah, blah, blah. Republicans led to post being deleted 12 hours later. I thought Trump already kind of admitted that they did it. But he said that, didn't Trump say he posted it, but he didn't watch the whole thing and didn't see the last ending of it because the Michelle Obama and Barack Obama's apes, wasn't that like at the end of the video? So I don't think Trump denied. Trump reposted it. He retrooped it. Did he create the post? No, obviously he didn't create the post, but he retrooped it. And whether he watched the whole thing from start to finish, we don't know. We'll never know. But yeah, it was on his page. Is Tatum going to try to deny that?
On his staff, and the post wasn't even about that. That was a
Bro,
real.
it was
that was
on
a real.
his
That was a real.
account.
And then when it came out, he denounced it. He said it was wrong.
He did not denounce it when it came out. He denied it for like 12 hours before finally deleting it after all the Republicans, even Republicans came out and were like, oh, no, that's kind of wrong. He didn't denounce it when it came out. He literally was the one that, it was on his page. When it came out, he denounced it. Everyone got it from him. He was the original source. Not the original source, but he was the reason why it became a story because he reposted it. He didn't denounce it. Oh my God.
It was on his account already.
One of the staffers posted it.
Why would one of his staffers even have that? Even if it wasn't
You were
him,
making the
why
post
would
sound
he
like
not
the post was
post it?
about that. It was a meme created by somebody else. And
Are
at the
you
end
really
of the post,
Oh, Tatum is right that the post was not about Obama originally. It was about the 2020 election. So yes, Tatum is correct on that. But Trump tried to act like it wasn't a big deal. He didn't denounce it.
Depicting black people as monkeys, like that's crazy.
and Hillary Clinton.
That's crazy.
And Hillary Clinton.
Oh, he's gonna go back to Hillary Clinton's super predators. Watch. That's the easy one, right?
And now you're gonna point
pig, and it was all kind of people depicted
Oh, okay. I thought he was gonna say something else.
as animals.
Yeah, he went after everybody, but it's still he's trying to make excuses. It's still fucking stupid. It was still dumb.
It wasn't just about Barack Obama. Did Donald Trump make the video?
Has any other president done that?
Did Donald
ever?
Trump make the video?
No, Trump did not make the video. We know that.
Any other president done that?
No,
ever?
you're blaming him.
And this is why she's going into the social media stuff, and this is kind of like, we're kind of losing the plot here, right? Like, we're supposed to be talking about policies in the black community, and now we're talking about fucking social media posts. This is not a serious thing here. Like, where are the flags? I guess we're waiting someone's gonna come in because she tried. Like, she has her little stuff on. She brought notes, but she brought that stuff. There's stuff out there easily that you could have used, and she brought that. Like, bad job by you, girl. Like, I know you mean well, I really do, but you wasn't prepared. You should have been prepared. 'Cause you could have easily took him out, and you let him off the hook. You are letting him off the hook. Disappointing.
Did Donald Trump make the video?
I don't know if he made it, but
No,
it
he
doesn't
did
matter.
not.
It's about what he posts.
Did he denounce what that represented?
If I posted something that said "kill all of X people," that's what I believe,
no,
right?
it's not true.
Even if I didn't type it out,
That's not
and
true.
Put it in Canva and then post it.
If somebody
it's
posted,
still what I believe.
If somebody posted some offensive
This is a waste.
on your
This is a
account and you
waste.
denounce it, is that a fair statement to say you
This
don't
is a
believe it?
waste.
No, I don't think that's true.
What is the point of
would
this
like to be held
part?
accountable.
None of
If
this
somebody-
is. But none of this
If
means
I hired
anything.
someone to post on my behalf and they posted racist statements,
And you said,
that
and
would
I'm
be
gonna have
on
to
me.
you took it
Pause
down,
here.
No.
I
and
have
you
to
told
pause
them,
here.
I'm sorry.
and you said to the world, you
Pause
don't
it
believe
loud.
that to be
Officer
true.
Tatum, we have to pause here. All right, you have been voted out by the majority. Thank you so much for your
Thank
time.
you,
Okay, she got voted out. She was there a little too long because she was taking it somewhere else. Look, I thought she was cool. I like her, but she probably had other stuff on her thing. But she was letting him off the hook, man. Like, she was just letting him off the hook. She should have nailed him. And the same on the fact check. They only got one fact check up. Oh, two. But damn.
If you would like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Man, he got it before she even said one.
So I'd like to talk about Trump and the Republicans, not specifically on Trump, but focusing upon the history of the Republican Party because he's just the latest iteration of that, okay?
Yeah, let's do it.
So the Republican Party has a proven track record of giving platforms to sellouts who promote a message that harms black people.
Who
And
is
I'll
that?
give you an
Who is the
example.
sellout that you give me an example?
Well, there are actually quite a few, but I'll start with the
Well, hold on, let's
earliest
start with this
example.
premise. The first black legislators,
Right.
or the first black people in Congress, House of
Right.
Representatives, were all Republicans.
Oh my. what is he? So this is what Brandon Tatum is going to attempt to do here. So this man wanted to talk about the Republican Party basically paying people to attack black people or prop up people like Brandon Tatum's and those types. What Tatum is going to do, because he has to get off of that, he's going to remind this fella here that the first black legislators, because he's talking about the old Republican Party prior to the switch, right? When the Democrats were the Dixiecrats. This is where he's good. This is where he's going. And hopefully this man corrects him. I don't know if he will, because he has a no offense, but he has a slight foreign accent. I don't know if he's well versed on American history that far back. But let's see if he corrects him. Let's see if he provides more.
Republicans.
Right. So let me explain that to you.
Is that a fact pattern?
Right. Yes. So basically what happened is the last of the radical Republicans, which was a segment of the Republican Party that passed the 14th Amendment, all of the amendments that gave black people the right to vote and ensured that slaves would not be disenfranchised. He died in August 11.
No. Black people, I mean, Republicans
Why you won't let him talk, Tatum?
unanimously voted.
He died in 1868 when the 14th Amendment was passed.
The
and then
Republicans
guess what?
as a whole
Right.
voted unanimously. The Democrats did not.
Right, but guess what? After the radical Republican faction left Congress,
Radical Republican.
They were a historic.
Brandon Tatum, you're getting cooked here. Brandon Tatum thinks today's Republicans, the MAGA Republicans of today, are the Republicans of the 1800s. Either he knows that, or he's trying to play stupid. Come on, Tatum. You really believe that the radical Republicans, the black Republicans of that time, are the same Republicans that are the Republican people of today? You really believe those are the same people? You're stupid if you believe that. Or you're being a bad faith person.
No. That's a title. They were historic.
Who was the radical Republican faction?
They were a segment of the Republican Party.
Who? Name one.
Thaddeus Stevens. He's an example. They are the ones who created the Freedmen's Bureau, which was designed to assimilate ex-slaves into the national citizenry. After they left, the Republican Party constructed an oligarchy, which we called the Gilded Age, and in which we saw the fate of black people decline. Black home ownership decline. Black voting.
All right, here's the fact check. The radical Republicans were a fraction of the Republican Party during the Civil War and the Reconstruction, committed to abolishing slavery and securing civil and political rights, including voting rights for black men. They did not disappear in 1866, although their influence declined during the early 1870s. Some remain active into the mid 1870s. But even so, today's Republicans they don't have the same ideology as the ones from the 1860s. It's just a proven fact. Right? We know this. They don't have the same ideology. Regardless of how you want to make it sound like. They don't have the same ideology. You know what I'm saying? They don't have the same ideology. They're not on the same page. You got to remember, those Republicans fought for voting rights, political rights, civil rights. The same shit that today Republicans want to get rid of. So how could they be the same? Just forget about Trump. You don't even have to mention party switch. Just go by policies. Just look at the policies and you can see who's what. Republican, Democrat is all a fucking name. Go by policy. Don't get caught up in names. Go by policies. And when you look at the policies, you can see that they're not for it. They're not the same Republicans. They love to bring up Abraham Lincoln and shit. You know? They love to bring up the Republicans. But we're going to continue this. We're going to continue this. Right? Because we know that the Republican Party of today is vastly different from the Republican Party of the 1860s and 1870s. Over the last 150 years, the American political landscape underwent a massive alignment shift, effectively causing the two major parties to swap their core geographic strongholds, demographic bases, and fundamental philosophies on government power. So the party of Lincoln, which they love to bring up, 1860s, 1870s Republican Party of Lincoln, founded in 1854 as an explicitly anti-slavery party. The early Republican Party was the progressive big government party of its era. How could that be the same as today's Republican Party? Today's Republican Party is not progressive. They're not big government. They're conservative. They're small government. Right? The geographic base of today of the Party of Lincoln, primarily the North and the Midwest. That was their primary geographic base. They were completely rejected by the American South. Most of the South today are Republicans. We just finished talking about all the Republican states, all the southern states in the South are basically, except for like Virginia and like, I don't know, is North Carolina still, I don't even know North Carolina. Yeah, North Carolina, Virginia, pretty much. Every other southern state is fucking run by the goddamn Republicans. The Party of Lincoln believed in strong federal government that could overrule states' rights to protect civil rights and preserve the Union. They used federal power to abolish slavery, as the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, and militarily enforce Reconstruction in the South. On economic policy, they favor high protective tariffs, federal infrastructure spending like the Transcontinental Railroad, and the creation of the national banking system. You think that today's Republican Party would be in favor of any of this stuff? We always hear Republicans today saying abolish the amendments, get rid of that, get rid of this. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, they want to get rid of all those. The current Republican Party, the current GOP, the MAGA base would get rid of all of that today if they had a super majority. If they had a super, if the MAGA had super majorities in the House, in the Senate, they would get rid of all of that. They would get rid of all of that. And you compare it to today's Republican Party, the MAGA base, they champion conservative principles that directly contrast with its founding platform. Now, many of the GOP's base is the American South, rural areas, plain states, the exact regions that opposed Lincoln in the 1860s. Everybody that hated Lincoln because Lincoln wanted to free the slaves, or his platform freed the slaves, from a lot of the slaves were in the South. That's why all those people say, oh, screw you. They didn't like the Republicans back then. Today's Republicans champion states' rights. Well, to a degree, obviously, unless it benefits MAGA. Deregulations, which Trump does a lot of that. We know MAGAs and they deregulations. They deregulate everything and anything. Limited federal power unless they want to go after their political opponents, of course. viewing a large federal government as infringement of personal and economic freedoms. And our economic policy strongly opposed high tariffs historically, but obviously today, Trump has used them to do whatever he wants. So there's a little bit of a mixed bag there. Favors free market capitalism, push for low taxes and minimum government intervention. So we know that this shift did not happen overnight. It was driven by a few major historical turning points. The New Deal in the 1930s under Franklin D. Roosevelt, the Democratic Party rebranded itself as the party of big government, federal social safety nets, and labor unions, appealing to urban Northerners and minorities. That was the first crack in the barrel. Right? The New Deal. Then let's not forget the civil rights movement in the 1960s, when Democrat President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. White conservative Southern Democrats, known as the Dixiecrats at the time, felt betrayed by their party. How dare you give those Negroes voting rights? How dare you give those Negroes civil rights? You betrayed us. And that was kind of the ending, the last cracks of those Republicans in the South that started to shift. The Southern strategy, 1960s and 1980s, right? The Republican strategists capitalized on this Southern shift by emphasizing states' rights, law and order, and traditional social values. The GOP successfully flipped the American South from reliable Democratic to reliably Republican. So that's how it happened. It just took time, right? It was like a pot marinating, right? Those people were betrayed, and they got betrayed. They got betrayed by their Democratic president, right? They got betrayed by Lyndon B. Johnson. It's like, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you look out for those people? You know? They already was pissed off that 100 years prior, they lost the slaves. They're like, you took our slaves. Now you're giving them voting rights and civil rights? How dare you? Come on. They hated it. They was like, we're pissed. But Tatum here, lying his ass off. He doesn't want to get deep into the weeds of that. And you can't tell me that he doesn't know this. He knows this, but he's not allowed to say it because his livelihood depends on him ignoring all of this history. Ignoring all of this history. Let's keep going.
I hope they fact check you on
all
this.
of that.
The Republicans unanimously voted.
No, not after that.
The Republicans unanimously voted for the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment.
Yes, not these Republicans. It's the Lincoln Republicans did. See, Brandon Tatum thinks that he's bigging up Republicans as the modern GOP as the Lincoln Republicans. The Lincoln Republicans, yes, they passed the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. That's what they did. Not the Republicans that you stomp for today. The ones you stomp for today, you stomp for the ones who are more likely would have been Dixiecrats. You're the Barry Goldwater people. That's who you stomping for. You're stomping for those. You're stomping for those.
The Republicans unanimously voted for the Civil Rights Act.
Yes, and then after the radical Republicans.
Are you talking about the early Civil Rights Act? Yes. That was the Lincoln Republicans. the Lincoln Republicans believed in a strong federal government that could override states' rights to protect civil rights and preserve the Union. Funny thing is, two things that the Republicans today hate. Right? They're not big fans of the Union. I know they tried to do the thing with the Union, but typically unions have been supporting the Democrats, today's Democrats. But yeah. It's so funny because you don't your philosophy, like what Tatum supports today, wouldn't even match the Lincoln's Democrats, because they support small government. So if MAGA was in charge in the 1860s, think about this. Let's just. This is the simplest way to understand how. And you ask any MAGA person this, especially black MAGAs. You know, white MAGAs, they're probably gonna go off the rails regardless. But you ask a minority MAGA. Let's just keep. This is as simple as it get. The Republican Party in the 1860s and 70s, the party of Lincoln, right? The ones that believed in strong federal government. Now we know today's MAGA, they don't believe in big government. So what the big government did back then, it allowed them to overrule states' rights, something that today's GOP loves states' rights. So if we was living under today's MAGA GOP in the 1860s, we would not have a 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. We would still be under slavery because there would be no government to overrule states' rights to protect civil rights and preserve the Union, because everything would be under the states' rights. So that means there would probably be parts of the country, like the South, would be still under slavery under MAGA, based on MAGA's ideology, right? If we reverse course, it would be slavery down in the South, and the North, and probably even have slavery in some parts of the Midwest, in the southern part of the Midwest, and we would still be living in slavery under MAGA rule, because MAGA's ideology would be the total opposite of how we got out of slavery. They're like, no, federal government, no, we're gonna leave it to the states. If Alabama wants to keep slaves, they're allowed to keep slaves. If Texas or Florida wants to have slaves, they can have slaves. That's what would happen, because they would literally say states' rights, and half the country, or at least a large part of the country, would be under slavery right now, today, if we were living under the current modern GOP's platform, and at that time in the 1860s. So that's how you stomp them right there. That's how you get them. Because they would not be part of none of this shit. They wouldn't be. Remember, the New Deal, they wouldn't be involved in that. They wouldn't do civil rights. New civil rights movement. They would shut all that shit down. They would shut it all down. They would shut it all down. They would shut it all down. So Tatum is not being honest. Tatum he's been wrong on almost everything he said tonight. And let's talk about, to be fair, we gotta do both sides. We know that the Democratic Party also underwent the same ideology shift during that time. Or going from a pro-slavery states' rights party. There, look at that states' rights party. Who is more states' rights today? Republicans or Democrats? Right? States' rights party based in the southern into the progressive big government party that is based in the coastal cities. So it's so funny how the the Brandon Tatums and the Republicans will want you to ignore one half of the platform and say, oh, we're the party that did this. But any Democrat historian, if you was a Democrat, that's why they had Democrats even up until like when they like to bring up, oh, Joe Biden did a eulogy for Robert Byrd, who was a Klan wizard, right? And Robert Byrd is like old as dirt. And he was part of that last dying breed of the Democrats that was still alive. He either changed his heart. I don't know what ended up happening to him. Maybe he retired or became a better guy in his later years, but he was part of that old Democrat base. That's what he did. He was part of it. He grew up in it. But, you know, so the 1860s, 1870s, during the Civil War and Reconstruction, the Democrat Party was the conservative defender of the traditional racial and economic hierarchy. Right? They believed that white was pure, white was better. That was the Democrat platform. A lot of it was in the solid South. They entirely dominated the former Confederate states. They strongly championed states' rights, which now is a Republican thing. Vehemently opposed federal intervention. That's definitely not the Democrats of today. Arguing that the federal government had no right to abolish slavery, enforce civil rights, or dictate local state laws. They believed that none of that should have been allowed. They opposed Abraham Lincoln's wartime policies and later fought bitterly against Reconstruction, seeking to strip newly free Black Americans of their voting and civil rights. That's everything you saw right there. That's what the Republicans are trying to do today. Right? The 1890s, led by candidates like William Jennings Bryan, the party began advocating for working class and farmers against big corporate monopolies. This is what started to turn a little bit in the 1890s. But obviously, with all that racism still going on from the South, the New Deal in the 1930s, facing the Great Depression, was always an economic issue that ended up turning people to understand. Right? They didn't get better. They were still racist as fuck, but they understood that economic hardship, they were willing to, get by. So the New Deal coalition would brought in urban immigrants, labor unions, and northern Black voters and white Southerners under one tent by introducing massive federal society safety nets. That was in the 1930s, right? So then, of course, the 40s and 60s with the Civil Rights Realignment, 1948, Harry Truman integrated the military, added a civil rights plank to the Democratic platform. This deeply fractured the party, causing Southern Dixiecrats to walk away because they're like, how dare you give these motherfuckers civil rights? The break became permanent when Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act in 1964. So I don't understand how they continue to miss all of that. Like they try to erase that like if it never happened. That's why when they bring up civil rights, they only bring up the early part of civil rights when it was the Republicans. And then they go, and we know that the 2020 Democrat Party now is the complete opposite of what they was in the 19th century. They're based now Northeast, West Coast, and majority major urban centers. They believe in robust federal government to regulate corporations, protect the environment, provide healthcare, and enforce civil rights protections. I mean, I don't know. Why Brandon Tatum being dishonest here? So here, let's look at this fact check. During the Black age, the Republican Party increasingly emphasized industrial growth and business-friendly policies, but the destruction of the black voting rights in the South was carried out principally by white demographic government, by white supremacy. Violence, intimidation, fraud, disenfranchising laws, aided by federal restructures. Yeah.
Left, they stopped doing that.
When did the radical Republicans leave? You saying the radical
1868, the last person died.
That's not true.
It is 100% true.
Because now, the Republicans unanimously voted. Let me get back.
So historians estimate also indicate that black home owners rose overall from about 8% in 1870 to 24% in 1910, despite several discriminations. Like severe discrimination. Okay. When did so the article about the radical Republicans? So according to let's see, the radical Republicans, they formally dissolved and left the political forefront by 1877. Rather than physically exiting the Republican Party, the movement gradually collapsed, fractured, evolved due to the deaths of its top leaders. A shifting national, so the top leaders were being killed, right? Thaddeus Stevens died he was a powerful radical in the House of Representatives. He died in 1868. Charles Sumner, the primary radical leader in the Senate, died in 1874. Without the aggressive leadership, moderate and business-minded fractures took control of the party direction. There you have it. So they killed the leaders. I wonder who killed them. I don't know. Did they kill them or did they die? No, they passed away. Okay. They didn't kill them. I was like, who killed them? They were old, probably. Who knows? Northern voters grew anxious by the ongoing military enforcement in the South, a fatigue amplified by a severe economic collapse, right? This was the economic collapse of the 1873 and the 1874 midterms. The 1874 midterm elections, furious over the economy, Northern voters swept the Democratic Party back into power, giving them control of the House of Representatives. This effectively stripped the remaining radical Republicans of their legislative power. So it was over. Democrats took back power in the midterms 1874, and the radical Republicans were done. The official end of the radical era occurred during the heavy contested presidential election of 1876. To secure the presidency for Republican Robert B. Hayes, party leaders struck a backroom deal with Southern Democrats. In exchange for the White House, Hayes agreed to remove all remaining federal troops from the South. Once federal troops left in 1877, the final radical Republican state governments in the South immediately collapsed. White segregationist Democrats, calling themselves Redeemers, seized total control, ushering in the Jim Crow era. There you have it. And that was the beginning of Jim Crow. See that? That's how it happened. The Compromise of 1877. Thanks to Republican president making a deal with the Southern Democrats. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Yeah, they pretty much destroyed. They wiped out they pretty much got rid of any. Like it was a slow drag. They were like, hey, they took them out. They took them out. Crazy.
To what I was saying, let me get back to what I was saying.
Did Republicans unanimously vote for the Civil Rights Act?
You're bulldozing and you're steamrolling because you don't want to hear what I.
Here's a fact check. Republicans did not vote unanimously for the Civil Rights Act, the landmark Civil Rights Act of 1964. While a higher percentage of Republicans voted in favor of the bill than Democrats, a significant minority of the GOP opposed it. The House, about 80% of the Republicans supported the measure. In the Senate, 82% Republicans voted for the final pass. Yeah, but that was the final. That at that time, there was still many Southern. I would bet that the Southern people were the ones who opposed it when it came to the Democrat, right? That was probably what that was. Because the South, everybody in the South probably opposed it. At least the Democrats in the South. At least as many as they could. You know, the Republicans definitely opposed it. But that was like the final nail in the coffin. Like that 1960s was still, up until that point, we're still looking at you know, Southern the Southern strategy was still going on between the periods of 1960s and 1980s. So yes, there probably was still some, but let's remember the Southern shift was still happening little by little. And the GOP eventually flipped the American South. They flipped it. That's what, right? Those bills helped the flip. They pissed off the Democrats. Lyndon B. Johnson pissed off the Southern Democrats. He pissed them off by signing the bill. And those fuckers decided we're going to the Republicans. That's what they did. That's how you got it. That's how it became what it became. That was like the final nail in the coffin, pretty much. It was like, what? The white conservative Southern Democrats were betrayed by those bills. How do you not see that, Tatum? Because you're not allowed to see it. You're not allowed to talk about it. Talk about it, you're going to get kicked out the party.
I have to say.
Let's quantify that point.
Listen, brother.
Did Republicans
listen to what I
vote
have
for
to
the
say?
Civil Rights Act?
Listen to what I have to
Why
say
won't you
that
answer
you
that
can
question?
respond to it, okay?
Why won't you answer that question?
Booker T. Washington.
So the fact check here is kind of confusing because they're talking about this Civil Rights Act. I think when Brandon Tatum and both of these guys are talking about the civil rights from the party of Lincoln. That civil rights. I think that's what they're talking about. Fact checkers probably think he's talking about the 64 civil rights. Maybe he is talking about both. I don't know because Brandon Tatum been all over the place. Dude, they're bouncing around, so maybe he is talking about that.
Was fated by the white racist establishment. He had tea at Windsor Castle by Queen Victoria. He met Susan B. Anthony. He was allowed to create the Tuskegee Institute because he was promoting this myth of personal responsibility, which harms black people.
The most successful documented black man who lifted so many black people from poverty to success was Booker T. Washington.
No, he did not. Jim Crow
was incredible for black success in America.
The institutionalization of Jim Crow was a direct result of his false message.
What was his false message?
His message was that black people were not fit to participate in the political process.
That's not true.
Because slavery had set them backwards.
All right, let's see the fact check here. The statement that Booker T. Washington called black people unfit to participate in political processes because slavery has set them backward. not a cynic sentiment or quotation from his 1901 autobiography, Up Slavery. Washington did not claim that black Americans were racially incapable or political participation. Indeed, he supported voting and opposed racially unequal suffrage. Okay, so this guy just got caught lying, according to the fact checkers. Tatum got you there. Tatum got you.
And so all of the black
congressmen,
it's in his book.
You saying he mentioned that black people were not fit to participate
that
in
is
the
the whole thesis of Up from Slavery.
Oh, we got more. We got a rebuttal. However, he advocated a gradual strategy centered on vocational education, economic independence, property ownership, and character, believing that fuller civil and political rights would follow over time. W.E.B. Du Bois commended this accommodationist approach, arguing that postponing political civil rights demands helped hasten disenfranchisement and legally enforce racial inequality. Oh, okay. So Booker T wanted black people to focus more on education instead of fighting for rights, even though at the time there was no equal rights. Interesting.
No, it's
Did
not.
you read the book?
I did not read the book.
There you go. Then you don't know what you're talking about.
I know other.
Let me tell you something, brother. I am a history teacher.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
I teach in the public school system.
Let me finish.
Yeah, but you were wrong according to the fact check. At least on part of that.
You are uneducated.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You cannot
don't
teach
know
in the
what
public
you're
school
talking
system
about.
if you're telling me that Republicans did not unanimously vote for the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment.
He's talking about the 13th, 14th Amendment, but you keep going back to that, Tatum, but that's not relevant to today. You are not part of that Republican Party. The people that you stomp for today, that is not the platform of today's Republican. So why do you keep going back to that? It's like he wants to have credit for something that you don't have nothing to do with. The MAGA movement is not the party of Lincoln. The modern GOP is not the party of Lincoln. That's the Lincoln's party. That's the party of Lincoln. And many of those people today would not be part of any part of, well, probably some parts, but not all. I guess it depends on how they felt about, whatever. But no. He's trying to equate today with 1860s. No. You guys are not part of that.
And the Civil Rights Act.
You are being given.
You cannot tell me you're a teacher if you are not, and you do not understand.
You are
Wait,
lying
guys,
about
do
the
not
historical
talk over each other. We can't hear anything either you are saying.
He's not allowing me to make a single point.
Because I'm making points.
No, because you're afraid.
Of what?
Of the truth.
I just explained to you.
When you
Why can't
earn a living off of lies, you are afraid of the truth.
Give me a lie that I've told.
The idea that Republican policies benefited black people, and that is not true.
I just gave you Republican policies.
No, let me give you an example.
Give me examples that they've hurt black people.
I'll give you an example. During the Hoover administration, 43% of the black people who were employed in domestic work. And the reason for that is because they were shut out of truly gainful employment. And the segment who was hurt the most were black men. Black women could get jobs as maids and things of that sort. But black men, any job that gave them the opportunity for social dignity, value, and worth, they were systematically denied. And a lot of it had to do with Booker T. Washington's message. Now, guess what?
Booker T. Washington's message
has been harmful.
That I have.
You have not read the book.
I've read portions of his message.
No, read the whole book.
I will read the whole book. But you cannot sit here and tell me that Booker T. Washington's message was disenfranchising to black people.
And guess what?
That's not true.
Guess what he acknowledges in his book?
So the Tuskegee Institute was detrimental to black people.
Guess what he said?
No. Was the Tuskegee
Yes, it was. And let me tell you why. He acknowledged that
is insane.
The people in Tuskegee, Alabama, the white community there, only allowed him to create that institute because he assured them he would not be teaching them anything that would lift them out of domestic status, anything that pertained to higher education, any knowledge of their history, or just the humanities, anything that white people took for granted in normal universities. It was designed to keep black people oppressed. That was the point.
Up from slavery. Booker T. Washington had a message of black success and personal accountability and responsibility.
And
he did not depend on the government to do the things that black people could already do.
Yes, he did deny on the government.
He did not.
Yes,
he did not make his mission and his plan to say that black people should depend on the government.
This is the lie
that is
for
a lie.
everybody who is listening to me. The lie is that black people should focus solely upon family and their economic status and ignore agitations for social equality. No,
it's
and he actually says
the family.
He actually says in that
personal
book
responsibility.
that agitations for social equality are the extremist folly because black people are not prepared to be social equals to white people. He actually says that has been the program of the Republican Party ever since then.
First of all, that's a lie.
And now, guess what else happened?
That's a lie.
So, after
why did the Democrats have, until Cory Booker recently, had the longest filibuster against the Civil Rights Act?
Right, I'll tell you
the
why.
Longest in history.
So basically, what happened is prior to that act, there were a number of Dixiecrats who were the inheritors.
Racist Democrats.
I'll tell you, the inheritors of slavery, chattel slavery, and then the Jim Crow era that
Racist
took its
Democrats.
place. Guess what?
Yes, they
after those
support
acts,
MAGA
the Voting
today.
Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act were passed.
Unanimously
guess what?
by Republicans.
There was a 20 to 30% shift away from the Democratic Party into the Republican Party. And then, surprisingly, Nixon begins his war on drugs, which is a part of his law.
Tatum keeps trying to make us like Republicans. About the Republicans. Dude, the racist Dixiecrats, Democrats, are now MAGA. They have the flags. Can we pull up the images of the Dixiecrats today? Let me see if I can find it. The ones who fly around those rebel flags and the Trump flags at the same fucking rallies. These are the Dixiecrats. These are the people who would be part of the Dixiecrats. Okay? These are the people. Right here. Pull this up. Because Officer Tatum, or Tatum, he trying to act stupid. He trying to act stupid. Right? These are the people that he's talking about. These are the Dixiecrats. Right here. This is what they fly around. That's the Dixiecrats. They are all Trumpers. Any Dixiecrat that's alive today, any Southern Democrat that was part of the Dixiecrats, whether it be their family members, their cousins, their grandparents, they are all with the Republican Party today. Every last one of them. All of them. All of them. And Trump supports those people. He supports them. The Southern Pride people. Even though those motherfuckers, the Confederate flags, are traitors to America. But today's GOP supports them. Today's GOP supports them. Today's supporters support them. even though like technically the Southern Dixiecrats don't officially exist anymore as an official political group, like they're pretty much gone, but their ideology largely aligns with the modern MAGA movement, right? The Dixiecrats, the Southern Dixiecrats or the Southern Democrats, their ideology largely aligns with the modern MAGA movement. Brandon Tatum. Where you at, Brandon Tatum? The people that you keep on trying to bring up, they support it. The transition from the 1948 segregationist states' rights Democratic Party to today's Republican populism did not happen overnight. It was the result of a decades-long realignment in American politics. The original Dixiecrats in 1948, a fraction of the Southern Democrats, broke away from the National Party to protest President Harry Truman's civil rights platform. Think about it. They were against civil rights and the desegregation of the military. Led by Strom Thurmond, they ran on a platform of white supremacy, segregation, and states' rights. All those people today are now MAGA. Yes, they were former Democrats in the South. They are MAGA. That's the MAGA platform. Following the passage of the Civil Rights Act in 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 under Democrat President Lyndon B. Johnson, conservative Southern whites began abandoning the Democratic Party. The Republican Party capitalized on this through Richard Nixon's Southern strategy, using coded appeals regarding states' rights, law and order, and cultural preservation to attract these voters. The completion of the flip by the 1980s and 1990s, the Solid South, which had voted reliably Democratic since the Civil War, had completely transformed into a stronghold for conservative Republicans. Ideology overlaps with the modern MAGA. Some political scientists noted several core commonalities between the historic Dixiecrat voting demographic and the modern MAGA base. Populism and anti-centralization. The Dixiecrats, fiercely opposed federal intervention in local affairs, viewing Washington as an overreaching adversary. Similarly, the MAGA movement centers heavily on anti-establishment rhetoric, opposing to the federal bureaucracy, aka the deep state, and a demand for local estate autonomy. Cultural grievance and heritage. Dixiecrats weaponize a defense of traditional Southern culture and regional identity. Today, Trump's defense of Confederate monuments, historical military base names, and rebel flag directly appeals to the descendants of that exact voting bloc. Demographic alignment. The geographic footprint of the 1948 Dixiecrat movement, specifically rural white voters across the Deep South, Alabama, Mississippi, South Carolina, Louisiana, all Republican governors, by the way, corresponds almost identically with Trump's strongest regional strongholds. His strongest areas, the Deep South, that's where Trump does his best work. All those people are former Dixiecrat states that are now controlled by the Republicans. So basically, MAGA just transformed, like Dixiecrats today is the modern MAGA movement, basically. And despite the lineage, important distinctions exist. The Dixiecrats were laser focused on maintaining institutional Jim Crow segregation, while the modern MAGA movement carries a strong platform of cultural nationalism, border security, and anti-globalism. It operates within an entirely different 21st century social economic landscape. Additionally, many original Dixiecrats favored New Deal federal spending programs for their regions, whereas the MAGA movement favors deregulation and tax cuts alongside its populist trade policy. So there's a little bit of difference, a slight difference. But even if you want to say a small difference between the Dixiecrats were laser focused on maintaining an institutional Jim Crow segregation, right? But the MAGA movement, there's many in the MAGA movement that would love to get back to those times, right? Will make America great again? I don't know. Like, you would have to go back when they're saying make America great again. They're talking about the Dixiecrats times. That's when they're talking about. They just want to remix it. You know? They want to remix it. That's basically what they're talking about here. I mean, it's the same. Maintaining institutional Jim Crow segregation, aka strong platform for cultural nationalism and border security. What does that mean? That means keep the brown people out, dominate, make sure we maintain white culture, white dominance. That's no different than institutional Jim Crow, where you're keeping black people out of certain areas. Oh, you can't come here, you can't go there. Got to go to separate schools, separate water fountains, blah, blah, blah. The same shit. It's just in a more 21st century form because, obviously, economically, if you try to do that today, it would probably be a disaster for many parts of the country unless you were able to be allowed to enslave certain groups of people, right? I mean, segregation probably would be a disaster today. It'll be a disaster today because of the whole, because of moderation and creation and how shit works. Segments, I mean, some people would do great, obviously, but parts of like the deep South would struggle big time. It would be done. Because this thing, even if you go to the deep South, large percentage of your delivery people, your landscapers, all those people are non-white. So unless you were able to like hold them hostage and force them to work for you for free, who's gonna do all your work? You know what I'm saying? So they would, and then if you do, you could. There are many white people that could do the job still, but you would have to pay them way more to do the work. And then instead of waiting 2 weeks for a job to come out and fix whatever you got going on, you might have to wait 2 months. So that would be like disastrous business wise for anybody that doesn't live in like a city. But yeah, anyway, so let's finish this off.
An order program, and guess what happens? Black people become 6 to 7 times higher to be arrested for drug abuse versus white people. They are mass incarcerating us, and it is directly tied to Republican policy.
No,
okay, we have to pause here. You have been voted out by the majority. Thank you so much.
All right. That was let's see what they come up with now.
So much.
I thought he was okay. He was better. I thought he was better than the first lady. Like I said, I like both of them. First lady just wasn't prepared. It didn't seem like she just kind of was like, you want to talk about social media. I'm like, come on. He was hitting into the old school stuff. I wish he would have been able to tie it around to be able to force Tatum to at least get it on video on how that shift happened or how it slowly maneuvered. Because Tatum has this notion, he's like stuck on Republicans in 19 something. He thinks the Republicans, either he thinks or he really doesn't. He knows, but he's trying to play. He can't say it because, his audience believes it. Like you could tell his audience really believes that they are the party of the 1860s and shit. Not understanding that every policy that they're more like the Dixiecrats. That's how they're operating today. That's how they're acting with a remix. So if they was to go back to that time, they would have to be the Dixiecrats all over again. And Brandon Tatum doesn't understand that, because if they went back to that time, Tatum wouldn't even be part of this party. He wouldn't be part of it. He might be a slave, which he's literally a slave anyway, the way he acts.
If you would like to be the next debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
Watch out now. How you doing?
Yo, I ain't know since he was on the way on the other side. Damn, bro. That motherfucker quick too. He probably played football or something.
So your claim is that Trump and Republicans are better for the black community than Democrats.
Yes.
Okay. I think that claim is patently false, and let me explain why. Take the institution of voting, the most sacred thing that the Constitution protects, something that we need for elected officials to represent us.
Okay.
Repeatedly, Republicans have used the judiciary to discriminate against black people in voting.
How?
We have cases like Louisiana versus Calais. The recent case that in 2026 it's caused all the redistricting crisis that you see right now. And when you see the effects of that for the black community, the Congressional Black Caucus is set to lose 16 to 19%, or it's not 16 to 19 members, 30% of its representation. Regardless of anything that you are saying communities should be doing, you have to still elect people to represent you to make those policy decisions.
Yeah, but
let me finish. I'm going to finish.
I'll let you finish.
If you are erasing the ability for people to have that representation, and you're making it even harder to vote, like decisions like Shelby v. Holder, which makes it harder to eliminate discriminatory laws, or you have cases like Brnovich v. DNC, which are striking the ability to challenge laws that we think are discriminatory for mail-in voting. It's not good, and it's not reasonable to say that Republicans are representing black people's interests.
Let me put this in simplistic terms. Voting is a sacred right.
Yes.
Right? And black people were afforded voting rights, which we all should fight for. Having voter ID is protecting that sacred right, that black people will make sure that black people can actually vote without being eliminated in their voting power by illegal aliens.
This goes beyond.
Let me go point by point.
Wait.
What is none of that has to do with what this man just said? He brought up voting ID. That has nothing to do with what he said. Tatum just ignored every single point he made, even gave you case study, and he's sitting here, illegal aliens. Illegal immigrants don't fucking vote, bro. They still keep pushing that lie. Illegal immigrants do not fucking vote.
Wait.
Want to allow
this goes way beyond voter
aliens.
Here you go. Democrats want to allow illegal aliens to vote. They can't fucking vote.
This goes way beyond.
Vote in the elections.
This goes way beyond.
How they want to allow them to vote in elections? They can't fucking vote in elections. Holy shit. This guy is fucking retarded.
And they
voter
don't want
ID. You simply
elections.
don't want. They simply don't want people who are black to be elected.
How is that possible?
Because majority and minority districts were created by the Voting Rights Act of 1965. That specific piece of legislation, which Republicans have repeatedly targeted through decades, has said, hey, there was history done here that harmed people, and as a way to make up for it, slowly over time, we need to designate specific areas, black populous areas, to have accurate representation
and what
of
did the
folks.
Supreme Court rule?
The Supreme Court ruled that, hey, actually, no, you guys don't need this representation.
Because you cannot
this
do
is
it
unconstitutional.
based on race.
Certainly you can.
You cannot redistrict, you cannot do that based on race.
You cannot deny black people from having the right to vote and represent themselves.
Okay, let me explain.
Because you have white people in Louisiana versus Calais. That's what the case is.
Pause here. Let Officer Tatum speak.
Okay, this is the problem here. You are assuming that black people can only vote for Democrats.
I didn't assume that.
Yes, you are, because the redistricting.
I didn't. Where did I say that?
Because
when did I say that?
I'm saying you're insinuating that.
I'm not insinuating that
Because you
either.
cannot draw lines of demarcation based on race. that is against the United States Constitution. They ruled that, which is why they had to redraw lines. Black people have a right to vote for anybody that they want that acts in the best interest of the black community or the community at large. It doesn't have to always be Democrats.
There's a reason why black people vote for Democrats, and there's a reason why there's only five elected Republicans in Congress that are black.
Which is the problem in the black community today. The
problem is you don't have good policies. That's the problem.
Consistency of voting for these Democrats who ain't done nothing for black people and still haven't. We're to this day, many people that are sitting around here are still complaining about the plight against the black people, but y'all still vote for Democrats. And Democrats have been elected in office for the majority of the time in the last decade.
Republicans have done
what have they done? Nothing for black people.
Republicans have done way more damaging things, even just as of recent.
Give me an example.
Okay. Tatum. Don't you understand that a lot of black people live in states run by Republicans, and they see how bad those policies are in those states. So an election time is the only time they get to vote for a balance in political power to assure that things don't get worse. Yes, black people are going to vote Democrat because if they don't, they may feel like the Republicans will get rid of the Civil Rights Act, the same stuff that was passed. Why would most black people vote for a party that might be against civil rights? When you hear people say we gotta repeal these amendments and that amendment, why the fuck would you vote to have your rights taken away? You wouldn't do that. So yeah, Tato is being dishonest about what the Democrats have and have not done for the black community. Who has done more for black community last 60 years? And Tatum is being dishonest. Right? So we know that supporters will tell you that the Democrat Party point to its long-standing alliance with the black civil rights leaders, which the Republicans have no alliance to, by the way, that is focused on federal protections, social safety nets, and political representation. I mean, forget about the presidency. Let's just talk about in Congress, period. Why would black people vote for the party that doesn't have any representation in Congress? Hey, is a 75-year-old white dude in Arkansas gonna cares about black issues? Probably not. Let's just be honest. Probably won't. Chances of that, 0, zip, 0. Won't give a shit. The Republicans don't really have much to go off of. Their main case for what they've done is anytime they come together for reforms, you know, like there's been slight stuff like most of the stuff Trump has done with HBCUs and jobs have been pretty much first. Second term. Thanks to ending also we got to look at redistricting. Yeah. Like to me that yeah. All right, so why does all right. So let's talk about this because I wanted to get into this real quick. I'm going to get back to Tatum in a second. But I always wanted to know, why does the Republican control? See, when he says the Democrats have done nothing for the black population, right? But let's ask black people how they fare in the states that are run by Republicans. The Republican control of the southern states, despite large black populations, is due to a combination of starkly polarized racial voting patterns and structural district mapping, gerrymandering, rather than black voters switching parties. Black voters in the South remain overwhelmingly aligned with the Democratic Party, typically giving 80 to 90% of their support to Democrat candidates on both local and national levels. However, they are mathematically outnumbered by the white conservative voting majority in statewide elections, and their local political influence is frequently diluted by state redistricting laws. So, black people that live in the South under Republican rule have a taste of what it's like with Republicans running the show, which is probably why they fucking vote Democrat. They're like, shit, we don't want this shit on the national level. The primary driver of Republican dominance in the South is that voting is highly split along racial lines. While states like Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama have substantially black populations ranging from 26 to nearly 38%, the white majority in these states votes overwhelmingly Republican, often between 75 to 85% of the time. Because the white conservative voting bloc is larger and votes as a cohesive unit, it's so funny how Tatum goes, well, black people vote Democrat all the time and they get nothing in return. I don't know. Who gets more in return? Black Democrat voters or white conservative voters in the South? Because we know what they want. And the fact that there are so many black people in the South, the white Southern voters still got to deal with them. They probably would rather not. They probably would not want to live amongst them. Remember, they lost the fucking Civil War. They lost all the shit that they had. They lost the slaves. They lost everything. They lost the right to like do all type of stuff that they wanted to do. They're probably not happy. You know? But they do get to gerrymander and district dilute at times. That's what they get to do. Civil rights organizations argue that several state-level voting laws functions as a modern form of disenfranchisement, disproportionately impacting black voters. Strict voter ID and mail-in rules. Southern states have pioneered some of the nation's strictest photo identification laws and heavily restricted access to mail-in ballot drop box. These rules disproportionately affect lower income and minority voters who may lack flexible work hours or easily accessible transportation. Felony disenfranchisement. Historically rooted in the Jim Crow era, many southern states permanently or long-term revoke voting rights for individuals with felony convictions. Because of systemic disparities in the criminal justice system, this law strips voting rights from a significant percentage of the adult black male population in the South. Despite these intense legal and structural barriers, data shows that black voters in the South are not staying home. Recent studies from election data organizations like VoteHub show that the aggressive push to redraw voting maps has actually triggered a major backlash, energizing civic engagement in recent primary elections across Black Belt. Black voter turnout surged past expectations, shifting many contested counties even further left as communities rally to protect their political voice. So the gerrymandering and the redistricting going on in the South has woken up a beast. So earlier in the beginning of my broadcast, I did kind of talk about how Black voters in the South were kind of like not turning up as much as they should. I was wrong. I did not factor in that, but this is a new development. What I was mostly talking about was past engagement. So I guess I was not wrong. So correct that for the record. I was right, but to correct the record, I will acknowledge that during recent engagements, yes, Black Southerners have woken up. And the reason why I was talking about it from the past, because I mentioned that I was looking at a case from when there was a town, I think it was in Alabama, where a town that had like 80% Black people, but it was ruled by all white people for like hundreds of years because they just kept winning the election, like just kept taking the election. They basically would not allow anyone to vote because people did not know what an election was. Like they were so far out. Like, let me look it up because I want to be accurate. So what was the name of that town? What was the name of the town that 80% Black that wouldn't? See if they could find it. Because it was in the news. Yeah, it was Alabama, New Bern, Alabama. So New Bern, Alabama was a small town in Alabama's Black Belt with a population of roughly 80% to 85% Black. Despite the demographic makeup, the town had been run exclusively by a white minority for over 60 years because the local government simply stopped holding elections. Instead, the position of mayor was treated as a hand-me-down governance, passed from one white resident to another behind closed doors. So that's the town I'm talking about, New Bern, Alabama. And they just pretty much stopped running elections. It was like, shit, we're going to just steal the town. That's typically how shit in the South went. The South was like one of those towns that the South ran that way, where that's why they don't, you know. So what happened was the 2020 election, a Black resident named Patrick Braxton discovered that anyone could run for mayor by simply filling the proper paperwork out at the county courthouse. Because the incumbent white mayor, Woody, failed to qualify or file his own paperwork, Braxton won the election automatically as the only official candidate. So instead of allowing Braxton to take over, the outgoing white mayor and council members locked him out of the town hall. They changed the physical locks, blocked him from accessing the town's bank accounts, and refused to hand over official documents. The white officials then held a secret, unpublicized special election to reappoint themselves to the town council, effectively forming a shadow government to maintain their power and bypass Braxton entirely. So what happened? Well, Braxton, represented by civil rights attorneys, filed a federal civil rights lawsuit. Think about that. Like, could you imagine if he would have did that shit now? So what happened was, I think that lawsuit happened back during the Biden administration. It was, it happened back then. So lucky he was able to get resolution, because if Trump was in office, if this happened, if he was filing a lawsuit today, he wouldn't have won. So he filed a civil rights lawsuit alleging a racial motivated conspiracy to disenfranchise the town's black majority. The legal battle stretched over several years, but a federal settlement finally forced the town to recognize Braxton as the lawful mayor, grant him full access to town hall, and most importantly, commit to holding its first open democratic election in over 6 decades. Think about that. They didn't have an election for 6 fucking decades in a town that was 80 to 85% black. And that's what I was talking about when I was saying that certain parts of the South, there are black people who are just not engaged or not allowed or wasn't aware, because they're still operating under the old way of Jim Crow, where whites are just in control. Like, there's like a mindset, like many black people believe, like they just have this mindset like, oh yeah, they're in control, we're not, we're just here. And 60 years, so generations of those black people in that town would just pass down like, oh, election, what's that? We don't know what that is. And they just allowed these people to just take over. So they were paying taxes into the town, and probably was getting taken by the misappropriating funds, everything. I bet you the books are probably screwed up over there. God knows what kind of money that town even has to fix anything. But so they finally had an election. So it was a historical moment. The town finally held that official election, and Patrick Braxton overwhelmingly won the vote, putting a end to the decades of hand-me-down white governance. So that there you have it. So he became the mayor. And he got reelected again, because he was mayor the first time, because he basically won by default because no one else filed the paperwork. But then he had to get reelected again, and he did. I mean, that's just the crazy shit. So we've come a long way, obviously, from back then. I mean, people today have woken up, and I wonder were they voting in national elections though? Let me find out. That's crazy. Like, so they never voted in any elections? State or federal? That town? Because that's kind of crazy. Like, how they can go that long without not having an election? Oh, so they did vote. So how the fuck did that happen? So they did regularly vote in county, state, and federal elections, but they didn't vote in their local. So they did know how to vote. They understood the voting. They just didn't vote for their local shit. So federal state voting, for decades, residents went to the polls to vote for U.S. President, Congress, governor, countywide offices like Hale County Sheriff or County Commissioner. When it came to choosing their own mayor and town council, residents were completely left out because the town's white leaders never organized or publicized local municipal elections. No ballots were ever printed. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, think about that. Like, how the fuck that created a bizarre situation where 80% of the black town was actively casting ballots to elect the president of the United States, but was entirely barred from voting for the local officials who ran their own neighborhood town hall. That's weird. So it took them 60 years to do something about that? I would have thought that they would have called somebody in a long time ago. I don't know, man. That's weird. Because I'm just thinking, like, 60 fucking years, bro. Like, by then, somebody would have had to been like, but that's what happens when you have a Republican governor. Republican. The whole state is Republican run, right? So no one will ever, think about like what's going on here. Why you guys are not allowed to vote? You know what I'm saying? Like that's weird. That is fucking weird, bro. But like I said, you want to talk about doing something for nothing, that's what happens when and this is why people want representation of people that look like them. Like this is why people are fighting hard for against gerrymandering because of shit like this, because of what happened in New Burns. That's why it's important for black people to fight for their rights to vote, and because you get disenfranchised. Like, how do you disenfranchise a whole town from voting for the mayor in your town? They literally, the white people in Alabama, in that town in Alabama, literally told black people who are the majority in the town, like 85% black, and they literally had no power. They told them, no, you can't vote. Like somebody should have people should have been going to jail. There should have been prosecutions behind this. But of course they settled. They settled because, bullshit. Like if I was him, I would have took, as soon as I became mayor, I don't know if they have a police force. They probably don't have one. They probably got to rely on the sheriffs. Somebody would have got prosecuted. I would have went fucking Banshee on that town. I would have been Lucas Hood. Somebody's going down for this. Lucas. That's a Banshee for anybody that doesn't know what I'm talking about. The TV show Banshee. All right, let's get back to this.
Recently with Doge, we had the highest exodus of black women in the federal workforce. I'm not sure if you're not aware of that information, but Doge, wait, I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
And he's going to defend Doge now. He's going to defend Doge, even though we know that Doge was an epic fail. It was a disaster. But he's going to defend it. He's going to defend Doge. Right now. He was waiting for this. He's like, Doge? Oh, yeah, that's my boys. I'm about to defend this. He's going to defend it. What defense do you have by kicking people out of the workforce? Let's see his defense on that.
Information,
but
is
cutting spending
for social services, increasing poverty, increasing crime, increasing death, and harming people over and over again. You are doing nothing to help the black community.
Cutting spending, but you didn't cut the Pentagon. You didn't cut the Pentagon. And you didn't cut spending because more money was spent. More money has been spent under Trump than under any president. He just fired a bunch of people. So we know that the Doge, which is the Department of Government Efficiency, did not succeed in cutting the federal deficit, as overall government spending has continued to rise. So it's been an epic fail, right? That's why the group shut down in July 4th. They shut down Operation July 4th. Severely missing its initial campaign promise of slashing $2 trillion from the budget. Spending continued to climb despite the group's efforts. Overall, U.S. government outlays rose by 6% in the fiscal year 2025. Concurrently, the Trump administration pushed forward a record-breaking $1.5 trillion Pentagon budget requests, further driving the federal spending. They didn't even cut the Pentagon. Remember all the audits that were failed by the Pentagon? They don't recover that money. So let me tell you how this works. When money is, even if they find money that is like if an agency like the Pentagon or when they say, oh, we're missing, we have an audit of $2 billion that was missing. When they say missing, they don't mean like it's gone. They mean that it's there, but it's somewhere else that they can't bring it back and they can't find it because they took it. So that money gets taken and is used for like black ops, special forces, stuff like that, and they can't do anything about it. So it's gone, but they got to count it on the books. So there's so much money laying around in Washington, D.C., because if they pass a bill that gives the Department of Education, for example, has $200 billion in its coffers, but they only use 100 million. 100 or 200, let's say 200 million, they only use 100 million. So there's 100 million still sitting there, right? They don't go back and they say, hey, we only need 100 million to make up for last year. No, they go with their same budget. And sometimes they increase it. But there's still 100 million sitting there that they can't move to another department because you can't cross move it. Like you can't move money from one department to another. If Congress approved it for this, it's there. It sits there. So if they approve money to go to a department or agency, that's where it's planted. It cannot be removed because the law is passed. Like the Congress makes the law, they decide where the money goes. The money's there, it sits there, and it's just there. Like there was still some money remaining left over from the infrastructure bill, I believe, or the one of the Biden bills. Like they still had a whole bunch of money just sitting there because you can't do nothing with it. It just sits there. Even when you pass another bill, that's a totally separate money, and they can't move money around. That's one of the weird things about how they deal with money. They can't move it around. So they have to pass a whole new budget and allocate funds to wherever they need in the next budget. So they got to wait. It's just really weird. But Doge was an epic fail, right? Spent the fiscal year up 6%, whatever. Savings claim upon dismantling Doge claim it had saved the federal government $215 billion by canceling contracts, asset sales, and workforce reductions. So they basically just fired a bunch of people that they had to rehire again, canceling contracts that already were about to run out within like weeks. The reality is the independent economists and government analysis have been highly skeptical of that 215 billion figure. Much of that claim savings were actually temporary pauses or different funds that only total a few $1 billion over normal years' rates. At best, the claim about represents just 3% of the total $7 trillion federal budget, far too small to outpace rising annual spending and lowering the deficit. So, while Doge failed to alter the nation's deficit trajectory, its aggressive business style approach did leave a major mark on the structure of the federal government itself. We know about the massive workforce layoffs, downsize the federal government, this federal civil service by 9 to 12%, resulting in nearly 300,000 jobs through force. Most of those people who had to come back. They fired all the probationary workers, deferred resignation packages. Ironically, analysts note that the chaotic implementation of these cuts carried a high price tag. For example, mass buyouts and deferred resignation packages cost taxpayers $10 billion in 2025. Just to keep thousands of idle civil servants on payroll while their positions were phased out. The group severely weakened several federal bodies, completely dismantling the U.S. Agency for International Development and slashing hundreds of global diplomatic posts, which the State Department has had to scramble to backfill. So, what a failure. Epic fail. Epic fail. They did not do his job. But Ms. Brandon Tatum's going to tell you, he's going to tell you that Doge was a success.
And trying to perpetuate a policy platform that insists that black people need to be put down is not going to put people forward.
That is,
dude, Tatum, you're getting cooked here. Tatum has not. Tatum is like, if we had a bar of how honest Tatum has been in these first 22 minutes, he's at like 2%. He might have got like one or two things correct. Everything else, he's been lying. He can't defend anything here. He's really going to try to defend Doge. Doge was a failure on savings, and it caused a lot of damage.
It's a lie.
Absolutely
You are
not.
saying that we're going to cut government spending, but we should leave all the black people there because they're black.
No, we should.
That's not what he said, you dope. You are a dope. You dope. He did not say that. He's not saying that. He's making a point on Doge was not. You said that Republican policies were great for the black community, and he's pointing out to you how Doge was a fucking failure to every community. But we're talking about black people here, so this is a black topic. The government jobs, all those people that got unemployed, most of them were black. It was like a direct target, like a hit. Come on, oh, we're just going to leave the black people there. No, most of the people that were laid off were black. Like a large percentage were black. Get the exact number here. What percentage from the federal government layoffs were black? Let's get that exact number here. Yeah. I mean, think about that. 45 to 50% of the total federal layoffs were black people. Black people made up about 18 to 19% of the overall federal civil service before the cuts. They bore a vastly disproportionate share of the layoffs due to several targeted structural factors. Black women were 33% of the layoffs. Black men, 12 to 15%. There you have it. There you have it. Doge went directly at black people. Doge said, black people, we gonna take you out. And that's exactly what they did. So when he says a policy that directly hurts the black community, you could directly look at the Doge cuts Exhibit A. Hopefully he brings those numbers up in the argument.
We should increase government spending by taxing the rich, funding our communities, and putting us in jail instead of putting people in power.
Boom. He nailed it. Taxing the rich, taking care of people, and arresting the pedophiles. And let's see if Tatum even addresses that last part. Because he's probably not, because he ain't gonna touch that. He should have broke that down one by one. But I think he knows that the red flags are coming up.
Taxing the rich is a foolish statement by you. What do you mean by taxing the rich?
We in California have already seen.
That's why people are leaving California.
Oh, wait.
That's why business owners are leaving here.
They don't want to even let him expand. You can't ask a man a question and don't let him expand. Who cares if billionaires leave? You don't give a fuck about no billionaire.
In California,
companies are leaving. They're fleeing.
In California, even in the basic past, when we taxed the rich, we were able to fund the University of California systems. And what did Ronald Reagan do? Ronald Reagan said, let's slash that because black people need to suffer, communities need to go down. And what do we know? Now we have budget. Now we have budget deficits affecting our systems. We have laws from the 1970s still on the books.
Let's talk about taxing the rich.
Oh, wait.
That is a lie.
We can talk about taxes too. Let's go.
Are still selling black folks to.
See, Tatum doesn't want to address the other stuff, but he wants to go back to, let's talk about taxing the rich. Because this is something where Tatum is passionate about here because Tatum, he probably makes a good amount of money himself. But this is going to be Tatum going on defense for billionaires. So he will argue to you that taxing the rich is bad, but he will be in favor of the billionaires getting tax cuts while pretty much taxing. Because let's look at it like this. When you give the ultra 1% tax cuts, and while they are also raising prices and making record profits, how do you think they're making those record profits? They're making record profits off of the people at the bottom who are spending money, who have to pay. So essentially, the working class and the poor class have a indirect tax hike on everyday spending, while the ultra wealthy get massive tax cuts. But he's going to defend that. He's going to tell you why the working people should be taxed more, while that's good for America, instead of the wealthy people getting taxed more. As in the wealthy, as in the billionaires. He's defending the billionaires getting tax cuts while the working people get tax hikes. But that's what's happening. Literally right now, we are all under a tax hike. The only people who have not seen a tax hike is the people who are the top 1%. Everybody else, Trump has basically raised all of our taxes indirectly by making us pay more for shit. Like anytime the inflation is basically a tax hike on the people who barely can get by. It's a tax hike, an indirect tax hike. It's just that instead of it coming out in taxes and going to the government, it's going to the pockets of the billionaires, right? It's still a tax, either way you put it. Because if I have to pay $2 to $3 more for something that I normally would not have to pay, that is essentially a fucking tax. But that tax goes to the rich motherfuckers instead of the government. Okay? So that's how you got to look at it. We're still being taxed at a high rate. So when Trump goes around and says, I got my beautiful bill, no tax on tips, no tax on blah, 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 no tax on Social Security. If you're on Social Security, you're getting taxed the highest right now because your Social Security check is like not even worth what it was years ago. So anytime you go to the store to buy something, you're paying more. So yeah, you're taxed out of the ass. Out of the ass. Okay? So, yeah. Miss me, Tatum, with your bullshit. Well, let's hear his argument about the taxing the rich. He's going to defend why rich people should never be taxed. Because they're going to leave.
To this day. Taxing the rich they're not going to change the tax code. So taxing the rich is a myth. Would you benefit more financially if you left California?
Depends on how I use my money because I'm a smart person.
It doesn't matter about being smart because the taxes are out of control.
Well, we know the wealthy people, they're not going to leave California. Okay? They're not going anywhere, buddy. That's a myth, too, that all these people are just going to pack and go. Why? Because Elon Musk left? Nobody gives a fuck about Elon Musk. He's an investor. He's an investor. Plus, he can just up and go. He's an investor. He could just go, whoop-de-doo. But guess what? When they said that Miami is now is like the East Coast tech valley or the new tech valley, but guess how expensive fucking Miami is now? Remember they were talking about the insurance down there in Florida and how DeSantis has been a disaster with all that? Yeah, they're getting ready to get hit hard. If you try to live in Miami right now. Yeah. They about to be triple expensive. Especially if all those people come down there. If they move those of the tech industry start coming over there.
Bro,
I think money and how you manage taxes, it with your as your person. When we talk about personal responsibility,
if you manage money well, you. Still going to be less
do have to pause
successful
it here. You've been
financially.
voted out by the majority. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother.
Pleasure talking with you.
Okay.
If you would like to be the next debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. I got her notes.
Nice to meet you as well.
I
see what
wanted
she
to
got.
ask, just in terms of him refusing to sign not only the Affordable Housing Act, but also refusing to sign the bipartisan 2024 bill when it comes to putting more money on our borders, right? Because you talked about immigration. Why would he refuse these acts if, in reality, if we put more money there, we would have more officers and less fear, and we would be able to actually have...
This is an interesting one because this sounds more like this is not a Republican versus Democrat point right here, right? Because this is all seemed to be part of Republicans' path. Because this whole thing is like Republicans versus Trump here on this one. So it's interesting to see where he's gonna go with this, because he can't really blame Democrats on this, because this is not a well, he will try to blame Democrats. We know that, but I want to see how he gets there, because she came in with something completely different. She's like way in a different part. She's not addressing the topic. So let's see what he says.
Legal immigration streamlined more cleanly, because the question is not I'm guessing you're not against immigration, you're against illegal immigration, or tell me more.
For the most part, I'm against illegal immigration, but I also believe we need to measure how much immigration we're actually allowing in this country when people in America have needs that we need to address here.
How do you measure that?
We allow 1 million immigrants legally in the United States.
Okay, let's stop real quick. He said address the needs of Americans, but you support policies and you support Doge cutting the needs of Americans. You just bigged up how great Doge was, even though Doge failed. So which one is it? Right? He just bigged up black people getting completely annihilated out of the workforce. That's a need. So you okay with that? So what needs is he talking about? Is he talking about only needs for white people or white conservatives? What needs is he talking about? Because we've seen this government completely wipe out the needs and don't care about the needs of any American. Forget about just black Americans. Any American.
States of America every single year. And we all in here care about the issues that go on in the black community. Yes. I would argue that black people need the financial support that we're giving these immigrants that are coming over here. I think it's
this is one of those arguments that you see from black conservatives that they bring up. They try to sneak this in because he just said he would argue that the resources, and this is how they get black people to support to shift over Republican policies, because they believe somehow they convinced them that if we get rid of all of the illegal immigrants or all the immigrants, that the remaining resources will now be shifted to the black community, which we know that that's a lie. We know that that's a lie, because if you want to give black people resources in their community now, you would make it easier for them to be able to start businesses in their own communities instead of giving them red tape, instead of saying, you know what, instead of allowing other groups of people to be able to open up businesses in black communities, you will let black people open up businesses in black communities. But we know you can't do that, because you just said earlier that if the government gave funds or money to the black community, it would be challenged in court as racialized stuff. That's why you're defunding HBCUs. That's why you're defunding different stuff that the last administration provided, because you're saying that you can't just give black people something, right? Because you're almost sounding like you would give them reparations, but you know you would not be in favor of that because you are against it. So why pretend that you're in favor, like you pretending that, oh, if you come over here and help us get rid of these illegals, we'll just give you the funds instead of them getting the funds. That's like the okie doke of the okie dokes. Help us get power so we can get rid of these people, and the money will flow into the black community. Who's buying that bullshit? No one believes that shit. That's a lie. We know it. But Tatum is going to convince you that he cares about the black community and the resources. What was the reason to cut the workforce and fire all those black people? 45 to 50% of the total federal layoffs of black workers. What was the reason for that? That had nothing to do with immigration. That had nothing to do with immigration. So don't sit here and pretend that immigration issues, by getting rid of the immigrants, life is going to be better for the black people.
It's not.
Oh, wait, let me look at this. Fact check here. Undocumented immigrants are generally ineligible. Oh, yeah, this is another part. So we talk about resources and who gets up all the resources, right? We know that undocumented immigrants are generally ineligible for major federal benefit programs such as SNAP, TN, and TAF, NF, TNAF, regular Medicaid, most federal housing assistance, and Social Security benefits. Although eligible members of mixed status families may receive assistance, federal law permits limited services involving emergency Medicaid, short-term disaster relief, immunizations, and communicable disease treatment. So these people don't even get the services. Now think about this. If a person's in the country undocumented, the last place you're going to catch them, for the most part, is a federal building trying to get benefits. Because that immediately will put them on the radar. Right? They are not going, just like they don't go near a voting booth. This notion that these mass illegals are just taking up the federal benefits. They can't get them. As soon as they try to sign up, they're going to be on the radar. They know it. They can't do it. They won't do it. They wouldn't do it. So this is nothing, but somehow they've been able to convince black people to hate these people. Because they trying to line it up. Oh, they're taking up all your benefits. They're taking up all your SNAP. No. They're not taking up the SNAP. You're cutting SNAP because you want to cut it. Don't say you cut it because of illegals. Because illegals are not on it. They're not on it. They ain't getting it. They can't get it. But they convince black people, they convince poor white people that your benefits are a threat because of illegal immigration. That's why Social Security is going to run out of money in 2030 because illegals are all over Social Security, even though that's a lie. That's a jack squat, diddly squat lie. But they convinced those poor white voters, man, I ain't going to be able to get my Social Security if them damn illegals don't get deported. They saying that Social Security going to run out in 2035, Sally. It's all because of them damn illegals. You got to get them out of here. Yeah, that's why we got them. Trump going to get him out of here, but he need to work faster. He ain't working fast enough. I gotta make sure I can make bingo night. My little extra pennies for bingo night. You know what I'm saying, John? Yeah, man. I tell you, that Trump, he gonna get him out of here. I believe in him. He the God, he the Jesus, he the well winner for us. Yeah. And when he get him out of here, we gonna see our checks go up $5,000 more. And I'm gonna get me some moonshine. I mean, come on, man. Like, seriously. Like, what are we talking about here? But anyway, let's get back to it.
Illegal immigrants actually don't get federal support.
They do get federal support.
Illegal immigrants, check that. Illegal immigrants do not have federal support. But actually, what I will say is that immigrants overall pay taxes. Illegal immigrants do not get federal support.
Get access to
illegal
social programs.
Immigrants?
They get access
illegal
to
immigrants.
All right, so the rest of that fact check, certain life, and so separate federal law guarantee access to emergency hospitals, blah, blah, blah. The federal government has also funded local governments and nonprofits, providing short current humanitarian services to some migrants, although the availability of the grant has changed. So, like, the thing is that this many of the migrants or the undocumented people that work, no one talks about the amount of taxes that they do pay into the system, and they don't even get any of it back. And right. Right. Into the system. And well, we know that immigrants collectively pay hundreds of billions of dollars into the US financial system each year. Hundreds of fucking billions each year, with undocumented immigrants alone contributing roughly 90 to 97 billion in federal, state, and local taxes. This is something that the Republicans and Brandon Tatums, the Tatums, do not mention. 90 to 97 billion in taxes annually. We're looking at the overall immigrant population, and that's just the illegals, which includes naturalized citizens, green card holders, legal visa holders, and undocumented individuals. If you combine everybody, the total annual tax contribution reaches $651.9 billion with a B. That's how much these people that Tatum and the Republicans want to get rid of. That is almost that's almost 3/4 of $1 trillion. But they want to get rid of these people. Unbelievable. So you want to tell me about some couple families, some couple migrants that get to go to public school or access to some WIC? Who gives a shit? Who cares? If they're bringing in nearly 700 billion in taxes, I don't give a fuck what services they're using. They're clearly producing. Okay? Let's do the breakdown of the undocumented tax contributions. Federal government, $59.4 billion. More than 60% of undocumented tax dollars flow directly to the federal government. On average, an undocumented worker pays about nearly $9,000 per person in annual taxes to the federal government. State and local taxes. Undocumented families contribute billions towards state and local infrastructure, local roads, and public schools through sales and property taxes, right? The ones who have homes that are on different statuses. 6 states generate over $1 billion each year from undocumented residents alone. And guess who the big ones are? Oh, they complain about California. California undocumented residents produce nearly $9 billion in taxes for the state of California. Texas, nearly $5 billion. New York, $3 billion. Florida, $1.8 billion. Illinois, $1.5 billion. New Jersey, $1.3 billion. And out of all of that shit, a significant feature of these tax contributions is that a massive portion goes into the payroll taxes for federal social safety net programs that undocumented workers are legally barred from ever utilizing. So they pay into a system knowing that they will never, ever get to touch. Social Security. Undocumented workers contribute an estimate 25 to 26 billion dollars into the Social Security Trust Fund each year. They pay into this via automated payroll deductions, often using temporary individual taxpayer identification number, mismatched records, or expired permits, but they cannot claim benefits upon retirement. So they could work here for 25 years and they can't collect not 1 ounce. Medicare, they pay roughly $6.4 billion annually into Medicare. They can't touch it. They can't get a dime. Unemployment insurance, their employers pay $1.8 billion annually into the state unemployment funds on their behalf, although undocumented workers cannot collect unemployment if they lose their jobs. Types of taxes paid: sales and excess taxes, $15.1 billion, paid on everyday consumer purchases like clothes, groceries, household goods, blah, blah, blah. Property taxes, $10.4 billion, paid directly to those who own homes or indirectly through rent paid to landlords, which is everybody. Anybody that's a business owner, landlord, a store owner, a business owner, and you have undocumented immigrants in your community, they are keeping you afloat. Income taxes, $7 billion, filed via state and federal personal income tax returns. Data shows that in 40 states, undocumented immigrants actually pay a higher effective state local tax rate than the top 1% of highest earners households. Unfucking believable that they pay higher taxes than the top 1%. That's why we gotta tax the rich, you motherfuckers. When the undocumented immigrants are paying higher tax rates than the top 1% of higher earning households, that is a fucking problem. Okay? That's why we need to tax the rich. Because someone's going to make up for that. Who's going to make up for that when they deport all the undocumented immigrants? Who's going to make up for this $697 billion if you deport every undocumented person like MAGA wants? They want to deport nearly $700 billion in taxes out of the country. So guess who's going to pay that? Who's paying that? Where are the workers to replace all that at? Where are the workers that are going to replace their taxes? Where they're at? Because I don't see them. This is something that the Republicans and the Tatums and the MAGAs don't think about. They just want to get people gone. They got no plan. See, Trump doesn't care. Trump is he's gonna be gone in like a decade. He's already rich. He's wealthy. He don't care. He's a billionaire. His buddies are billionaires. So he doesn't have to worry about that. He can sacrifice immigration that he benefited from for years, mind you, with all his workers at his golf courses and his hotels. Right? He's benefited from the same immigration that they now want to get rid of. He's benefited from it, having to pay them lower wages. Now he's like, oh yeah, whatever they want, get them out of here. But who's gonna make up for that $697 billion in taxes? Excuse me, 651 billion. 652 billion, rounded off. Who's gonna make up for that? They haven't gave you a plan yet. Like when you see a GOP or a MAGA individual, whether it be one of those goofballs online or a congressperson, you ask them, hey, you're in favor of deporting all these undocumented people? Who's gonna make up for the $652 billion in taxes that they contribute? Who's making up for that every year? Who's making up for that? The local taxes, the local stuff, the 90 to 97 billion annually in federal, state, and local taxes. For the immigrants alone, but if we count all the people, because they're stripping away status from everybody. They're taking away green cards. They're taking away visas. They're taking away nationalized citizenship. They're doing all that. They're taking everything away. So that's going to be nearly $652 billion. Where are we getting the money from? Where are we getting it at? Come on now. They're paying higher taxes on the state and local level than the top 1%ers in 40 states. That's crazy. It's fucking crazy. That means that in Illinois, where we're at, that means the undocumented immigrants in Illinois are paying higher taxes than the fucking governor, who's a billionaire, J.B. Pritzker. The Pritzker. He's a billionaire. He's in the top 1%. His gardener's paying more taxes than he is. Unfucking real. Unfucking real. But anyway, let's get back. Tatum trying to tell us why the rich are great.
Medicare, they get access to all immigrants, but illegal immigrants do as well.
Oh, I'm talking about specifically the border bill. Why did he reject that?
Because bills are not isolated. It's got a bunch of minutia, a bunch of spending that he doesn't agree with, and the Republicans don't agree with.
But did he not agree with?
All of those bills.
Republicans don't agree with. Isn't it a Republican bill? The fuck?
No, actually, a lot of Republicans. It was a bipartisan bill.
Well, then why? You tell me why he didn't sign it.
No, I'm asking you.
No, you tell me why he didn't sign it. Then
I'm asking you.
You're saying that he's doing it because he's racist.
I'm not saying. I didn't say that. Why are you putting one to? I genuinely am trying to ask you why didn't he?
The bill is not just singularly about border patrol.
But
it's
okay,
not.
we're talking about healthcare.
We do have to pause
by 2034, 10 million Americans are going to lose their healthcare.
I'm so sorry. Yeah. Thank you both so much.
So that's
love the passion though.
Okay, that first one was a fucking waste. Okay? So the topic was Trump and Republicans are better for the black community than Democrats. The second guy was cooking. He was bringing back at some historical stuff. But Tatum did not make a case at all about that. So by default, I would say that the people won that one. Because even though they were kind of like all over the place themselves, but Tatum didn't make a case. And there was cases to be made against Tatum, but they didn't make it. They went off the tangent, social media posts. They should just let the other guy continue, the one that was talking about the Booker T. And the second guy too, the other guy, the second big guy that showed up, the second to last person, he was cooking too a bit. But yeah, Tatum didn't have anything. That's why he was like all over the place. So let's see. Hopefully the next topic is better, because that first claim was kind of It really didn't do much for him.
Time moves fast, but your credit score doesn't have to stay stuck.
Fucking ad.
I remember how overwhelmed I felt.
You really put this shitty ass ad here? Did they change their logo again? I don't want to watch this ad. What? Kick off. Okay, claim 2. Police officers do more in the black community, do more good in the black community than harm. Oh my God. Here we go. This is going to be interesting because he's a former police officer, right? So we're going to see how this goes. This guy's a clown. Do more good in the black community than
good in the black community than harm.
All right, if you would like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
I want to hear why you think that police do more good in the black communities than harm.
Well, when you look at the functionality of law enforcement, meaning that the people who perpetuate crime in the black community are arrested by law enforcement officers, removing them from the community, removing the predators, the drug dealers, and all of that from the community, which is a good thing. And
all right, let's stop right there. He's already off to a bad start. And I'll tell you why. Yes, in practice, that's what law enforcement is supposed to do in all communities. But we know that's not how it happens. It's not as simple as that in the black community. Like, for him to pretend that it's like, oh, we just get out there, we take the criminals off the street and lock them up, and that's the end of the day. No. That's not how it works. He's telling you how it should go, right? But that's not how it works. We know that. And he knows that, as if he's a former police officer. He knows that. That ain't how it works. He's trying to pretend that he's missing all the in-betweens, right? The crooked cops, the harassments of people just going to work, coming back from work, just for living in a community that they grew up in or only could afford to live in because of the prices. So you essentially, if you choose to live in an affordable area because you ain't making enough money, you're almost criminalized because of how that area is portrayed by law enforcement, right? Oh, you fit the description, or you look like someone, so we have to harass you. Like, come on, man. Even the Supreme Court back in the days acknowledged that the over policing of like the stop and frisk and that type of shit that was going on was not a good practice. It was lazy police work. Like, there's a lot of lazy cops. Like, yeah, are there? I think there. I would say that there is elements of that could be good in the black community that is in communities. I don't even like to say black community because there's really no such thing as like a black community. It's just communities, and I think we like to separate black community because we want to try to paint a community as one thing, but there are many different types of black communities. So not every community that has that's centered around like mostly black people or a percentage of black people are all the same. There are many different forms, right? We have upper middle class, high income class, lower class, poverty level class, right? But they're not black communities. Like, they just love to label it black communities. And that's just that's like a bad stigma. But when there's no investments, everything is about like getting quotas. Like, I wonder if he's gonna mention the quotas, because that's like one of the major things in police departments across the country is those quotas. They're told to lock people up. Everything is a pipeline, right? Fill up the jails. Everything is about money, especially when things become more privatized. And that's the problem with privatization above. When you do more and more privatize of like prisons, and you're really just handing off, people have this agenda to just lock people up. Yeah, Cash for Kids for the judge. Remember the judge that was arrested for Cash for Kids, where they lock up juveniles and youth and throw them in detention centers, not just jails. I'm talking about actual like residential places, RTCs, RTFs that are privately funded, and they get government contracts from the local state government to run these facilities for risky youth. People are making money off that. It's like a hand over fist. It's a pipeline. It's a direct pipeline. I know about the pipeline because I was in the pipeline as a youth in foster care. The whole thing is a scam, right? They take the kids from their parents, they put them in foster care where the place is even worse. And then if you act out there, they send you to a facility that's privately funded or publicly funded or locally funded, and someone's investing in it and someone's making a lot of fucking money off of it. The pipeline between foster care, child protective services, and these private youth detention centers or residentials. And they have different levels of them. It's not all jails. Some of them are places, like I was at one where they had a farm, they had horses. But it was, it was a facility where you couldn't really go anywhere. They put you in the middle of the goddamn woods, and they just store. It was like being livestock. Like, they would just store a bunch of youths and throw them in one cottage. It was like a bunch of cottages. Each cottage had like 12 to 20 people living in them. You live in like these dormitories, like a college. But it wasn't a college. It was a fucking youth center, and shit. And they just livestock this like cattle. Like, we were just all in these places, and you hope that you survive it. that's what they were building these things all across the country. Every state probably had one. And there's many different paths to end up there. You can end up there by your social worker, you can end up there by the courts. If you were like, there's something wrong, you got on probation somehow, you can end up there by your therapist if you were like a little wacky or had behavioral problems and you was on medication, or you was in a hospital and you had nowhere else to go, so they said, hey, we'll send you to this boy's place. You'll like it. They send all kind of people there. If you committed a murder as a youth, and instead of putting you in prison for life, they give you a deferment to go to this place. I remember I was in one place. Our roommate was a guy who committed a murder. He committed a kid. He committed a murder when he was like 11 years old, and they had him in like this detention kiddie thing for like a couple years, and then they moved him up to another place to where we were at. So he was like 13, and he was in the cottage with us. Because at the time, I think I was like 16 or 17. I think I was 16. And we all was in the same cottage. And it was like, yeah, that dude, he murdered somebody like a few years back. And I was like, why he's not in prison? But they put anybody and everybody in the same fucking place. And it was all part of the system. Like, they just packed us all in these places. And you could literally be in a place with anybody from, and I never did anything wrong. I was just a kid that was just in foster care because my parents were dead. And I'm in a fucking residential group home place with some dude that committed a murder 2 years ago, some teenager. And I'm like, what the fuck? So they didn't care. They just lumped us all together. I'm like, he should be in jail. But he was too young to go to jail, I guess. So they put him in these, what you call it? I don't know. But that's how it went. That's how it went. And, I mean, maybe not jail. Put his ass in a hospital. He should have been somewhere locked away. Because the place we were at, we could run away if you want to. You ain't gonna make it far. You get eaten by bears, but technically you could run. That's another story for another day. But anyway, let's see what Tatum got here.
I cannot name other things that are harmful that outweigh all of the good that the police officers do.
Okay, so he said he cannot outweigh anything that's harmful. So yeah, if the cops are decent, yes, they can be a positive in the neighborhood. But here's the problem. The system is not set up for police to be great for the neighborhood. Because everything is about cat and mouse. Right? So they harass citizens every day. Like, that's what they do. Because and the officers are not. See, and here's the thing that the disconnect I think a lot of people have is that, unfortunately, the officers are like at the bottom of the food chain in this system. They're down at the bottom with the rest of us, right? Unfortunately, they're like, unless you become like somebody important, like you're like captain, or even the captains they got to take orders too, right? So, like for example, Officer Tatum, he was just an officer, so he was at the bottom of the food chain in this structure, right? He's pretty much, we need you to go out and do this. Just, you're gonna do it, or you're fired, or you're gone, or we put you somewhere and you're gonna quit. So the officers are not. They're really the first line of. They're just part of the machine. And unfortunately, they get the brunt of the hate because we see them every day. But essentially, we shouldn't be hating them as much, probably, unless they're bad, unless we know they suck at their job. And a lot of them do suck at their job. But a lot of them are also trained to do the shit that they do wrong. And when they're not being held accountable, that's why people have an issue.
How did the police first come about?
But you be more
Slave
detailed.
patrol.
That's
Slave
not
patrol,
true.
yeah, it's
the police.
literally
That's
true.
two
Fact
different.
check.
All right. So the fact check here is slave patrols were a foundational precursor to policing in the South, where they enforced slavery by capturing escaped enslaved people, suppressing resistance, and policing black life. In the North, modern policing grew more from night watch systems, port and city patrols. Northern policing was not racially neutral. However, as officers also enforced fugitive slave laws, other discriminatory patrols over black people. Okay. So he's right, but there's there's context to it. He's correct, but there's context to it. Tatum is wrong again.
Functionality.
Fact
check it.
It's
There's
the
two different
origins.
functionalities.
The origins
You're talking
of
about slave
policing,
patrols
the
and
origin
modern day
of
policing is completely different.
The origins of policing
not true.
within the United States of America
It's not true.
derive from the slave patrol.
That's
they
not
still
true.
use the same badges.
That's not true.
The same,
That's
the
not true.
stars on the.
That's not true.
Fine. That's
the
fine.
functionality of slave patrols and the jurisdiction
I'm
that
not
slave
talking about the
patrols had
functionality. I'm
versus the
talking about the
functionality and
actual-
jurisdiction of law
it
enforcement
derived
is
from
completely
the
different.
entire premise
That's
of
not true.
slave patrol. That's fine. That's fine.
That's not
Listen,
true.
okay, cool. So you don't think there's an issue with policing in the black community?
No.
You don't think there's an issue with stopping?
So this is where Tatum loses. See, if Tatum, look, obviously Tatum is a former police officer, and he's also a black man. But even cops, even current cops, if you get them in an honest moment, they'll tell you that there's issues with policing in the black community. Now, some of them will tell you what issues are different, but if you sit here believing that that cops are perfect, that this is a perfect machine, come on now. Like you could acknowledge, you could take a pro police position and still acknowledge that policing could be better. To sit there and say, no, you're being dishonest. Only because there's issues in policing, and not just black communities, issues in policing in general, in all communities. If you go to like different areas across the country, there's weird police interactions that go on with all type of citizens. I mean, even under the current system now, policing has issues because it's not a perfect system. It never was. But what he's gonna say, and I believe Tatum is gonna try to point out to you these incidents where there are cases where black people have resisted arrest or attacked a cop, and they're gonna put that into perspective. But let's be clear: black people, the cases where black people do that shit, that there's also I saw countless of videos of white people literally beating the shit out of a police officer and not getting a gun drawn on them, a taser drawn on them, or nothing. And then we also see cases where black people will literally just be running away and they get shot in the back or get gunned down for fleeing the scene. And people will say, what does those white people in the comments say? Why did you flee? You shouldn't have ran. You should have stayed there, to justify them being gunned down and killed. But they have nothing to say when a video pops up of a white person, a white dude. I saw one video, this white dude was beating this cop up in the street. He couldn't even get him down. He was out of shape, obviously. The guy was running circles around him, got him on the ground, started beating him up, and he got to run away, and the cop not one time thought to draw his gun out. And then there was another incident where I think it was a white dude, is smacking the shit out of the cops, and they did not once pull out their gun to take him down. But then you see another video of a black person. They attempted to subdue a black person, and they get him to the ground, and then they just shoot him in the back. It's crazy how inconsistent that police are when dealing with different demographics. And to sit here and pretend, and this is why this stuff continues to happen, because of people like Tatum's who will sit there and try to tell you, oh no, there's nothing wrong with police. It's all black people's fault. They're the reason. Like, come on, dude. Like, be honest for once. Be fucking honest for one.
Frisk.
No.
You don't think that there's
He said nothing wrong with stop and frisk. So he has no issue with police just randomly saying, hey, come here, let me check your pockets. Remember, this is the people that are supposed to be the party. He's supposed to be the party of the Constitution. But he doesn't care. If they're black, violate their constitutional rights. They don't deserve constitutional rights. That's what he's basically saying.
an issue with like flock cameras and geo-tracking?
No.
Got it. Okay,
I think
cool.
that helps eliminate crime.
Sure. Have you ever heard of the
He thinks that helps eliminate crime. But we already know that in New York, there was already proof that in New York City, when the stop and frisk happened, about 80% of the stop and frisk were black and brown people, and almost in every case, they all walked away with nothing. No gun, no charges, no nothing. But he thinks that's good. And crime did not drop because of that. Because you ain't arrest nobody. You ain't get no criminals from doing that. You just harass everyday citizens. So police should be able to harass everyday citizens. Basically, you being punished for being poor. So if you're a working poor person and you happen to live in a community that is underdeveloped, may have some crime going on, you should be harassed by police if cops think you may be someone in trouble. Where's the police training on that? So the police get to be poorly trained and say, "Oh, I'm just going to harass this citizen today because I think they might have committed a crime." There's nothing wrong with that. I don't have no problem with that. It's going to stop crime. So me harassing the convenience store worker is going to stop crime in the neighborhood? Come on now. Come on now. That doesn't make any sense. He likes flock cameras. Now everybody's against that. He's for anything. He's for mass surveillance. This guy is a cop, right? He's for violating the people's rights. But these type of things like flock cam and stuff like that, that's not something that just affects black people. These things affects all communities. I bet you he's in favor of data centers too. The spyware, right? That's why he gets paid by Netanyahu.
Veil of Darkness study?
No, I have not.
Okay. The Veil of Darkness study was a study that was completed where 95 million traffic stops were actually checked across the United States of America. Vast pool, right? The methodology accounted for the time of day, for traffic, location, different shifts. Would you like to know what they found in that study when it came to policing and black people?
That black people commit more traffic violations than other people.
No.
That is true.
Black people were stopped for more
Why?
traffic violence. Hold on, I got you.
Because they commit more traffic
you.
violations.
You don't know the study. How are you going to answer?
I know what other studies and statistical data points show.
Okay.
Oh my God. Wow. That's crazy. You heard what he just said? He said black people commit more traffic stop. That's why they were in the traffic stop. Oh my God. This guy is a piece of work. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable that he even went there. So, well, we know who stopped more for traffic violations, right? Police pull over. Data says that police data shows a heavy overrepresentation of black drivers as well as young drivers and male drivers that are pulled over by police. Data published in reports by the Bureau of Justice, analyzed by groups like the Prison Policy Initiative, consistently demonstrates that black drivers are stopped at a significantly higher rates per capita than white or Hispanic drivers. Black and Hispanic drivers are also twice as likely to be searched or arrested during a stop compared to white drivers. Drivers aged 16 to 24 pulled over at far higher rates than any other age group. Men are pulled over significantly more often than women. When measuring actual driving behavior independent of police presence, the demographic that commits the most traffic violations shifts towards young drivers and male drivers, while the racial disparity largely disappears. So, gender observational insurance data definitely show that young men commit the most moving violations, particularly speeding, reckless driving, driving under the influence. Race is about equal. Rigorous traffic stops show that driving behaviors do not vary significant by race. For example, a landmark study published by the journal Science utilized millions of high-frequency GPS location pings, rideshare drivers. Data proved that there was no difference in speeding behavior or traffic violations between white and minority drivers. So here's the kicker. There is no difference. Basically, Tatum just lied. Tatum just sat there and told you that the reason why more black people are stopped is because black people commit more traffic violations. But that is not true. Black and white people are equally on committing traffic violations, while black people are stopped way more than white people. The reason black drivers are stopped more, despite committing violations at the same rate as white drivers, comes down to enforcement practices. So this comes down to police wanting to fuck with black people and minorities. The science study found that when traveling at the exact same speed, minority drivers were 24 to 33% more likely to be cited by police than white drivers and were handed 34% more expensive fines. So this is once again economics. This is another form of economics hurting minority drivers, minority communities, taking money out of the pockets, out of the family, out of the kids' mouths of that family household. Another tax, as you could say, that white people don't have to worry about at larger numbers, or less likely to worry about. Because yeah, white people will still get pulled over, but less likely to worry about. When you talk about 24 to 33% more likely, that's almost 35%. That's a big chunk. That's almost 3 out of every 10. Almost 3. That's 3 out of every 10. Have to worry about fucking getting a ticket. The vial of darkness effect, of course. Extensive research across millions of stops show that racial disparities in traffic stops drop significantly at night when it is too dark for police officers to see the driver's race before pulling them over, further demonstrating that stop rates are heavily influenced by officer bias rather than actual driving behavior. So at nighttime, if you're not getting pulled over as much because the police can't see who's in the car, that's proof right there that the fucking cops are racist. Straight up. Come on, people. And Tatum is going to ignore this? Come on, bro. You can't argue against this shit. Tatum again, another one. He's another L for Brandon Tatum on this.
Then give me another study that actually. Oh, sure.
You
Let me
think
finish.
they just
Let me
pulling black
finish.
people over just because they see a black person driving down the
literally,
street?
Yes, literally. That's exactly what they do. They did the vial of darkness effect. The enforcement disparity is there. This guy really gonna ignore this shit. He knows it's there. He was a fucking cop.
The Veil of Darkness study.
No evidence.
Oh, he just said the Veil of Darkness. He just mentioned it.
Darkness study that was done by Stanford and backed up by the CDC actually showed that what happens is during the day, police officers use racial bias because they can see people.
That's not true.
And they pull people. I'm going to finish my sentence.
Made a traffic stop in your life.
I'm literally going to
let you finish.
They pull black people over during the day at a disproportional rate than white people, but at nighttime, when you can't see and it's harder to tell someone's actual race, then the average drops and it equals out.
Okay,
they
let me tell you why.
actually found that in the study, 95 million traffic violations, that when you can't see someone's race, you focus on the traffic violations versus the day you focus on the people.
Let me tell you why your study is flawed. For one reason, I was a police officer many years. I do traffic stops during the day, and you cannot always tell the race of a person during the day, no matter what. Secondary, I agree. They're secondary. When you are patrolling, majority of the black people that you engage with live in what? Black communities.
Over police.
So you're going to make an excuse. We can get to that.
I'm not making an excuse.
You're making an
I'm just
excuse.
telling you.
When you're in a black community, you only have options to pull over black people.
Give me any type of empirics that disagrees with the Veil of Darkness.
Okay, and white people live in white communities. They're still not being pulled over. Dumbass. Doesn't matter if it's a black community or not. And if highways are not black communities, roads are not black communities. He thinks that only black people are getting pulled over in black communities. like, come on now. A black person get pulled over anywhere. Black community, white community. It don't matter where they're at. They can get pulled over. The fuck?
Let me finish. I believe that there's clearly a flaw in what you're saying this study represents.
Sure.
Because
How can you
in the
critique
black
methodology
community,
if you haven't looked at it?
in the black community, I have plenty of other.
You got trust me, bros.
I did it for a living.
Yeah, that's a cool
and
story,
you did not.
bro.
So,
like I've looked at the information.
I'm telling you why the study. I'm telling you why the study is wrong.
Do you think your one-off experience is indicative of all policing around the country?
I'm telling you why your study is off. When you're looking at patrolling in black neighborhoods, you cannot. How are you going to make a fair comparison to how many white people pulled over versus black people when there's only black people present in the black neighborhood? The veil of darkness cannot get in the minds of a police officer and determine whether or not the police officer pulled a person over because of their color or the violation.
It literally shows. If you look at the data set, if you look at the data set,
prove that a cop was looking at a black man and racially targeting him.
The Veil of Darkness study, it shows not only the reason why they were pulled over, but it shows the ones that were thrown out.
How do you know the
they
reason why
were
they pulled over?
disproportionately pulled over.
Disproportionality does not speak to whether or not
there
it's
was a
malicious.
disproportion of black violations that were thrown out.
It doesn't matter.
Why?
Disproportionality
Why
does
is
not.
it so many black people pulled over and then so many of the violations were thrown out?
You got to look at it like this. If you're looking at traffic stops across the country, different jurisdictions have different mandates and they have different standards for what they throw out as traffic violations. So you cannot make a generalization across the entire country.
Yes, you can. You know what's consistent across the entire country? White supremacy. White supremacy
How does
is
white supremacy
consistent
have anything to do with a traffic stop?
It's literally racism. They're literally trained.
You're projecting your bias.
Go through.
Tell me how they're trained. Have you been through police training?
No, I have not.
I went through police training.
Sure, cool story.
And they do not teach discrimination in police training.
Why is it that police officers spend more time in black neighborhoods disproportionately?
They're committing more crimes.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
Who commits the most violent crimes in America today?
Per capita, black people do.
Not per capita, period.
Black people do.
All right, here's the number. The newest complete FBI race by offense arrests data are for 2024. Among violent crime arrests, FBI race White individuals count for 52%, while black individuals count for 43%. Black Americans represent the population for the share of the reported violent crimes. Violent crime arrests roughly 3.2 times their population. Yeah, but arrests for crimes and committed crimes are two different things. I mean, if your community's over police, of course you're gonna have a higher percentage of arrested crimes. This has already been debunked. Yeah, if you over police a community and you arrest people for crime, especially they also talk about the 50% exoneration of crimes as well. Because when you over police a community and you arrest people for crimes they did not commit and they get off, those numbers don't revert back. They count them still. So yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure other groups of people also get falsely arrested as well. But there's overwhelmingly black people overwhelmingly get falsely arrested because there's way more police in those communities. So they're always, they're almost likely to get arrested. And it's hard to arrest somebody when there's no cops. That's another thing, right? Like, you can't arrest people if there's no police around. So if you're in communities that do commit crimes, but the cops are not there, then no one's getting arrested. That's just how it works. That doesn't mean that those communities don't commit any crimes at all, because we know there's crimes committed in. You could find, like, you could literally, if you could go anywhere in the country, and if you wanted to, you could find a crime that's being committed based on our laws that we have on the books. Yeah, but crimes committed versus arrests are two different things. But obviously, you can't. It's really hard to keep. You can't keep data on crimes committed, right? Because it's just you can't. There's no stat for that. You wouldn't be able to tell that. Now, maybe down the line we'd be able to tell when we have like Minority Report, like we'd be able to see people and find them and do all this AI stuff down the line. Yeah, probably. So they'll be able to have robots and cameras and shit where they can see, okay, that person committed a crime in this county, in that town, and whatever the case may be. But yeah, the numbers are not. The data is flawed, of course, but it's something that they love to use when they want to be racist. But it doesn't matter because people commit crimes, and 52% is white, so white people commit crimes just like black people commit. And most crimes committed against each other, black, white. It is what it is.
No, white people,
No,
white men,
that's
specifically
a lie.
FBI
Fact check
data.
it.
Fact check it. FBI data shows that white men specifically commit the most violent crime in the United States of America. If you're talking about property crime,
this is an arrest disparity, not a direct measure of criminal offending. Right, because FBI stats count arrests. They don't count convictions or unique people and are affected by agency participation, reporting, and enforcement patterns. Yeah, because you can't count the actual crime itself, because you can get arrested for something and not be found to have done the crime. You can be found not guilty. They could say, "Oh, we got the wrong guy," but as soon as that arrest happens, it counts. So if you get arrested for a crime and you go through the system, that's a statistic now. Even if like 6 months down the line you end up beating the case, the arrest is still on record. You've still been arrested. It's still an arrest. It goes into the database. Count it. Hey, you could have been the wrong guy. And then if we count the arrests, how many people get arrested and make deals? Because we remember about all the policing that used to go on when they would force confessions out of you. That was a big thing in policing that targeted black communities. That was going on. That's been going on for years. Think about how many people probably back in the before body cameras, how many people were probably forced to confess to crimes they didn't commit. That said, that went to jail. So yeah, the whole thing, the whole system is rigged. So yeah, you could beef those numbers up easily if you need. And remember, they were quotas. There's quotas in the black community. So those FBI numbers talk about arrests. They had to go to let me pull this video up real quick. Because we talk about arrests and because Tatum likes to throw that out there as the end all be all. But I'm going to pull a video up right now of the NYPD. They talked about this. They talked about it. These are arrests. Even this one guy. Where is it? I'm looking for it right now. Even cops, even NYPD cops came out and spoke against this shit. Cops that were on the job. Trying to find it. They had a panel. And this is the audit that the stop and frisk audit. Let me pull this up. That had 90.
The NYPD is still.
Okay, right here. This is the one from. Let me pull this up. Shit. This was the I wanted to find the panel with the cops. That's what I really wanted to find. But I guess I'm not gonna be able to get that. And the funny thing is, people in New York was cheering this shit on, which was kind of weird, because they were like, "Oh yeah, anything to do to stop it," but it didn't stop shit. It was unconstitutional because none of it led to actual arrest. But this is the audit that they did. This is one for the audit. Let me play this.
Finds the NYPD is still using stop and frisk and that too many people are searched unlawfully, especially men of color. A court-appointed monitor finds most of the people the NYPD neighborhood safety team stop and search are men, and 97% of them are Black and Hispanic. The report also finds there was no reasonable suspicion for the stop in more than a quarter of those cases, and a third of the searches lacked any legal basis. The safety teams were disbanded after George Floyd's murder, but Mayor Adams has since brought them back. The NYPD is disputing the report, while the mayor's office says the safety teams help keep New Yorkers safe while protecting their civil liberties.
Yeah, but that's bullshit because obviously saw that. Those numbers are dreadful. That was 3 years ago. That was under Eric Adams. I don't know what's happening now under Mondani, but this is what's going on. This is what we talk about, the over policing in those communities. They literally over police, and that's why they get those arrest numbers up. Because these FBI is keeping arrests, and people think because someone got arrested that means they did the crime. You gotta remember, an arrest is you're innocent until proven guilty. But in the eyes of Officer Tatum and conservatives and white people, white conservatives, that means you're a criminal. You're a bad person. But I'm trying to find the because they still go. They're still It's so funny that all these videos are talking about crime concerns in New York, but they're supposed to telling us that crime was down. So who the hell's telling the truth? Right? But they want to be able to over police. NBC New York did a show on NYPD cops. I can't find it. I don't know where it's at, man. Just don't know. They must have they probably took it down, knowing them. To be honest. Damn. Because let me look NYPD speak out about it's called quotas, right? Quotas. That's what it was. There we go, found it. So this was about, I'm gonna play a couple of videos because I'm also gonna play the NYPD's response. But this goes back, this is part of the what Tatum is talking about here. And there was we got two videos here. First, we're gonna play the arrest quota one. So this was NYPD's response to the quotas. This is their response to the quotas. NYPD dispute claims by officers that department encourages minority arrest quotas. Now, the NYPD disputed. The NYPD disputed their own officers who came out and said that there were quotas, minority quotas. So that's how you get these high arrest stats when you over police minority communities. That's how it happens. Because they have quotas in these communities. Not because they're committing crimes. It's the quotas. Listen to this.
Now here at 5:30, did the NYPD have arrest quotas for people of color? Newly released sworn statements by several NYPD officers support a lawsuit that aims to claim just that, I should say.
The lawsuit was filed years ago, but the NYPD calls the claims false. CBS 2's Alice Gaynor reports.
Immediately, one of the things that I learned was there are unlawful quotas for arrests.
Edwin Raymond, an NYPD lieutenant, joined the force nearly 13 years ago.
It's a lot of coded language. You have to stop the right people.
The right people, he alleges, were members of the Black and Hispanic communities. And if you didn't play the numbers game, he claims,
you get your overtime taken, you get your shift change, they start to retaliate.
In 2015, Raymond and other officers filed a lawsuit. A documentary was even made about it. Since then, numerous officers, both retired and current, have come forward, making sworn statements backing those claims. 4 new affidavits have been released ahead of their filing next month. Retired Officer Charles Spruill, an African American, says in his statement the code internally for making numbers was activity, and alleges he was told in reference to minority civilians, "I needed to beat the animals and make them cooperate," adding, "I have personally witnessed officers writing fraudulent summonses and making false arrests as a result of the quota."
Boom. I have personally witnessed officers writing fraudulent summonses and making false arrests as a result of the quota. Now, Officer Tatum, who believes that the reason why the arrest numbers, the black people are getting harassed the most because they commit the most crime. Well, if it's so much crime being committed in the black communities, then why would officers need to write fraudulent summonses or make false arrests? There would be so much crime because black people are so criminals that you wouldn't have to make a false arrest. You could just show up and clean up the streets. So, right, Tatum? Where's Tatum at? And Tatum knows about this because he's an officer. He knows about this. I would guarantee you that this practice goes on in every single police department across the country, which is why when people argue about the arrest records of the FBI, the conservatives love to bring up, they don't tell you, they don't point out about shit like this. Shit like this, once again. And this is an officer, this is a lieutenant saying he witnessed this from other officers, from other people. An officer saying this. This ain't no civilian, this ain't no guy on the street that was walking by and saw an officer plant evidence. No, this is a sworn officer who's in the same profession that said he's seen that happen. And how many times he's seen it? Probably a lot. I have personally witnessed officers writing fraudulent officers, not one, but officers writing fraudulent summonses and making false arrests as a result of the quota, because the higher ups tell these officers, hey, we need this number. You got to hit this number or else. No overtime. And they go out and they hit the number. They do whatever they got to do to hit that number. And the easiest way to hit that number is to go into black and brown communities and harass them. Right? Because they're more likely to, one, if you harass them, it's harder for them to beat the charges. Because even if you put a false arrest on a black or brown person inside of the lower income community, what happens? When they get to court, the DA sees it. A lot of times the DA is like, sometimes if you get a good enough DA that's like honest, they'll toss it. Or if they're trying to get promoted and they're trying to make their way up the ladder, what they'll do is they'll come over and they'll make a deal because they don't want to really go to trial or go to all the way with it, because then the lawyer may figure out a way to expose it. say, "Oh, Your Honor, how could this be a legitimate stop?" And if it's too many of those happen, that can make the DA look bad. So what the DA do is they'll offer a deal. Oh, you get arrested, so the arrest count as a stat. You get prosecuted, the prosecutor gets the credit for getting a guilty verdict by offering you a deal. Plead guilty to this, we'll drop the charge down, you only get probation. You don't got no record, we'll give you time served. And likely in the scenario where if you're low income, you ain't got no money, you got a crappy lawyer who is swamped, right? Because it's New York. Probably got 50 other people. He's not going to have time to fight your case, even if you go to trial, unless you got money to pay for a lawyer. So you're likely to take the deal because you want to get out of jail right today. They tell you, you're walking out today. Plead guilty to this. You go home tonight. And 9 times out of 10, a young black or brown person that's caught up in that situation will take the deal, even if they feel like they're not guilty, just to get out of jail that night. And that's how you accumulate your statistics. In many cases, not all cases, of course people commit crimes, I get it. But this is how they get to that 43% of arrests by shit like that. And these practices are real. And the fact that Tatum's trying to sit here and pretend that it's not, he's a bad face actor. He's a bad actor. These are real. These are real practices. Even officers are telling you that on the record, to the point to where these officers had to goddamn sue the department.
Officer Dan Quinones in transit, who is Hispanic, says his commanding officer would paint minority police officers who did not meet his definition of the arrest quota as lazy. The NYPD says the allegations of race-based quotas or a policy of numerical quotas are false, and we are confident the evidence will show that. Beyond that, we will make our statements in court. A law department spokesman for the city says individuals who are not part of this case have made some baseless accusations in new affidavits in an attempt to support plaintiff's meritless case. Our motion for summary judgment tells you all you need to know why Mr. Raymond's claims have no legal merit. Raymond has taken leave from the department as he runs for city council. When asked whether he'd ever return to the NYPD,
that's something I have to give thought to because I want to be effective in bringing the reform that we need.
In East Flatbush, Brooklyn, Alice Gaynor, CBS 2 News.
So there's that. Now, that was 5 years ago. Now, he did do an interview a year later, but I want to watch this one real quick. And guess what? The NYPD had a settlement. Funny thing, right? They had a settlement. 9 years. So this was 4 years prior. So they still had shit going on even after the settlement. Even after the settlement. There's videos all over the internet of officers coming out. NYPD officers talking about the quota system and the arrests. You can find videos on YouTube going back 10 fucking years, 11 years, 11 years on this shit. And probably even further back if you kept digging. Even the Young Turks were covering this shit 13 years ago on their network of the NYPD quotas. This was a huge deal back then. Huge. This was huge. Like, I mean, I'm not laughing at that, but like, here's another one with the quotas. They had a false settlement. NYPD forced to pay $75 million to settle lawsuit over summons quota. Federal judge in New York just finalized a $75 million settlement in a class action lawsuit over hundreds of thousands of baseless criminal summonses handed out by the NYPD. And you know, if New York City police is doing this, guess what's happening in smaller towns across the country? Probably happens so often.
You've gotten one of those New York City summons for something minor like disorderly conduct. Well, the city has finalized an historic $75 million settlement in the class action lawsuit as New York's second largest monetary settlement ever. Lawsuit accused the NYPD of issuing hundreds of thousands of criminal summonses issued without cause to fill quotas. About a fifth of the summonses issued between 2007 and 2014 were tossed out as legally insufficient. As part of the settlement, those who received bogus summonses will be eligible for payments up to $150 per incident. The Manhattan federal judge on the case, Robert Sweet, says the non-monetary benefits could be, in the court's view, a game changer for New York City communities. And you might recall we actually had several black police officers on the show who busted New York on this issue when they reveal what took place. Joining us via Skype from New York is Eleanor Sutton, a lawyer for the plaintiffs and a partner at Quinn Emanuel Trial Lawyers. Eleanor, this is just beyond shameful, where the police department, frankly, was used as a revenue source for the city.
Yep.
Yes. What happened in terms of the number of constitutional rights of the New Yorkers is a stunning pattern of police misconduct. Whether that was for police, it was for a number of reasons, we believe, that go beyond what could have been for revenue. It was part of a larger scheme of policing that involved policing by the numbers. In other words, it's often called broken windows. Let's issue summonses for lower level offenses, the idea being to stop higher level crimes. However, what happens is that when you issue or use quotas, which are now illegal, the rights of citizens are often violated.
And obviously, who got more summons than anybody else? Black and brown people.
Yes, we did see that the communities, minority communities, were affected the most by this policy.
And so,
yep. So there you have it, which is crazy because, and the flip side of that is, in those communities, if they can't afford the summons, whether it be $75 fine, $150 fine, whatever it is, you get a warrant for your arrest, and then you end up getting booked and getting arrested, which is counted for another arrest. So that's how you beef up those arrest numbers. So you hit them early with the summons. If they pay the summons, the city's grateful. They get the money. If they don't pay the summons, there's an arrest that comes later. When you get a warrant out for your arrest, you get arrested. And then it counts for as arrest. And then you get sentenced to community service or whatever else, if caught with another crime, whatever. So the whole system is fucking rigged, folks. So we're sitting here pretending that this shit is not, like Brandon Tatum pretending that this is not a thing, but it's literally a thing. Literally. And I want to go back to, I want to put that on the screen. Hold on. Go back to what he said.
False arrests as a
I want to save this. Because as Brandon Tatum is talking, he's going to sit there, try to pretend. You know what I'm saying? He's going to sit there and try to pretend that oh, no, I know police. The police don't do nothing wrong. They're great. The police are great. Hey, man. He's like, the police are great. Right? That's what Tatum says. As Tatum talks, we're going to put this right under there. This is what the cop said out of his own mouth. This is what the cop said out of his own mouth. I have personally witnessed officers writing fraudulent summonses and making false arrests as a result of the quota. But Tatum's going to tell you that it doesn't exist.
No, I'm
yes, it's
not
black
talking
people.
I'm talking about violent crimes.
Violent crimes is white men, including CSAM. White men, if you could talk per capita with CSAM, you can talk numbers. White men disproportionately represent CSAM and violent crime.
Murder rate and violent crimes disproportionately
Do you believe in
represented in the black
1350?
community.
All right, we're going to have to pause here, so I'm glad you guys took a pause. You have been voted out. Thank you so much.
Yeah, he's about to hit him with the 1350. 1350, for those that don't know, is it's the 13% of the population and 50% of the exoneration. That's the 1350. Now, conservatives 1350 is 13% of the population, 50% of violent crime committed. But that's the 1350 that he was about to go into. It's really 1353 technically. So we know about the 1350 meme is the alt-right internet statistical asserting that black Americans make up 13% of the population but commit 50% of all violent crime. That's what Tatum was referencing, which is weird. Like Tatum being a black man referencing alt-right meme. When analyzed against data surrounding wrongful convictions and exonerations, criminologists and legal expert demonstrate that this 50% figure does not reflect actual behavior. Instead, it reflects a system that disproportionately targets, convicts, and wrongfully imprisons black citizens. Data from the National Registry of Exoneration show how the systemic bias behind the 1350 statistic directly fuels a massive crisis of wrongful convictions. Black people face the vast majority of wrongful convictions. While black people make up roughly 13.6% of the U.S. population, they account for over 53% of all exonerations in the United States. A black person in America is 7 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted of murder than a white person. This disparity reveals that the high number of arrests and convictions used to justify the 1350 statistic is heavily inflated by innocent black people being funneled into the prison system. So pay attention. That's why we go back to the cops. That quote, I have personally witnessed officers writing fraudulent summonses and making false arrests as a result of the quota. Right? There you have it. The murder disparity, official misconduct, the 50% statistic relies heavily on homicide arrest data. However, the National Registry of Exonerations reveal that homicides involving black defendants are plagued by institutional corruption. Misconduct rates, wrongfully murder convictions involving black defendants are 22% more likely to involve official police or prosecutorial misconduct than those involving white defendants. Think about that. The 22% of these convictions is because of official police. That means the police can't be trusted and the prosecutors are against you. Oh my God, bro. Fabricated evidence, police misconduct such as coercing false confessions, fabricating informants, or hiding evidence that proves innocence is the primary driver of these false convictions. So that means literally, it's not like a person like black people are being falsely convicted because some innocent person outside or like your enemy in the street lied on you or pointed you out. No, you're being falsely convicted because of bad police work, bad prosecutors who are literally targeting you and saying, oh, we got you, you're going down. Which makes this community more, when this stuff happens, it makes communities less safe. So when Brandon Tatum says, oh, I think police are good. I think police do more harm than good. No, they don't. Not when you're falsely arresting and falsely getting convictions on people who are innocent. That does not make the community safer. That makes the community less safe, because when you're wasting time coercing false confessions, the real killer, the real criminal is out roaming the streets victimizing another person, which means that you have wasted time and resources on someone who's innocent when the real perp is out on the street, which means the community is less safe. Right? Let's talk about the drug disparity and targeted enforcement. Black communities are inherently more criminal regarding drugs. That's what they say. 1350 exoneration data completely dismantles this. Usage versus arrests. Government health data proves that white and black Americans use and sell drugs at almost identical rates. Despite equal behavior, black people are 12 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted of a drug crime. Innocent black citizens are routinely stopped, searched, and framed at rates that do not happen in white neighborhoods. So when Brandon Taylor says, oh yeah, the reason why the cops over police black people is because black people do most of the stuff. Wrong. 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 And as we got the quote there, I have personally witnessed officers writing fraudulent summonses and making false arrests as a result of the quota. But why are black communities inherently more criminal regarding drugs when white and black Americans sell and use drugs at identical rates? Why? So it shouldn't be 12 times more. I can understand if it was 2. 12 times? That's a lot. 12, that's a lot. How can you be 12 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted of a drug crime if both groups do it at the same rate? That means you're overwhelmingly targeting one group over the other. Group exonerations and systemic scandals. The inflation of the 50% statistic is further proven by massive police corruption scandals that result in group exonerations. In dozens of scandals across the country, such as the rampant scandal in Los Angeles, the ID Moore scandal in Chicago, or the recent elite police unit scandals in Baltimore, corrupt police units systematically targeted, framed, and planted evidence in hundreds of innocent black residents to hit arrest quotas. When these scandals are uncovered, hundreds of convictions are thrown out at once, proving the initial arrest data was entirely manufactured. And like I said before, when the arrest is made, even if they find out that the person, they throw the case out or the person is found innocent, the arrest still sits in the system as an arrest. Right? So when you blankly arrest people that shouldn't be arrested, yeah, that number is going to beef up the totals. And also, the arrest versus guilt. The 1350 statistic measures police behavior and systemic bias, not human behavior, because law enforcement heavily saturates black neighborhoods, utilizes aggressive stop and frisk tactics, and carries a higher rate of official misconduct during investigations. Black people are arrested and wrongfully convicted at a rate that skews official data. So you can never get the exact numbers. All these damn scandals going on in police departments. So there you have it. Let's finish off this.
She's making up stats.
If you would like to be the next debater,
He said making up stats. He ain't make up no stats. It's literally data. Dummy.
get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
All right. Everything I heard, everything I've listened to thus far, I think you're full of shit.
That's true. There's no lies there. came right out the gate. I mean, he came right out the gate. He said, I think you full of shit. I mean, I don't know if I would have did that right out the gate. That's kind of, but I get it. It's a conversation, but damn, bro. Because you want to see I guess, like, the point is you're trying to get, you want to get a conversation where people can kind of, come to some type of conclusion here, but I don't know. That's a bit strong. I guess it don't matter. Let's see how Tatum takes it.
You're a police officer.
No, give me an example of what I
Hello.
said that wasn't true.
Let me get to
Everything 95% of the shit you have said today on this 30 minutes has been bullshit, bro. We've been debunking you in real time. We've been debunking you all the way from the civil rights to policing. We have been debunking you, okay? We've been debunking everything you're saying. You've been lying your ass off, bro. But hopefully he doesn't waste time on that and get into the topics of policing, because you haven't had anything with that.
to it.
Give me something I
I
said
don't
that wasn't
think
true.
anybody here would disagree that good policing is bad. We're talking about bad policing. We're talking about bullshit policing. We're talking about the kind of policing that puts gentlemen like you and me in prison for unjust crimes. You like to cite that you're a police officer. Let me cite my professional background. Let me cite my professional
I have
background.
been in that profession.
10 years writing policy in government.
You weren't
at
a
the
police
local
officer.
and
But you weren't a
state of
police
California levels. And
You never
you
arrested
weren't-
anybody.
You didn't write policy. I did.
I enforced the law.
So, okay, I write the law.
But you don't enforce the law.
You don't enforce the law.
I
You don't
enforce the
enforce the
law.
law appropriately.
You just made it
You
up.
like to use one-offs. Let me use a one-off.
You don't need to use one off. You just make
In the
it up.
city of San Diego, there was a black police officer that sued the San Diego Police Department
Anecdotal.
with regard to, bro, all day you've been coming up with me. Now
I got
it's
statistical data
anecdotal.
points. Where do you want to go?
Like,
It's not anecdotal because many departments have sued across the country. There's literally documentaries about this shit, bro. You gonna ignore all that?
I need you to keep that same
Black
energy,
people
bro.
commit
I need you to
over
keep the
half
same
of all violent
energy.
crimes.
And that's the problem with black conservatives like yourself. You don't know how to keep
You're
the same
just
energy.
talking emotionally.
It was
Give
me,
me some facts.
me. Well, I'm trying to give you facts.
come on with it.
You supposed to be a police officer. Hold your head, bro. Hold your head. You interrupted everybody, bro. I got
You're
what,
here to
2-3
debate me.
minutes.
I'm not here to listen to you talk in circles.
But you talking like you was a state trooper, you was a Secret
But I know
Service.
cops.
and them.
I know cops all across the country.
But I did too.
I know
I do
policy.
too.
I know.
I
all
do
that.
too.
All right, get to your point.
You don't know policy because you never written one. He
We're
said,
talking
nah.
about policing in the black community. We're not talking about policy.
Oh my god, this back and forth shit is crazy. Like, come on, bro, just get to the point. Because when they go off into this part, this is in Tatum's realm because now he doesn't really have to defend facts, right? He doesn't have to defend it because now he could just focus on, oh, look at you, you're kind of like all over the place, and you guys got to stay on course, right? Because you let them off the hook when you go into these other areas.
Hold you to account because police officers like you don't like accountability. So I want to hold you to account. I'm trying to get my story out, and if I can finish my story.
This is not story time, man. The point is, police do more good.
The point was,
police do more good.
The point was,
yeah, they gotta get rid of this guy. You gotta argue. You gotta tell him why he's wrong about police officers doing more good in black communities than harm. That's all you had to do. You had the whole time you sat there, you had a chance to break that down, have an opinion. How do you not have that ready by the time you get to the chair? It's unbelievable. I this is why I believe that, and this is just my theory on these panels. And I there was a conspiracy that I had going around because when I watched some of these early on, where I think that they sprinkle in some people who might not really be fully. Like, for example, like when they have one conservative versus 10 liberals, they'll sprinkle in some people in the liberal that say they liberal just so they can kind of give the guy a break. I think this is one of these scenarios where this dude might not really be a black liberal, and he's there just to provide a buffer. That's what I believe.
As with
In the
regard
black
to
community.
training, the San Diego Police Department showed a video training officers of that department.
Yeah, but none of this is not relevant to the topic, bro. You have to just tell us why. Give us something. Oh my God, he's not doing it.
Depicting black people as primary perpetrators of crime. That's not true. My last guy that was just up here, who commits the most crimes in America?
Black
It's
people
white
do.
people. Name me the last black mass murderer in America.
I mean,
That
it
shot up
happened-
schools.
It happened in
malls.
the hood every day.
No, I didn't ask about the hood. Mass
That's
murdering.
mass shooting, bro. Go to Chicago on the 4th
What's
of
the
July.
definition of a mass
It's a
shooter?
mass shooting.
What's the definition
2
of a
more
mass
people
shooter?
shot. It's a mass shooting, according to the FBI. I could tell you to go to any inner city in the United States of America and go just this past weekend, and you've seen multiple mass shootings that occurred in that community. I don't know them by name.
I can
but
cite you Columbine. I can cite you
you're
Sandy
talking about
Hook.
you're talking about a shooting isolated at a school. We're talking about violence. We're talking about murder rates. Black people commit over half of all murders in this country. Is that true or not?
That's not true.
That is
That's
true. What are you
categorically-
saying?
that's-
All right, we do have
that's
to pause
categorically
here.
false.
Brandon Tatum once again. We already debunked this. Brandon Tatum's repeating an alt-right meme that he keeps on spreading around. Alt-right meme. He's already lying. He's making that up. He's making that up. And that's what he does. Brandon Tatum makes up shit again. Again. And the whole like black people this and black people that. And another thing to take into consideration is that roughly on any given year, you got to remember the American population is at about 350 million, right? Give or take. And 350 million. So when we talk about homicides, it's relatively small compared to like there's other causes of death in America that is more alarming, right? In America. Like people, like you have, so the 10 most, the 10, like, so, how can I say this? Heart disease, cancer, accidents, stroke, chronic lower respiratory diseases, Alzheimer's, diabetes, influenza, kidney disease, chronic liver disease are all, that's the top 10 leading cause of death in America. Heart disease, cancers, internal injuries make up almost half of all annual deaths in the U.S. So So there you have it. That's the death. That's how people die. All that above fucking murder. Like murder's not even on the top list. But we have this pandemonium to go after black people over something that is not even a norm. It's not a norm. It's literally not a norm in America. Literally not a norm. There's so many other forms of people dying. Even if you go all the way to, if you take the data all the way back to 1981 to 2024, homicide is the third most. From 1981 to 2004, 17,900 people died from homicide. Think about that. Suicides is 15,000. Heart disease, 16,000. Malignant neoplasm. I don't even know what the fuck that is. And number one is unintentional injuries at per year. Sorry, excuse me. Per year since 1981 to 2024. So unintentional injuries is number one by far. And that's usually every year. Like unintentional injuries per year. 81, that was the most. And homicide, 82, homicide was number 3. And then homicide went down. 83, homicide was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5th. Suicide passed them in 83. 84, same thing. 85, 86, 87. Homicide jumped up in 88 to number 3 death count in the U.S. And these from ages 1 to 44. So this could be pretty much the bulk of the population. And unintentional injuries is always among the top. 99, 90, 92 HIV was number 3. Passing homicide. Homicide number 4. HIV was number 2 in 94. 95. 6. HIV dropped. Homicide, roughly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 98. 89. 2000. 2002. 2003. 2004. 5, 6, 7. 2009. 2010. 2011. 12. 13. 14. 15. Homicide jumped back up in 2020. Oof. Unintentional injuries was 80,000 people in 2020 died from that. Damn, homicides have jumped. Oof. Big one. Okay, now it dropped. So from 2023, homicides dropped to 2024 big time. So now 2024, we don't have the 2025 numbers yet. So in America, right, heart disease is a bigger problem than homicide in America. But where's the suicide is now number 2 in America in deaths per year. Where the hell is it's been that way since probably 2000 and it took over number 2 in 2012. That's when suicide became the number 2 most deaths in the US. Number 2. And it just climbed. It started at 18,000 roughly. It passed that nepotism, whatever. It passed heart disease. And then it just took off. Like 2016, 2018, went over 20,000, and it has been over 20,000 since. So suicide, we averaging about 22,000 suicides per year, which is more than homicide. Homicide has dropped down to about 14,000 homicide. And most of those homicides are committed by white people, by the way. I think it's a little over almost 9,000 of 14 is committed by white people. And of course the other percentage is black or some form of black people. I don't know if they're mixing like black and Hispanic together, or because white could be also white doesn't mean all white, like all like white Americans could be white, Europeans could be white, immigrants. It could roughly alter. But the point is, my point here is that we spend so much time trying to denigrate the black population over homicides and talk about how dangerous the communities are, but where the hell is the call to action on the goddamn suicides? The suicides are up like crazy. 23,000 suicides a year, and that thing is rising. The homicides are dropping. We're down to 14,000 homicides. We were at the peak was at almost 20,000 about 20 years ago or so. But the numbers have like homicides are dropping like flies in America. And we're focused, and this is our focus. I mean, we got heart disease. That's a big problem, and that's not getting better with the way our food supply is. Suicides is a big issue with depression, and that's mental. That's fall right under mental health, and the unintentional injuries are high as well. I mean, we have issues to fucking talk about. Unintentional injuries include opioid overdoses, motor vehicle crashes, and unintentional falls. We know who's affected by the opioids. The opioids. Who's affected by the opioids, people? Who does opioids for mostly? That's white people. That's mostly white people at larger numbers. So if we're going to talk about, per capita, black people commit more homicides, then where the hell's the call to action for the white people that are being affected by the opioid dose? Because I guarantee you, per capita, they're probably most of those opioid overdoses belong to them. Per capita. Let's talk about per capita. They're in a crisis just like black people are in a crisis, if you want to call it that. And that's if you want to call it a crisis, because like I said, we're over 300 plus million Americans. So if we call any of these a crisis, we have to call them all a crisis. We can't just say only black people are in a destructive crisis with homicides, but no other community has crisis. When homicide is not even top 3 on the list of deaths per year in the U.S. Well, we have pandemonium in the black community. Well, we got opioids. Suicide now the second leading cause of death in America from ages 1 to 44. That's directly affecting communities of all backgrounds. Hey, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about here when we talk about these type of crimes, or murders, or deaths? 14,000 out of, well, how many black people are in America? 53? And 6,000 of them die a year. They make it sound like the black community is extincting themselves by look, one murder is bad, okay? But the fact of the matter is 6,000 people, 6,000 homicides, 5,000, whatever the number is. That's not a sign for, that's not a oh my God. Like that's the number one thing. I just would like to see conservatives like Tatum talk about heart disease a bit more. That has higher numbers. And if you don't believe me, let me screenshot this. I know you guys are probably like, "What are you talking about? You're lying." See, unlike Officer Tatum over there, I'll bring the receipts, and I'll bring the receipts to the door. So let's get these receipts up here. I'll take this quote out. No, I want to keep that quote up there. I like the quote. I like it. I like it. I'm going to finish this off. This is taking too long, but I just wanted to play this real quick. I wanted to show this. Right here. These are the homicide numbers. Boom. Top 10 leading causes of death in the U.S. Now, like I said, 2025 numbers are not out yet, at least from this main list. You could probably find a number. But this is it right here. Homicide is top 5. And for a while, for a few years, it was in the top 3 and 4. And suicide is skyrocket. You know, that's the graph right there. That's the graph. So we're conservatives are losing their shit over the homicide number, which most of that number is white people. Almost 9,000 of that belongs to white people. And I wouldn't even say that's a sign of pandemonium either, because just based on like stat, now it's America, so of course these murders are murders. Too many homicide is too much. One is too much, right? But to act like this is like oh my God, like the country's under siege, when we have this, when we have this going on, the unintentional injuries, which relates to opioids and suicides. I mean, these are the people, this is the stuff that we should be focusing on. We should focus on homicide too, of course. But we need more attention on suicides and opioids and those type of shit. And intentional death. Why are so many people just fucking dying? But there is no mass killings like the conservatives will tell you that black people are hunting us down, when we know that even by interracial murders, these numbers are even smaller. Right? Like, interracially, you probably get maybe 500 per year, if that, from like black to white. What's the numbers? What's the raw numbers? Numbers of homicides. From black. Right? So we know that. So even like if we go into the raw numbers, the numbers get even lower. It's literally like white people are literally not in danger with black people at all. So white victims who commits homicide on white victims, right? So like I said before, we're about 350 million of American people as a population, 350 roughly. So white on white, 2,600 to 3,100 deaths per year on white. So roughly 30,000 white people kill other white people every year. Black on white, 500 to 600 deaths. So a black person in America, out of 50 million black people, 43 million black people, all across the country, white people will be a victim of a homicide from a black person, about 500 to 600 possibly. And a lot of that doesn't even account for situations, right? Like we don't know what happened, whether it's self-defense, whether it's just, you know, something that's gone wrong or whatever the case may be. But like literally white people are not at any danger with black people as a whole. Like you're more likely to die from heart disease, suicide, opioid overdose, drug overdose than you are from being killed by a black person. Like 500 to 600 per year deaths from a black person, but you can die from any other cause on this list before being killed by a black person if you're white. But this is what they focus the most on. So, oh my God, black people. Oh my God. And other race, you about 100 deaths per year from another race will kill you. And and vice versa, right? So it's like black people, about 3,000 deaths on other black people out of 50 million black people. Yeah, about 3,000 of them will die from the hands of another black person, right? Per year. White on black, 200 to 250 deaths per year. So white people are not hunting black people. Like there's no danger, at least from deaths, right? I mean, like I said, these are basic numbers, but could it be higher or lower? I guess it depends. Like we the reason why I have I put an asterisk on the white numbers because we know that there are parts of the country where a white person can literally kill a black person and get away with it and not even be considered a crime. Like there's nowhere in the country where a black person could get away with killing a white person without from the hands of law, like without like any type of intervention. Like there would be no system. There's no cop. There's no sheriff. There's no town that would bury that. Right. Unlike vice versa. Like if a white person in town murdered a black person in like a small town, they can literally cover that up and nothing will ever happen. But it can't happen the other way around. Like a town full of black people could not just kill a white person and have a black sheriff cover it up or a black DA say, yeah, we've got to pretend it doesn't happen. There's no towns that exist like that in America. So the white on black numbers, you know, while they are, it's still a low number. It, you know, it could be higher. You know, we have to use, like, depending on the part of the country you're in, of course, could be higher. So there you have it. But we know, but the numbers that we do know that are as accurate as they could come is these numbers here, and that's the numbers of the suicides and that stuff, because those numbers are literally tracked and investigated as it happens. Heart disease and that type of shit. I mean, all those things are more likely to happen than you being a victim of a homicide from anybody, whether it be black on black or white on white, black on white, white on black. But we've spent so much time dividing ourselves over the homicide thing when it's not even the most dangerous thing in America. Not even close. So let's go back to Tatum, because he's going to make up some lie again. He's going to lie again.
Black people commit disproportionate amounts and over half of all violent crimes in this country.
Okay, Officer Tatum, both of you guys, we have to stop here because you have been voted out. Thank you so much for your time. If you would like to be the next debater, get to that hot seat in 3, 2, 1.
All right, what's up, bro?
I would argue that the resources, that the cost of hiring a police officer could be significantly better used in revitalizing the black community rather than affording more cops. As you've seen in the city of New York.
Okay. Let's go. He says he will argue that the money to hire a police officer. So he's in the defund the police, or the he could be part of that crew. Now, I understand what he's saying, but I don't think he's articulating it in the right way, because Tatum's about to jump all over this. Like, this is like bait. Because he's not saying what Tatum is thinking he's saying. I know what he's saying, but he didn't say it right. And it's gonna come off like he's saying, "Oh, instead of hiring a police officer, we should just put it in the community." So then Tatum will come back and be like, "Oh, they will have somebody commit a crime. Who's gonna show up?" So this is kind of like a bad setup here. Sadly, this kid is probably gonna get eaten up because he came at it wrong.
When they increased the amount of funding they're putting in schools, when they increased having childcare for people, when they increased training for people to get jobs, they saw the lowest crime rate that they've seen in years.
Right, this is where I think we can agree on. We gotta walk and chew gum at the same time. As we see resources provided and crime go down, then we can begin to shrink the availability of law enforcement in that said community. You don't do one before the other. You can't just say, I'm gonna take resources from the law enforcement officers. Crime will go out of control. If I was to concede to your point, we need to see these crime statistics begin to decrease. Therefore, you can justify decreasing law enforcement. You cannot think that because you build a park, that somebody ain't gonna be shooting and acting a fool in the hood. That is a generational thing that's gonna have to happen. And right now, we still got people out today that don't give a F about a park. We've seen plenty of cases that people have built incredible schools, they built parks, roadways, availability to activities for people, and they still out here cutting up. And a lot of it is the way people are raised, the culture that people are embracing. And I would argue that black people are embracing that wasn't even black culture to start with. Those things need to be addressed, and they are the most detrimental to the black community than even funding and defunding police.
And I hear you, but I still agree that.
All right, we're gonna have to pause here. I'm so sorry. You have been voted out by the majority.
Man, they voted him out quick. Told you Tatum was gonna eat him up. Did I tell you? Because he came at it. He was on something, but that was too easy for Tatum. That was just way too easy. I knew he was gonna damn. I knew he was gonna come out. That was way too easy. That was way too easy. It was like a layup.
If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
So,
I just want to take a second to acknowledge that you're being roasted and you're being very polite about it. So thank you for that.
I'm doing what?
I say you're getting roasted right now, but you're being very polite about it, and I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you for your conceding to my arguments. Okay.
I wouldn't say that, but okay. So you're familiar with broken window policing, right?
I'm familiar in part.
Yeah, just for people that don't know, it's just the uniform enforcement of both significant and insignificant laws, right? And I think we could both agree that there are laws in this country that shouldn't exist, right? Or just
give me an example, because I can't concede to it if I don't know what you're talking about.
Marijuana, right? Like in the state of Texas, if you're caught with marijuana, you can be a felon, right? I think we can both agree that that's dumb.
I don't agree to that. I mean, people vote on it and they'll pass what the majority believe. I don't agree to that.
Sure.
I think in some cases marijuana should be illegal. I think medical marijuana should be legal. I mean, obviously.
Well, yeah, sure, but based all marijuana. But I think we can both agree that if you have like a felony conviction, that stunts your ability to earn and provide for your family, right?
Yeah, you knew that before you committed the felony, right?
Yeah, but like I think certain laws. Well, first of all,
you're talking felonies. You're not talking misdemeanors. Felonies are very intense things that you do that cause you to get a felony. It's not just having weed on you.
Not exactly. Because if you're caught with a wax pen, right, that can be considered a felony equivalent to if you had like cocaine or something like that.
Depending on what state you're in.
Yeah,
but
depending on the
if
state.
that's the case, but
Right,
you know
but
that before
federally
you
as well.
You know that before you do it.
Sure.
And so you make the decision. You make the decision. Everybody in here make decisions. They're not going to do that because you don't want a felony on your record because you want to be successful and be able to get a job. Is that fair?
But
that's personal responsibility.
But let's interrogate the central claim. You're saying that police in black communities do more good than harm, right?
Exactly.
So if you're caught smoking a blunt on your porch and you become a felon for the rest of your life, and then you're relegated to like being doing menial labor for the rest of your life, right? When you could have had a lot more prospect, isn't that the police causing more harm to your life?
No,
than
it's
good?
just don't smoke weed and you won't have to worry about the police.
So are the laws enforced equally across the races?
It is.
No.
Oh, come on, dude. It is. This guy, man. Oh, man. This dude cannot be honest for 1 second. He says the laws are equally across the board. Bro, everybody knows that's a lie. Do I have to go back? Do we have to go back to the video? Do we have to go back to the video of the NYPD admitting the laws are enforced across the board? Really? Are we really gonna sit here say that? Really, Officer Tatum? Officer Tatum, really? Oh my God, this dude just can't stop lying. He can't stop lying. Can't stop lying. He's like, yeah, all right. Let's see. DJ, spin that track.
5:30. Did the NYPD have arrest quotas for people of color? Newly released sworn statements by several NYPD officers support a lawsuit that aims to claim just that, I should say.
The lawsuit was filed years ago, but the NYPD calls the claims false. CBS 2's Alice Gaynor reports.
Immediately, one of the things that I learned was there are unlawful quotas for arrests.
Edwin Raymond, an NYPD lieutenant, joined the force nearly 13 years ago.
It's a lot of coded language. You have to stop the right people.
The right people, he alleges, were members of the black and Hispanic communities. And if you didn't play the numbers game, he claims,
You get your overtime taken, you get your shift change, they start to retaliate.
In 2015, Raymond and other officers filed a lawsuit. A documentary was even made about it. Since then, numerous officers, both retired and current, have come forward, making sworn statements backing those claims.
There you have it.
4 new affidavits have been released ahead of their filing next month. Retired Officer Charles Spruill, an African American, says in his statement the code internally for making numbers was activity, and alleges he was told in reference to minority civilians, I needed to beat the animals and make them cooperate, adding, I have personally witnessed officers writing fraudulent summonses and making false arrests as a result of the quota.
Does that sound like equally a law across the board, Officer Tatum? Does that sound like that? I don't think so.
What's your proof? What's your proof to that?
So black people in this country, right, are statistically found to have been given larger sentences for the same crimes compared to their white counterparts.
See, let me give you.
And that's true as well. That's also facts. And Tatum is going to argue against that because he found he found a person that was a conservative from the Heritage Foundation that was able to show different. Right? That's what he's going to tell you. Right? That's what he's going to tell you because that's what he tells people. Because we know. And Jubilee, where's your fact checkers at? We know that black people are statistically more likely to receive higher and harsher prison sentences than white people who commit the exact same crimes and have the same criminal history background. Rigorous studies control for various like prior offenses and severity of the charge and violence, yet the sentencing gap stubbornly persists across both federal and state court systems. Okay? Now, this data was tracked by the United States Sentencing Commission. The federal sentencing disparity reveals a stark gap in federal prison sentences. Black men receive prison sentences that are on average 13.4% longer than similarly situated white men. Less leniency. Black men are 23% less likely to receive a probationary or community sentence, avoiding prison time entirely, compared to white men who qualify for the exact same leniency. And we know this because we even see this amongst sex crimes. Remember, we see white dudes that commit sex crimes get probation, go home early, get 6 months, all type of stuff. A major driver of harsher sentencing occurs before a case ever reaches a judge during the charging phase managed by prosecutors. Mandatory minimums. Federal prosecutors file charges carrying harsher mandatory minimum penalties 65% more frequently against black defendants than white defendants facing the exact same offense. Habitual offender law. At the state level, prosecutors are statistically much more likely to trigger 3 strikes or habitual offender enhancements against black individuals compared to white individuals in the same situation. Legal reviews highlight that black defendants experience far greater charge rigidity, meaning prosecutors are significantly less likely to offer them a plea deal that reduces a felony down to a misdemeanor. Cumulative structural disadvantages. The system creates a snowball effect where early structural disadvantages translate directly into longer sentences, right? So we talk about the pre-trial detention. Black defendants are significantly more likely to be held in jail awaiting trial because they are issued higher cash bail amounts. Study proves that being detained pre-trial heavily decreases a person's chance of winning their case and drastically increases the length of the final prison sentence. The trial penalty. Black defendants face a higher trial penalty, meaning they are pushed with harsher sentences if they exercise their constitutional right to a trial and lose, rather than taking a plea deal. Weaponizing of prior records. Because black neighborhoods are heavily policed, black individuals accumulate longer arrest records early in life. Criminal defense data from the Sentencing Project notes that when these individuals enter adulthood, judges use these past records to extend sentences. For sentences lasting 10 years or longer, this dynamic results in black individuals serving an average of 5 years longer than white individuals for comparable offenses. And it doesn't matter what the offense is, because you could have a small past history of crimes. Like, say if you was like 19 and you was smoking a joint, or if you had an offense for hopping a fence, maybe you had a trespassing charge because you stayed in the park too late. All these things add up and they will look at it as criminal history. So if you do ever get caught up in a real crime, like maybe you got into a fight, you beat the person up, you won the fight, so you got charged, they'll look at your criminal history. How likely are you to follow the rules when they determine should they give you probation? Well, you broke a couple laws back in when you was a teenager. And it's like, dude, I was 19 years old. I'm 29 now. You're really going to hold that against me? Yes, they hold it against you. They don't care. Anything to get you, to put you in prison, in one of them private prisons where they can make money off you, they'll do it. That's just how it goes. It's not really about the severity of the crime. And Tatum pretending that police are policing, his own former cops have admitted this. How could he sit here and act like this is not a thing when other law enforcement officers with more training have already attested to this as fact? Come on, let's go.
Some more information to give you a better perspective. A lot of it is because people have committed multiple crimes before they get to the final crime sentencing.
You've been already debunked on that, buddy. The studies show that the same exact history, the same crimes, they still get sentenced more. So you can't keep using that. That's a lazy ass argument, bro. That's already been debunked. I knew he was gonna say that. And hopefully this guy corrects him, because they already did the studies on that. There's studies out there. They've done it. Similar criminal records. Similar, meaning the exact crimes. Higher and harsher prison sentences when white people who commit the exact crimes and have the same criminal background. Come on, man. Rigorous studies have been done on this. And they included variables like prior offenses, the severity of the crime. Come on now. Your own party has exonerated and pardoned people. We just seen it happen in the case with the kid in Texas that got convicted of killing Metcalf. What was his name? I forgot the kid's name. Carmelo Anthony. And they had a thing with all the crimes of all the other people in Texas that committed murders or were convicted of murder, and they all got like 6 years and shit like that. And this kid had no record and he got 35. It was like, whoa. Like, and all the other people were white. Come on, man. Like, you talk about the prior crimes. No, people with no criminal records have been getting. Did Carmelo Anthony have a criminal record? Well, it was a violent crime, technically, so yeah. We can't count him, but there's others with no criminal records. And here's the funny thing, Tatum, you know what's so weird about this? Because Tatum just finished bragging about the First Step Act. What do you think the First Step Act was about? You fucking dodo. He's about to sit here and he's arguing on both sides of his ass. In the beginning of this Jubilee, when he was arguing in favor of the First Step Act, like, oh, Trump did the First Step Act, which helped mostly black people get out of jail and because they were over a sentence. And now he's going to sit here and tell you that all those black people, the ones who qualified for the First Step Act, were people who fell under the category of being overly sentenced for the same exact crimes as white people. They were part of that. That's why they qualified. That's why they had to pass a law. Because this was a practice. And it still continues to be a practice. If this was not a thing, they wouldn't need to pass laws for it. They wouldn't have needed to be a First Step Act if this was not happening. You fucking idiot. The thing that you're bragging about, that you tried to say that was one of the things that made Trump good for black people. Now you're gonna argue the other side of that and say that no, there was nothing happening. Come on, man. This Tatum guy is a fucking buffoon.
Yes, it is.
Even for first-time offenders.
Give me an example. Where do you see, now here's what, and everybody should acknowledge this, where do you see in this country a judge This judge gave a white person a different sentence than a black person in that same courtroom.
Statistically, you can still see that minority offenders are given harsher sentences for the same crimes compared to the white counterparts.
And a lot of times it's because they already have previous charges. I'll give you an example of people that's in my family.
Sure.
You know, two people that I know, I'm not going to say.
It's not previous history, bro. They already did the studies on that. He wants you to name an example. Like this guy is supposed to name the people. The studies is out there, bro. Come on, man. He pulls this, give me an example. Dude, that's part of the First Step Act was supposedly to fix that. Was supposed to correct part of that. So he's trying to correct. He's like, I'm gonna give you an example for my family member. So you got a family full of criminals, because earlier he just told us a family member of his was benefited from the First Step Act. Now he's got another criminal. He's got a criminal. He talking about black people shit. Damn, you already got a couple criminals in your family that did time and got criminal records. That's more than my family. What the fuck?
Say what position in my family got 20 years in prison for armed robbery. 25 years in prison for armed robbery. The reason he got 25 years is because he had already committed a robbery. He got 5 years before that. Another one of my cousins got 75 years in prison for shooting 3 people.
That ain't every black person, dummy. That's not the people we're talking about. We're talking about people who get, oh my God. This guy's being so, one thing we found out is that Officer Tatum, he got a lot of criminals in his family. he's got, unless he's making this shit up, which he probably could be, because he can't make his argument, so he would have to add, in order for the person to like not jump on him, they would have to say, oh, okay. But he's got a lot of criminals in his family, man, right? This whole night, he's like, cousin, my uncle, my cousin. One of them had the First Step Act. The other one had 25 years armed robbery. Now another one had 75 for shooting 3 people. Maybe that's why he hates black people, because his whole family is a fucking criminal. And he's trying to project that on everyone else. Like, dude, just because your family is fucking criminals, that doesn't mean everybody black is a criminal, okay? Come on now.
The reason he got 75 years, and some people didn't get that, because he had already been a prohibited possessor, he was already a convicted felon, and he had drugs in the car. Those contributing factors is what lead many black people who already have a criminal record to being sentenced.
Many black people who already have criminal records. That is not what the study was about. Okay? And he still doesn't address the main factors of how those criminal records accumulate. Especially when you talk about a man here. Need to go back? Do we need to go back to the video on how black people get those criminal records? Do we need to go back? Let's go back. Let's go back. Because maybe Mr. Officer Tank Toms has forgot what happened. Let's go back. Let's spin that track.
Sworn statements backing those claims. 4 new affidavits have been released ahead of their filing next month. Retired Officer Charles Spruill, an African American, says in his statement the code internally for making numbers was activity, and alleges he was told in reference to minority civilians, I needed to beat the animals and make them cooperate, adding, I have personally witnessed officers writing fraudulent summonses and making false arrests as a result of the quota. Officer Dan Quinones in transit, who is Hispanic, says his commanding officer would paint minority police officers who did not meet his definition of the arrest quota as lazy.
There you have it. So maybe that's how these people have gotten these criminal records, because cops falsely put records on them, setting them up for the big fall later. But Tatum won't mention that, because Tatum says police don't do nothing wrong. Police are great. Everything's good with police. Falsely making arrest records is good for the black community. This man is bona fide, certified, crazy.
at a higher rate. You cannot find a judge that gave a black person a higher sentencing than they gave a white person. If you find that judge, I think everybody in here will be against that judge. And I would march and protest a judge that we can find doing that. You won't find it.
All right, we're gonna have to pause.
You won't find it. Oh man. Oh man. That's crazy. Oh my God. He knows that it's hard to find that. He knows that. So he just said that to sound good. You could probably find that from the same right? I mean, you could find it. How about this? Well, here is one example. So Brandon Tatum said we couldn't find any, right? Clear example of this exact disparity occurred in Martin County Courthouse in Florida, where Circuit Judge Sherwood Bauer Jr. handed down starkly different sentences to two young men facing identical charges. The cases were thoroughly documented by investigative reporters from the Sarasota Herald Tribune as part of their comprehensive bias on the bench. So Brandon Tatum says that these Brandon Tatum said that these cases did not happen, right? We just found one. And in Florida, of all places. So the defendants Chase, some kid named Chase Legg, I'm going to call him Legg because I can't pronounce his name, 19-year-old white male, and Lamar Lloyd, a 21-year-old black male. Both men were charged with 2 counts of armed robbery. Both individuals had almost identical criminal histories, each carrying only a single prior misdemeanor on their record. Florida uses a standardized criminal point system to dictate sentencing guidelines and eliminate bias. Both Legg and Lloyd tallied the exact same 138.2 sentencing points on their score sheets. Under state law, this score yielded the exact same lowest permissible minimum sentence of roughly 7 years. Despite having the exact same point system, facing the exact same charge, and sitting in front of the same judge in the same courthouse, their punishments were drastically different. Chase was sentenced by the judge to just 2 years in the local county jail, while Lamar Lloyd was sentenced to 26 years state prison. With the massive 13-fold disparity gained national scrutiny, prosecutors defended the gap. They argued that Legg received leniency because he cooperated with law enforcement to testify against his co-defendant in a drug deal robbery, whereas Lloyd robbed a Pizza Hut and a gas station. However, criminologists and legal experts point out that the sheer severity of the gap, giving one man 24 years of additional prison time over another who scored identical under state law, highlights how broad judicial discretion routinely works to the severe disadvantage of black defendants. The Herald Tribune's broader investigation proved this was not an isolated incident across Martin County. Black defendants convicted of robbery with the exact same point scores as white defendants routinely received prison sentences averaging 9 years longer. So this is something that happens in Florida. that Brandon Tatum is trying to pretend that this didn't happen. Right? Brandon Tatum just lied to you right here on the air. He's been lying all night, folks. All this whole video. He's been lying. He's been lying his ass off the whole time. He's been lying his ass off the whole time. Sadly. But that's what he does. He fucking lies. So we've seen the case. We've seen it. We fucking seen it. We've seen it. Same charges. Same everything. And there you have it. And we seen it. We already know it happened in Texas as well. So this is not like the first time. Okay. Like we know that this shit happened. But I'm going to put this up here so we can put it out. I'm going to rewind it back too so you can see it. Okay. Officer Tatum. Let me pull this up. I'm not gonna be able to finish all this right now. I thought it was gonna be worse than it was, but oops. Right, was this? So Shabooby. Right there. Oh man, they're not gonna let me show it. All right. Maybe I can show it from here. Can't do that. We're not gonna be able to do it. All right, so let me save that. Pull it back up. Remove. They wanna make me feel. All right, I'm gonna pull this up real quick. Boom. Over. So just so we can show it again as I get ready to play, I'm gonna rewind this back to Tatum saying he doesn't believe that happened.
Just having weed on you.
Nah, not exactly. Not exactly. Because if you're caught with a wax pen, right, that can be considered a felony equivalent to if you had like cocaine or something like that.
Depending on what state you're in.
Yeah,
but
depending on the state.
If that's the case, but
right,
you know that before
federally
you
as well.
You know that before you do it.
Sure.
And so you make the decision. You make the decision. Everybody in here make decisions. They're not going to do that because you don't want a felony on your record because you want to be successful and be able to get a job. Is that fair?
But
that's personal responsibility.
But let's interrogate the central claim. You're saying that police in black communities do more good than harm, right?
Exactly.
So if you're caught smoking a blunt on your porch and you become a felon for the rest of your life, and then you're relegated to like being like doing menial labor for the rest of your life, right? When you could have had a lot more.
Right, I want to get to the part where you talk about.
And everybody should acknowledge this. Where do you see in this country a judge? This judge gave a white person a different sentence than a black person in that same courtroom.
Statistically, you can still see that minority offenders are given harsher sentences for the same crimes compared to the white counterparts.
And a lot of times it's because they already have previous charges. I'll give you an example of people that's in my family. Sure. You know, two people that I know, I'm not going to say what position they're in my family, got 20 years in prison for armed robbery. 25 years in prison for armed robbery. The reason he got 25 years is because he had already committed a robbery. He got 5 years before that. Another one of my cousins got 75 years in prison for shooting 3 people. The reason he got 75 years, and some people didn't get that, because he had already been a prohibited possessor, he was already a convicted felon, and he had drugs in the car. Those contributing factors is what lead many black people who already have a criminal record to being sentenced at a higher rate. You cannot find a judge that gave a black person a higher sentencing than they gave a white person. If you find that judge, I think everybody in here will be against that judge. And I would march and protest a judge that we can find doing that. You won't find it.
You won't find it. We did find it. And the judge's name is Circuit Judge Sherwood Bauer Jr. We found it. So come on down, Tatum. I'll meet you at the Martin County Courthouse. You say you're going to protest it. You're going to march. Go down there and march. 'Cause we found it. You see it right there. Sherwood, he sentenced the white boy 2 years for the same armed robbery. Same counts. They had the same, and Florida uses a standardized point system, and they both had the same exact points. Same exact points. And, you know, same exact point system. One got 2 years, the other got 26. So explain that, Tatum. I bet you can't. I bet you can't. He can't explain that. No, he won't. No. He won't explain that.
All right, we're going to have to pause here because you've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you
so much. If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair. In 3, 2, 1.
What's up?
What's up, bro?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Yeah, this is going to go.
Let's have some fun. I want to approach this from a place of curiosity because the thing that troubles me about a lot of the way you structure your arguments is that it seems to suggest to me that you perhaps believe that there's some moral deficit that black people have that inclines us to commit more crimes.
I don't believe
and
that.
I guess my question is, what do you think that moral lack is?
I don't really think it's I don't think it's a sweeping generalization that every black person somehow is born inherently evil or inherently a criminal. I think that there's different things that do cause people to fall down a path of committing crimes, which is what their fathers did and what their mothers did.
One might say context and systemic racism. Or
I don't think it has. I think it had much to do with racism.
No.
Wow. All right, so here we go. So Tatum says that the problem with black people is that other generations of black people committed crime before them, so they passed it down. Right? That's his issue. And he won't acknowledge the systemic racism of the histories of any of that stuff. It's just that one day, America, and people just woke up and say, you know what? We're just gonna tear shit down. We're just gonna become a problematic group of people. Well, he just say it's not a group thing. But I really believe this man, if it's true that his family did all that, because do you know how statistically impossible it would be to have a family member? He counted 3 felons in his family that served multiple crimes. Because I have to imagine that the person for the First Step Act would not have qualified under the other 2 charges that he mentioned, right? In the beginning of the video, he said that he had a family member that got out under the First Step Act. Then he said a few minutes ago that he had a family member that got 75 years for shooting 3 people and another family member that got 25 years because he committed a robbery before, armed robbery. So that's 3 felons in his family. That is statistically impossible to have. Like the average black person does not have 3 felons in their family. Sorry to say it. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. Like, I don't know anybody, any black person that has 3 felons in their family. This man just acknowledged he has 3 felons and he became a cop. Like, so this man is our, so we have to acknowledge that part of it. So that may be part of his mindset on how he views black people. Because he is in a position from where he is sitting at he's at a point of view that no, not even most black people probably could not relate. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, we talk about, like, yeah, we can't relate to him in the way he is around, like, his point of view of black people. Think about it. Like, he's in his own statistical category by himself. Like, it's very rare. Like, I don't know if he's telling the truth. I don't know if he's making that up or not. But if he's telling the truth that with those 3 people in his family, he's talking about multiple felons. Like, he grew up in a family full of felons, and that probably shifted his mindset on how he feels about black people. That probably had a lot to do with how his attitude is towards black people. That had to have a lot to do with it. I'm assuming that played a huge role, and it's something that no one else is going to talk about. Like, many people are reacting to Brandon Tatum's appearance, and you're gonna hear about the cooning and all the other shit. But I wonder if someone's really gonna break down what he said, like, with these 3 people in his family, and really unpack that. You know, it must have had a toll on him growing up. Like, damn. So he probably figured the best way to make sure I don't become like that, because he was almost statistically likely to become like one of his family members. Because we know when you grow up in that kind of environment, or if you have those kind of environments in your family, the chances of you possibly turning into something like that would be high. And he heard him just say, yeah, you know, the parents committed a crime or other people committed a crime. So he thinks this thing is like genetically passed down from generation to generation. And he escaped. He got lucky. He hit in his mind, right? I don't believe he got lucky, but in his mind, he escaped. He got lucky and was able to not go down that path, despite having 3 family members who did go down that path. And he feels blessed. He probably thinks it was like some magical, and he said, I'm going to be far away from this community as possible. And I think that's where he gets his hatred from. His family's crooks. His family's criminals. He's living through his family's bad family tree that he escaped and got lucky. So he feels like he's the expert on black people, bad black people at that, because his family has some bad black people in it. And he's projecting. He's projecting out to the rest of the world of other black people and saying, oh, this is what the black community is about because my family was like that. But I would guarantee you, like, it's very hard. Like, the average black person does not have 3 felons in their family, bro. I'm just telling you. Like, the average black person walking around will not have 3 felons in their family. 3 people that are chronic felons. Because you basically just named 3 chronic felons. And that's just unlikely to be the case for the average black person. Yeah, there are some black people that might know some felons. May know a person who might have done some fucked up shit. Yeah, but you grew up with 3 fucking felons in your home, in your family? Yeah, you're definitely damaged. You probably scared the bejesus. He's scared. He was scared. He scared them all the way out of the house and joined the service and said, So Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
I don't think it has like for instance, we can isolate
Yeah.
criminal activity that happened in the black community that has no hand or involvement from white people.
Yeah.
You know, a young man deciding to grab a gun and do a shooting has nothing to do with white people. A young man.
Okay, here's another thing. He's mistaking white supremacy with white people. Like in the sense of and this is why we have to change the we have to stop saying white supremacy, people. We really do, because you're just giving that out, because the average white person that views, especially the average white conservative, and I even seen it in the comments when I was looking down and going over the comments of this video, the people who were defending Tatum, it's almost like an out. Like, while yes, you have to be able to change up language, because, and I get, especially because that's not gonna work in like 5-10 years from now once white people become a minority. You're gonna look at you like you're crazy. You're like, what do you mean white supremacy? We're a fucking minority now, right? So you have to be able to pivot off of that white supremacy thing and go more with a systemic racism. Systemic racism. You don't have to say white supremacy. You can still say racism, because that is very true, but systemic is more like the system. Not because we say white people, as you hear Brandon Tatum go, it's not white people, right? Because the way he's talking about it is like, no, it's not John in the suburbs' fault that Tyrone in the hood took a gun and stuck up Dollar Tree, right? So that's how he's interpreting that. And he's right in that sense, if you say it like that. But we're talking about the system. It's systemic. That's how you got to stay on it. You got to keep it on systemic. It's not, individual white people have nothing to do with what something's going on in the black community. It's a systemic thing you have to stay on. And you have to stay on that. Like, don't fall into the trap about him trying to make it, he's trying to defend white people. We're not saying white people. Like Sally down the street selling cookies has nothing to do with, Taniqua, beating up a store clerk. Like, it's not that. Like, but they try to play that off. They try to confuse you with that, because then you get white people coming in. Well, I didn't do nothing. What are you talking about? I ain't got no privilege. Blah, blah, blah. Like, no, obviously you don't. We're not talking about you. But so we have to get off of the white supremacy thing and use systemic. That's all I'm saying.
Having sex with 5 and 6 women, getting them pregnant, and not standing up for his responsibilities has nothing to do with white people.
See, but when you tell stories like that, it seems to suggest that you're saying that black people are responsible for all of that versus these isolated incidents, these mythical isolated incidents that you're bringing up. I guess
I'm saying it's
the
personal
question,
responsibility.
Yeah, so you're saying
there's no white man there.
There's an epidemic of personal responsibility inside the black community.
I agree with
How
that.
do you measure that?
By looking at the effects of it, looking at what black people are doing over time.
So earlier, people have come up and given you a vast number of statistics that indicate systemic racism, inequality, poverty, education. It's happened over and over again. Yet you claim black people have an epidemic of personal responsibility, but you can't give a single statistic that indicates that. How do you
they
measure
have an
that?
epidemic of personal responsibility. You see the outcomes.
Is it the rap music?
If that's one indicator.
Yeah. Yeah. It's rap music.
It's rap music.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Who wrote that song?
Let me give you an example of why this is different. Let me give you an example of why this is different.
Come on. Let's talk about rap.
And I'm gonna tell you how it has a negative effect on black people.
But he's right though. Let the bodies hit the floor. That's fuck, who's that? That's Drowning Pool, right? Let the bodies hit the floor. Yeah. It's Drowning Pool, I believe. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. That's Drowning Pool. Yeah, Drowning Pool, bodies. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let me find the music. Let the bodies hit the floor. Where is it? Right here? Let the bodies hit the floor. Probably gonna get copyright for that. Let the bodies hit the floor. Drowning pool. Come on, man. Come on. Tatum know who that is. That's your people, Tatum. Let the bodies hit the. That song's actually. I like that song though. I have to admit, I do kind of like that. Like it gets you amped up. It is raw though, man. It is kind of raw. Those motherfuckers crazy. 1, nothing wrong with me. 2, nothing wrong with me. 3. Let the bodies hit the floor.
People.
Yeah.
White people actually listen to rap music way more than black people do. They purchase it more. But black people are living the stuff that's in the music. White people fantasize of what it may be like to run up on your op and shoot somebody and kill them
Ooh,
and go
spit
to
those
prison
bars, come on.
and selling dope in the hood to your own people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not only black people that participate in that. You got white community shit. I'm not trying to dox myself, but where I live at, or where nearby where I live at, not exactly where I live at, where I used to live at. Yeah. the white boys thought they were living through the music very well. And see, Tatum wouldn't know that because Tatum, as a cop, was only working in black neighborhoods. He didn't work in those other neighborhoods, so he won't be able to tell you that. And most black people, see, when you have that conversation with other black people, being that most black people have lived around other black people, they can't even tell you what I can tell you. Because I can tell you that. I've seen it with my own eyes. Like, I've seen it. And it's not even just, like, this thing that only drug dealing and crime is only a black thing. This is what Tatum is basically trying to tell you. That only black people do the stuff in the rap video. When you literally could go to any town, any underserved community in any parts of the country and find cartels. I mean, go and see what the fuck the cartels were doing out in Long Island, in New York, and the shit that they were doing. It got so bad that the Trump administration had the war on cartels, going after what they were doing. I remember when I was in New York, they had the Dominicans were out there with the fucking machetes. I don't know if they're Dominican or Trinidadians. I don't even know which background, but they were out there doing that shit, and they was doing shit like that since the 90s. Like, this is not just a black people raw crime shit. There's some ruthless shit that even worse than black people. Like, you want to talk about black crime, but there's other groups in America that are, their street crime is way more ruthless. You go and fuck around and fuck with, go down to Chinatown and start fucking with them with the Chinese and find out what those gangs will do to your ass down there. Go and fuck with the Russians, with the Russian mafia. Go down to Brighton Beach. Go down to and see what happens to your ass. See the type of shit they do. Every fucking culture has their fucking ruthlessness, bro. To sit here and try to make it seem like this is independent to rap music? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, bro? And how the hell are you a cop and don't know this shit? But I think he was just some kind of beat cop that only worked in the black community. He wasn't part of no task force that took down like major drug dealing or went up against some real hitters. Are you fucking out? Are you serious right now, cop? You couldn't have been a real cop. You couldn't have been a legit cop. Not we're talking like this, bro. He was in Tucson. He was in Arizona, and you talking about black crime? He was in Tucson. Are you kidding me? You telling me you don't know nothing about the other cultures that are running wild in Arizona? Are you kidding me? He's out on the West Coast. He don't know about those other criminals. You talking about it's only black people? That's how you making it sound like. Really? And the funny thing about it is, so he was in Tucson, but he was a Tucson police officer, but he didn't work. I don't know what years he was a cop. Let me look it up so I can go back. I want to be accurate on this. Tucson seemed pretty damn safe now. When was Tatum police officer? You can find it. Okay, he was a police officer from 6 years, from July 2011 to 2017. He worked roles including SWAT operator, field training officer, general instructor, and police and public information officer. So he really didn't. He wasn't on the street. He was a SWAT operator. What does that mean? He was on the phone. So he tried to say that he worked. Trying to say that he worked in the he tried to say that he worked in the police department, but he seemed like he ain't really was on the street. All right. He wasn't on the street. He was a field training officer. Okay. Yeah, he was he was on the street. Okay. He pretty much was part of the patrol people. He wasn't like a detective and none of that shit. So Tucson crime rates during time. I want to see if he was on the force during the heavy hitters. All right, so when he was on the force, Tucson had experienced a steady decline in violent crime that hit 13-year lows in 2015, followed by a sharp spike through 2017. By the end of his service, the city was ranked as the most dangerous city in Arizona. So when he left the force in 2017, violent crimes skyrocketed. So yeah, he was in a pretty bad area. Department challenges during this exact window, turnover department stream peaked with staffing shortages caused backlogs, 30 to 40 emergency calls, and dispatch delays lasting up to 10 hours for property crimes. Okay. I wanted to know. I'm trying to see something real quick. So here's the funniest part about Officer Tatum. He's talking about the Bloods and the he said the Bloods. He said the rap music and the crime and the black people. But here's the kicker, right? So during Brian Tatum's time in Tucson police, the criminal landscape was heavily driven by its proximity to the U.S.-Mexico border, right? So the transnational drug cartels were pretty much a big deal over there. And active street and prison gangs also operated through the networks. Hispanic street gangs, the Barrio Hollywood, heavily operating out of West Tucson alongside various Serenos sets. I mean, of course, you had the Bloods and the Crips factor. Black street gangs operated sets throughout the city, notably fractions active during this time frame, including the Eastside Crips, which later faced a massive 200 officer multi-agency takedown. The Crips and the Bloods and the West Hill Posse Bloods, I guess. I don't know who these people are. The rise of the hybrid gangs toward the entertainer's tenure, Tucson police tracked a major shift towards hybrid street gangs. Unlike traditional gangs, these multi-ethnic groups, such as the Get Money Gang, did not claim specific geographic neighborhoods or strictly color-coded themselves. Instead, they weaponized social media to coordinate operations. So, because Tucson acts as a key high-intensity drug trafficking area, local crimes were tied to larger distribution pipelines. Stash houses, Mexican drug trafficking operations used Tucson as a central point to consolidate bulk cash moving south. The fentanyl influx between 2011 and 2017 window marked this is all happening under Tatum, home invasion robberies that was done by the Bloods and Crips. Drive-by shootings, gangs, retaliations. But it wasn't just black people. It looks like the Mexican cartels were also a big deal moving drugs. And we know where there's drugs, there's guns. Where there's guns, there's crime. But to sit here and act like that this is all black people, like it's black people bad, when you literally worked in the police department where all types of groups of people, you was in Arizona. We know who else was doing crimes. Who else is part of that pipeline? But he never talks shit about any other groups of people. He always has smoke for only black people. That's all he has. He makes it sound like only black people and the music that they listen to is the reason why that's going on. When there's a lot more nuance to it. He's a bad faith actor. The hell just happened? Ah, shit. Being suspended for policy violations. Are you kidding me? Really? Wow. Guess I'm out. Oh boy. Here we go. We're done. We just got banned. I don't know how. We just did.